because the opposition to him getting this award had been growing. So he had the chance to say, actually, I hear what you're saying, I'm not going to accept the award, but he didn't.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Good morning, 9:30 on Tuesday the 30th of July. Live across the United Kingdom, this is Britain's Newsroom with Andrew Pearce and Bev Turner.
Very good morning. So, holiday club horror. The nation is in shock. And Southport is in mourning as 2 children are killed and 6 are in a critical condition after a knife attack at a Taylor Swift-themed dance class. Sophie Reaper is there.
Like a scene from a horror story. A community rocked, but that's already come together to support those families who've been affected by such a horrific attack.
And the Met has launched an urgent search for a missing 6-year-old girl. Udini was last seen in Greenwich last night.
And pensioner peril. Chancellor Rachel Reeves defends her decision to scrap winter fuel payments for millions of pensioners.
And the hate merchant Amjad Chowdhury could face life behind bars as he's sentenced for directing a terrorist organisation. We'll bring you the latest on that later today.
It's a lot of crime, unfortunately, we're talking about this morning. But we are going to have a guest who is doing a really amazing work in his area, actually, isn't he?
Chief Constable of Norfolk, who's got a zero-tolerance approach to shoplifting. He's had remarkable results, so if he can do it, why can't others? So he's coming on the programme to talk to us about that.
That's right. Get in touch this morning, gbnews.com/your say. First, the very latest news headlines with Sophia Wensler.
Bev, thank you. Good morning. It's 9:31. I'm Sophia Wensler in the GB Newsroom. A 17-year-old boy remains in custody after yesterday's knife attack in Southport in which 2 children were killed. 6 other children are in a critical condition after what was described as a ferocious attack at a Taylor Swift-themed dance and yoga workshop. The school holiday club was aimed at children aged 6 to 11 and was fully booked with about 25 young people. 2 adults are also in critical condition after they bravely tried to stop the attacker. The teenage suspect was arrested on suspicion of murder and attempted murder. Police say it's not being treated as terror-related and they're not looking for any other suspects. One local resident told GB News the whole community is in a state of shock.
It's shocking, absolutely shocking. I was just saying before, I heard the news last night and it did not get to me. It was really upsetting and it's just one of them things we will never forget. Definitely not in my lifetime and lifetimes after that. I mean, it's in our blood, isn't it? In our history. You know, anything that terrible happens, you know, we all come together. You know, this is just not representative of what Merseyside is like. You know, it's a lovely place.
In other news, an urgent search is underway for a 6-year-old girl who's been reported missing from a housing estate in southeast London. Police say they're extremely concerned for the girl named as Udini after she disappeared from the Thamesmead estate in Greenwich yesterday. The girl was seen on CCTV at around midday and detectives believe she walked out of her house. They're asking locals to search gardens, sheds and other security and doorbell footage. Udini is thought to have been wearing a light pink long-sleeve pyjama set and carried a white shoulder bag with a daisy design. Jeremy Hunt says he was angered by the Chancellor's speech yesterday, which blamed the Conservatives for a reported £20 billion black hole in public finances. It's after Rachel Reeves accused the previous government of covering up the true state of Britain's economy before announcing a series of cuts aimed at saving £5.5 billion. But the Shadow Chancellor told GB News the new government is shifting the blame.
Perfectly all right to disagree with good Conservative plans to deal with the challenges on public finances. But what you can't do is junk the plans that we had in place and then blame the black hole that you have on the previous Conservative government. And the single most pressing thing, I think, for most GB News listeners is the soaring welfare bill. And welfare reform was junked from the King's speech. So you know, this is a political choice that the new Labour government has made. They knew they were going to do it all along, and they should have been upfront about that, not trying to pass the blame on to their predecessors.
Those are the latest GB News headlines for now. I'm Sophia Wensler. More in half an hour.
For the very latest GB News direct to your smartphone, sign up to News Alerts by scanning the QR code or go to gbnews.com/alerts.
Very good morning. Hello, welcome to Britain's Newsroom, live across the UK on GB News with me, Bev Turner, and Andrew Pearce.
Well, it's bleak, isn't it? Police have launched an urgent appeal now for a 6-year-old girl who went missing in Greenwich, South East London last night.
The force has said that Udini was reported missing from the Thamesmead estate at 10:40 p.m. We're looking at the footage here. She was alone on CCTV. This is about midday yesterday. People in the Thamesmead area have been asked to check gardens, sheds and CCTV and doorbell footage.
She's thought to be less than 4 foot tall and was wearing light pink pyjamas. She had a white shoulder bag with a daisy design with her. Worryingly, the house where she lives is pretty close to the River Thames.
Yeah, so do keep an eye out, and we're going to keep you updated on, hopefully, the safe finding of that little girl, Udine, this morning. We will keep you posted. Moving on, though, a 17-year-old boy has been arrested on suspicion of murder and attempted murder after 2 children died during a ferocious knife attack yesterday. 9
other children were injured. 6 of them are in a critical condition after sustaining stab wounds, and also 2 adults are very seriously injured too. Joining us now at the scene is GB News reporter Sophie Reaper. Sophie, morning. This is the morning after the day before. Can you tell us what the mood is like there this morning?
Well, good morning to you both. This is a community now in mourning, of course. It's the first week of the summer holidays. It was a Taylor Swift dance and yoga class. It should have been a time of happiness and joy here in Southport, but instead it's that of grief now. You can see here behind me, members of the community have been coming out all morning, laying flowers, putting down messages of sympathy and of heartbreak for those families who've been affected, either the families of those 2 children who sadly died or the others who have been injured, 6 of whom remaining in a critical condition. Now, this is the kind of community that always comes together at this kind of time. There's also been a lot of support for the police here on the scene. You can see the cordon here behind me. That's because the space where we believe this attack was carried out is about 100 metres away behind me, so they've marked off the entire area. But the police have been here on site ever since, so the community all morning have been doing what they can to support those officers. They've provided them with energy drinks, with water. One lady even coming out in the last hour to offer them bacon sandwiches. So plenty of support from the community, but also plenty of grief. We spoke to one man earlier who'd come all the way from Liverpool in order to offer his condolences to those families and to lay some flowers here behind me. This is what he had to tell me.
It's shocking, absolutely shocking. I was just saying before, I heard the news last night and it didn't half get to me. It was really upsetting, and it's just one of them things we will never forget. Definitely not in my lifetime. I mean, it's in our blood, isn't it? In our history. You know, anything that terrible happens, you know, we all come together. You know, this is just not representative of what Merseyside is like. You know, it's a lovely place. I've travelled up here, you know, 17 odd miles and gone 17 miles back just to lay flowers, you know, because it's just affected us so much. And
I wish he'd come over now. You can hear there in his voice the emotion, can't you? And that is, I think, something that's going to be replicated across the Merseyside region and beyond over the coming hours, the coming days, even the coming weeks, as this community come to terms with such a brutal and ferocious knife attack right in the heart of their community. OK, thank you, Sophie. Sophie Reaper there in Southport. Well, joining us now is our GB News Home and Security Editor, Mark White. We're just seeing pictures online, Mark, of the teachers at this Taylor Swift-themed dance occasion, one of whom is in a critical condition, another one injured. What else do we know about the victims at this stage?
Well, we know that the majority were young girls, that those two adults who were critically injured had come to their defence, had tried to do the very best they could to fight off a vicious and brutal attack, and as a consequence have ended up in a very serious condition in hospital. It's unimaginable to, put yourself in the shoes of these adults trying their very best to protect these little ones from this onslaught.
And Mark, there's a lot of... we can't say... People might be wondering why we're not saying more about the person who's been arrested. He's 17. Can you explain so people understand why we're not naming him and why we're not going into more detail?
Well, quite simply, it's the law, and we'd be breaking the law and we'd get into very serious trouble. Because he's 17, he's classed as a child. He's a child under the age of 18. And, of course, any child enjoys special protection under the law, as deeply frustrating as that might be for the general public to hear. And normally what would happen is that someone, when they are charged with a crime, if they're adult, they would be named at that point. But because this is a 17-year-old, even at that point, if it gets to the point where this individual is charged, we won't have a name revealed. When it goes to trial, and if this person is successfully convicted of that trial, of that charge or charges, then it is not even possible, but very likely that the judge would pass an order naming that person, even though they are under the age of 18 at that point. We've seen it before, multiple occasions with 17, 16, 15, and even younger individuals that have subsequently been named once the prosecution is over. And also, we should mention as well that the issue around not naming someone before they're charged really stems from the Westminster paedophile scandal, when a fantasist made up all these allegations, naming high-profile individuals, some who went to their graves with these allegations hanging over them, and it was subsequently found out that they were completely baseless. And since then, there have been very strict rules about what the press and the media can say in terms of naming an individual before they're charged. But frustratingly, as I say, for the audience, even when we get to the point, if this person is charged, we won't be able to name them until it reaches a conviction.
Is there anything else we can say about this 17-year-old? For instance, we know, don't we, that he was born in Cardiff? Is that right?
Yeah. The elephant in the room here is the issue of this person's immigration status. It's all over social media suggesting that this person was an immigrant and asylum seeker. That really forced the hands of the police in Merseyside to release a statement later clarifying and saying that he was born in Cardiff. Now, it's our understanding that he comes from an immigrant family, but was born in Cardiff. But again, you know, on social media, the rumour mill is swirling around. I saw widely shared reports yesterday naming a person. I don't know if it's that person or not, but then saying that this person came over on a small boat last year across the English Channel. Well, clearly, that couldn't have been the case. Yeah. It's demonstrably untrue because of what the Merseyside police have said, unless you think they're lying. And of course, some people are very suspicious of authorities. They do believe that the authorities right across the country actively conceal elements of ongoing cases from the public, and I think that really stems back to the likes of the child grooming scandals that we've seen in northern towns like Rochdale that went back decades, where these young girls were ignored because of community sensibilities, when the majority of the perpetrators were Pakistani heritage males. And there's been a growing distrust of the police and other law enforcement authorities and social services and the like ever since then, and that's only grown. But the police are very clear in their statement that this young man was born in Cardiff. All right. So clearly didn't come across on a boat.
OK, keep us posted on the CCTV footage of this missing girl, Udine, in South East London that is still, a hunt is underway, and also developments up in Southport.
Up next, there is, of course, fury after the Chancellor announced she's scrapping the winter fuel support for around 10 million pensioners. They can't all be rich, can they? You're with Britain's Newsroom on GB News.
Good afternoon, Britain.
Your lunchtime update on the stories that matter across the UK.
From breaking news and insightful analysis, inspiring stories and lively debates. You're comparing yourself to a former Prime Minister.
Which is it?
Stay informed, stay updated, stay entertained.
I just don't know how anyone would not want to be there.
Every weekday from midday.
We are Good Afternoon Britain, only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
Sunday with Michael Portillo from 11, only on GB News.
Welcome back to Sunday with Michael Portillo. Most people will be familiar with French artists such as Auguste Renoir, Claude Monet and Camille Pissarro, who with others made up the impressionist movement of the late 19th century. But we are probably less familiar with the British contingent of the impressionists, artists like Frank Bramley, Elizabeth Armstrong Forbes and Walter Langley, amongst many others. David Messam is on a mission to change that. I'm joined by David Messam and by Patrick Duffy, an esteemed archivist. These people we're talking about, are they really impressionists? I mean, I assume they're British, but are they impressionists?
I think we had the same query when we wrote a book about the whole thing in '85, actually. And we were the book nearly went out as The Garden of Bright Images, actually, though my author then, Laura Wortley, was quite insistent that it should be called The Garden of Bright Images, but I thought probably we'd put it in the gardening section, actually. So, you know, the question you ask is what is on other people's minds, too, actually. Have we got impressionism in this country? I think for me, as I used to do quite a lot of shopping, if you like, in America, looking for English pictures out there, and they've got American impressions, and I'm quite happy with it, but the English are different.
Were they friends and colleagues? Were they collaborators with the French Impressionists?
Broadly speaking, British Impressionism is, as we term it, is the post-Impressionist movement. So they were certainly inspired by the French Impressionist movement as it was, but they came later. They travelled around Europe and became attuned to plein air painting, so painting outdoors, and that's what they brought over with them. We call it British realism, but there's a focus.
British realism, I kind of recognise.
Yeah,
I mean that's exactly what that looks like.
Exactly. The People's Channel.
Hi there, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and I'm going to take a second to tell you all about my show, Dubes & Co. We start off with the issues of the day. We then bring in both sides of the argument. We get rid of the disrespect. And then you throw me into the mix. And trust me, I'll tell it exactly how it is. And then, of course, the magic ingredient, you at home. We mix it all together, and what have we got? In my opinion, the best debate show in town. Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Well, some tremendous breaking news. The little girl, 6-year-old Eugenie, she's been found safe and well. So we're going to bring you more on this as soon as we have it. So that's a great relief.
Right, it is 9:48. Stay with us. Chancellor Rachel Reeves has scrapped winter fuel payments for 10 million pensioners as part of her mission to save £5.5 billion.
So we're joined by former Labour MP Sean Simon and Charity Director for Age UK, Caroline Abrahams. Sean Simon, if we can go to you first, nobody saw this coming. This is not going to target wealthy pensioners like the King and Tony Blair, I know you're a great admirer of his. Pensioners who are perhaps only have an income of £200 are going to lose this money. Can you defend that, really?
Well, what's happening is that a universal benefit, which everybody gets however much money, every pensioner gets however much money they've got, is being targeted instead. So the King won't get it anymore, Tony Blair won't get it, pensioners that don't need it won't get it, and instead, because there is an existing benefit that is targeted on pensioners, pensions credit, that's actually a useful mechanism if it can be made to work properly, to target the benefit on pensioners that actually do need it. Because surely none of us want to be paying benefits to rich people who don't need it.
Yeah, but hang on, Sean. Are you suggesting the 10 million pensioners who are going to lose this benefit are rich people who don't need it? Are there really that many rich pensioners in this country?
So I think from what I've read in the papers, I think Age UK is talking about 2 million pensioners potentially who are too rich or who are not claiming pensions credit, who will not get this benefit and might suffer. And I think that is an area that needs to be looked at. If there's according to Age UK, if there's a problem with the take-up of pensions credit, and that will have a knock-on problem that pensioners should be claiming pension credit and they're not, don't get, are therefore accidentally targeted by this, then I think that is something that the government needs to look at. But I think the Chancellor did say in her statement yesterday that this would include measures to try and work to improve the take-up of pension credit.
Caroline from Age UK, right, a lot to tackle there. First of all, of course, millionaires like Tony Blair don't need the fuel credit. I think we would all agree. But it sounds like the parameters of this are very, very narrow, and there will be elderly people who don't want to claim credit for their self-esteem and their personal sense of worth, who will also be worse off.
Yeah, well, good morning. Sean kind of made my case for me, really. Yes, we don't dispute the fact that there are people who can afford to forego this benefit and they really won't miss it. People who are very well off, of course, and so we're not protesting about that at all. Our problem, as Sean really pointed out, is that there are too many people who are vulnerable or on very low incomes who will be quite badly hurt by this change. And another problem is that it's coming in very quickly. It's coming in this winter. So people haven't had a chance to prepare or put any more money aside, for example, which I think a lot of older people would have done had they known that they were going to be losing this money. It also comes on top of the loss of the additional payments the governments were giving over the last 2 years with the cost of living crisis. That's another £300 that older people aren't going to get. And there are groups, partly it's the issue about take-up. That is a real problem. It's been awful forever, and we just haven't ever managed to get it any better. So there's a problem about that. There's another group too, hasn't been talked about so much, which are people who on the face of it, when you look at how much income they've got, you think, oh, they ought to be okay. But actually, they're living in homes which are really hard to heat because they're not properly insulated. And they're people who are very unwell and need to have the temperature up high. So people like that actually have very, very high energy bills, and they would have really made use of this money as well. So those are our worries. And if you put all those groups together, people who don't claim, people who are just above the line, people who are unwell in energy leaky houses, it's probably about 2 million people who are really going to be hurt by this, unfortunately.
And could it become as blunt as this, Caroline? Could it be a question of heating or eating for some of those pensioners if we have a cold winter?
Absolutely, undoubtedly. I'm not shroud waving. I'm being honest. Yes, we know that happens anyway, and it will just it'll either make it more intense for some people, or for the first time, some people will be faced with those dilemmas. Because really, heating and your fuel bills, if you're an older person, is a huge part of what you spend your money on when you get older, particularly through the winter, and there isn't very much else you can cut. So yes, undoubtedly, to people rationing their heating. What we worry about, and we've seen this for the last few years, is that lots of old people really don't want to go into debt, and so they'll do anything to avoid it. And so if they know that there's going to be a problem with paying their energy, they will ration.
Sean, sorry, Caroline, we're just short of time, but Sean, just briefly, Ed Miliband was very excited about giving £11 billion to overseas green projects. What does this tell us about Labour's priorities?
I don't think. I think you've misunderstood if you think Ed Miliband's giving £11 billion to overseas green projects. But it is true that in order to be able to pay any benefits to anybody, the nation needs to generate wealth, doesn't it? And that's something that we haven't been doing in this country, not really since the financial crash of 2008 and the Tory government for 14 years, and certainly not since before the pandemic. Growth in the UK has never recovered from the pandemic, even though it has in all other major economies.
Okay.
And We won't have money to pay benefits.
I'm so sorry, both of you. We've been beaten by the clock. Sean Simon, former Labour MP, and Caroline Abrahams from Age UK. Don't go anywhere. Take a quick break.
A brighter outlook with Box Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Good morning, welcome to your latest GB News weather update brought to you from the Met Office. It's going to be another very hot day, likely hotter today than yesterday. Dry and sunny for most of us, and it will stay warm and humid overnight as well. There's still a weak weather front across northwestern areas, bringing some hazier sunshine to parts of Northern Ireland, Northern England, into parts of Wales through this morning. That will sink southwards slowly through the day into central areas of England, bringing the hazier sunshine here. But elsewhere, long-lived, strong sunshine, and it will feel very warm indeed. As I said, hotter today than yesterday. 32 degrees is possible in the south and east. Could be the hottest day of the year so far. Widely, though, we're in the mid to high 20s across England and Wales. And it is going to be a hotter day for parts of Scotland and Northern Ireland too. Across the far north of Scotland, though, the Northern Isles, we've got a bit of a brisker breeze, a risk of the odd shower here. Dry, though, elsewhere across Scotland. Temperatures still in the 20s this evening. To Northern Ireland as well. A bit more cloud around, particularly across southeastern areas. That hazier sunshine into central areas of England and Wales. But across the south coast, temperatures still in the high 20s this evening. If you are heading to the beach, sea temperatures are around 18 degrees across the south coast at the moment. Now, as we head into Wednesday, it should stay dry overnight. We've still got high pressure dominating our weather. There will be a bit of mist and fog developing here and there, and across the north of Scotland it will still stay fairly fresh overnight, temperatures still dipping down into the single figures. A different story further south, temperatures in the mid to high teens, and the humidity starting to increase overnight tonight. And that's because we've got this threat of thunderstorms coming ever closer from the near continent. That may affect the Olympics through Wednesday and into Thursday. More likely we'll see that thunderstorm risk in the UK through Thursday, but there is a risk through Wednesday afternoon and into the evening. Away from that thunderstorm risk, though, temperatures still in the mid-20s and the high 30s are still possible. Have a great day.
That warm feeling inside from Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
The latest GB News travel.
Good morning, I'm Russell Holding. On the M80 in Stirling, the northbound exit at junction 9 at Bannockburn is closed for emergency repairs, so you'll have to continue north onto the northbound M9. Now, trains have been stopped southbound from Cam and Thursley to Yate after a train broke down. On the M4 in Berkshire, there are westbound queues towards junction 7 west of Slough after traffic was stopped when a car broke down. In London on the North Circular, 2 out of 3 lanes are closed eastbound, just after the Crooked Billet interchange at Walthamstow after an accident with queues from Edmonton. Also in London, the A23 Purley Way is blocked northbound by an accident between Purley and Croydon, causing queues. On the M26 in Kent, there are westbound queues towards the M25 because of roadworks. And on the M3 in Hampshire, there's a lane closed southbound after an accident between junctions 12 and 13 from Eastleigh to Chandler's Ford, causing queues. And that's the latest.
You can stay up to date throughout the day by visiting our website, gbnews.com.
You really could become the next big Great British Giveaway winner with your chance to win £30,000 in tax-free cash to spend on anything you like. Listen to what some of our previous winners have to say about winning big with us.
On the day that I got the money in the bank account, everything just seemed a lot sunnier.
But I do have something to spend it on. Just go for it. It's an absolute must. Thank you, GB News.
Amazing feeling to win.
For another chance to win £30,000 in tax-free cash, text cash to 63232. Text costs £2 plus 1 standard network rate message. You can enter online at gbnews.com/win. Entries cost £2 or post your name and number to GB07 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 5 p.m. on the 30th of August. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Join me, Camilla Tominey, for a frank and honest discussion with those in power that cuts through the spin and gets to the heart of the issues shaping our nation.
You haven't confirmed that you want to stand as leader, but you haven't ruled it out either.
This report basically says that he's not fit to stand trial. Is he indecisive?
Incompetent? I deliver the dose of reality Westminster needs. That's the Camilla Tominey Show at 9:30 every Sunday on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Tune in to Friday Night Live with me, Mark Dolan. GB News royalty with your perfect start to the weekend. Lucky us! Feisty and fearless guests.
Well, I'm a normal person, so ask me.
Honest opinions that raises more questions than a Gary Barlow tax return. And a few surprises along the way. Might be cold in this studio. That is Friday Night Live with me, Mark Dolan. 8 to 9 only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good morning, it's 10 o'clock on Tuesday the 30th of July, live across the UK. This is Britain's Newsroom with Andrew Pearce and Bev Turner.
The Holiday Club horror, Southport in morning. 2 children killed, 6 in a critical condition, as well as 2 adults after that appalling knife attack at a Taylor Swift-themed dance class. Will Hollis has more.
Well, we know that last night the major incident was stepped down by Alderhay Children's Hospital, but with 6 children in critical condition and a further 2 adults, we're waiting on updates after the Southport attack.
Pensioners potentially in peril this winter. Chancellor Rachel Reeves defends her decision to scrap winter fuel payments for millions of elderly.
And that vile hate merchant Anjem Chowdhury could face life behind bars. Good, as he's sentenced for directing a terrorist organisation. We'll bring you the latest on that later today.
And back to basics policing. We're going to speak to Norfolk Constabulary about their no-nonsense approach to shoplifting and being the best force in the country at catching and prosecuting those who shoplift. How are they doing it?
And get your sun cream on, factor 50, and your shades. Today could be the hottest day of the year so far, with highs of 32 degrees. Woo! That big one.
You sounded really thrilled about that.
I should have gone woohoo.
You sound like Sadiq Khan. Get your factor 50 on. Oh, we'll try and find you the statement from Sadiq Khan, basically talking to you like you're idiots about the fact that if you're hot, you can find a place in London which might be cool, and they've got a list of places on the website that might be cool.
Apparently drink lots of water, put your sunblock on. Who'd have thought it?
Who'd have thought it? Anyway, let us know your thoughts this morning. gbnews.com/you're safe. First, the very latest news headlines with Sophia.
Bev, thank you. Good morning. It's 2 minutes past 10. I'm Sophia Wensler in the GB Newsroom. Some breaking news in the last few minutes. A 6-year-old girl who went missing from a southeast London estate has been found. It's after Udini was reported missing from a housing estate in Greenwich late yesterday. She was seen in CCTV footage at around midday walking out of her house. Greenwich police say they're very pleased to report that the 6-year-old has been found safe and well. They thanked everyone who shared the appeal. A 17-year-old boy remains in custody after yesterday's knife attack in Southport, in which 2 children were killed. 6 other children are in a critical condition after what was described as a ferocious attack at a Taylor Swift-themed dance and yoga workshop. 2 adults are also in critical condition after they bravely tried to stop the attacker. The teenage suspect was arrested on suspicion of murder and attempted murder. Police say the attack is not being treated as terror-related and they're not looking for any other suspects. One local resident told GB News the whole community is in a state of shock.
It's shocking, absolutely shocking. I was just saying before, I heard the news last night and it did not get to me. It was really upsetting and it's just one of them things we will never forget. Definitely not in my lifetime and lifetimes after that. I mean, it's in our blood, isn't it? In our history. You know, anything that terrible happens, you know, we all come together. You know, this is just not representative of what Merseyside is like. You know, it's a lovely place.
Jeremy Hunt says he was angered by the Chancellor's speech yesterday, which blamed the Conservatives for a reported £20 billion black hole in public finances. It's after Rachel Reeves accused the previous government of covering up the true state of Britain's economy before announcing a series of cuts aimed at saving £5.5 billion. But the Shadow Chancellor told GB News the new government is shifting the blame.
Perfectly all right to disagree with good Conservative plans to deal with the challenges on public finances. But what you can't do is junk the plans that we had in place and then blame the black hole that you have on the previous Conservative government. And the single most pressing thing, I think, for most GB News listeners is the soaring welfare bill. And welfare reform was junked from the King's speech. So, you know, this is a political choice that the new Labour government has made. They knew they were going to do it all along, and they should have been upfront about that, not trying to pass the blame on to their predecessors.
Now, the first public hearing in a long-awaited public inquiry into the Omar bomb will start later. The probe is led by Chairman Lord Turnbull and will examine whether the atrocity could reasonably have been prevented by authorities. The bombing, which was carried out by dissident Republicans in 1998, killed 29 people, including a woman who was pregnant with twins. Today's hearing marks the first time that all of the bereaved families will come together. In other news, 2 Just Stop Oil protesters have been arrested at Heathrow Airport on suspicion of criminal damage. It comes after orange paint was sprayed on passenger information screens and on the floor inside the airport's Terminal 5. Police remain at the scene this morning as a precaution while they deal with any further offences. In Paris, the men's triathlon event was this morning cancelled just hours before it was due to start, due to pollution in the River Seine. The race was due to start at 8 o'clock this morning. Swimming training sessions were also cancelled on Sunday and Monday because of the water quality. A statement from World Triathlon said they're monitoring the water quality. Contingency plans are in place in case pollution levels don't improve. The race scheduled for this morning will now take place tomorrow, following the end of the women's race. And today could be the hottest day of the year so far, with temperatures in some areas expected to soar beyond 32 degrees. The Met Office says some places in England and Wales are likely to exceed the criteria needed to define a heatwave. But you'd be best make the most of it. Thunderstorms are predicted to break the heat later this week. Those are the latest GB News headlines for now. I'm Sophia Wensler, more in half an hour.
For the very latest GB News direct to your smartphone, sign up to News Alerts by scanning the QR code or go to gbnews.com/alerts.
Welcome back to Britain's Newsroom across the UK on GB News with me, Bev Turner, and Andrew Pearce.
Well, what are your tips for keeping cool? Well, I think I pretty know how much to keep cool. You put your sunblock on, drink some water, go in the shade, sit down, lie down, wear a cap.
Well, listen, Alan, we were taking the mickey out of Sadiq Khan issuing...
Why wouldn't you?
...these very strict advice about how to keep cool. I mean,
what's it got to do with the Mayor of London?
Talk about an idiot's guide, right? Quite. Well, Alan, who's a GB News member, has got in touch. I'm not the biggest fan of Khan, but he might have a point.
Really?
He said, my mum went on a day trip yesterday. She collapsed and was taken to A&E. It was found she was suffering from heat exhaustion and was dehydrated. Apparently not everyone is as clued up as you and me, apparently.
What,
I'm sorry
to
to
drink
hear
lots
that.
of water? Yeah, I'm sorry to hear it
too. Hope your mum's all right.
Yeah.
Maybe if you are elderly, you've not been used to these conditions that help. But come on. I think people are generally not stupid.
We've had hot spells for quite a few years now.
Of course we have. And also, talk about the opposite end of the spectrum. The winter fuel payment, says Shutty, has gone. Fine, now let's get rid of the subsidised bar and restaurant and the MP's heating allowances at House of Commons. Good point. And, you know, I mentioned that £11 billion that Ed Miliband has given.
Yeah. Well, you were wrong, because it's 12.
Yeah, correct. It's £11.6 billion that we have committed to the climate. Here we go. Ed Miliband said we must lead by example with action starting at home. Clean power mission, he goes on about that. And then he says our commitment, our £11.6 billion commitment to international climate, sending a powerful signal to the world that we are serious about the leadership. So basically, this is us committing to help other countries generate green energy.
To give a pensioner who may be surviving on £200 a week, we can't afford to give them their winter fuel allowance. 10 million pensioners are going to lose their winter fuel allowance. Of course, the rich ones. How many rich pensioners are there? Not that many.
That's right.
Should lose it, and I think that's right. But means testing is always complicated, and it's actually often very expensive to enforce.
But it's also this idea that they are going to give you your winter fuel allowance only if you're claiming the benefit.
Yeah.
And then...
The pensioner tax credit.
The pensioner tax credit, thank you.
And lots of people, pensioners, won't, because they either don't know about it or they find the whole thing too demeaning.
Right. And what does it say about Labour that they say, well, you know, just come and ask us for more money. We'll just give you a bit more money, but not you lot, but we'll give it to you lot.
And the suspicion, of course, is they're doing this because most of the Tory vote last time came from people who were in receipt of pensions.
That's right. And Janet said a little bit of good news that the missing little girl has been found.
That is terrific news. Only 6 went missing at midday and they found her, the police have announced this morning. When we get more details, we'll let you have them.
Right, keep your messages coming this morning. So, a 17-year-old boy, young man, officially a boy, has been arrested on suspicion of murder and attempted murder after 2 children died during this ferocious knife attack yesterday.
As you know, 9 others were injured, 6 are in a critical condition after sustaining stab wounds at that Taylor Swift-themed dance class. 2 adults who were trying to protect the children are also in a critical condition. We understand one of them is the yoga teacher.
We're looking at one of the pictures of one of the injured ladies here. We think this is the woman who was actually running the course there. I mean, wonderful. This is.
She's called Leanne Lucas. She's 35 and she's a yoga dance teacher.
That's
Lovely
right.
looking girl. And apparently she went to the aid of the children, helped to get 16 of them out of the class before he could do any more damage.
Yeah, so joining us now is our reporter Will Hollis, who is at Alderhay Children's Hospital, where the victims have been taken for treatment. Good morning, Will. What's the latest?
Good morning. Yes, well, this hospital, Alderhay, about 40 minutes away from Southport here in Liverpool, works specifically to treat children, and yesterday a major incident was declared after that attack in nearby Southport. That has since been stepped down, so the situation has started to calm here. That was late last night at about 9 o'clock, but after that announcement from the Chief Constable at Merseyside Police that 2 children were dead, we haven't had any sort of update since, so we think that 6 children are still in a critical condition, as well as 2 adults. Other children as well still have injuries inflicted by those stab wounds. What's happening today? Well, we know that Yvette Cooper, the Home Secretary, is visiting to lay wreaths in Southport, and the community is still reeling from the effect of what happened in what is quite a sleepy seaside town. What started out as you say, a Taylor Swift dance club at the start of the summer holidays quickly descended into pandemonium and panic when a man armed with a knife came in and started to stab children. The police say that they have arrested a 17-year-old male, and they've been questioning him in interviews, trying to figure out what a motive is for somebody to do something like this. But right now, we are still waiting on updates from the police. We're still waiting on updates from the trust that runs Alderhay, but we know the response to what happened yesterday was great. Eyewitnesses that were here on the ground at the time said that air ambulance crews brought some of the victims here as well. So we can only imagine what it was like here yesterday, but we know it's a little bit calmer today. But inside, there are still children fighting for their lives in that critical condition.
All right, that's Will Hollis. Thanks for that, who's at Alderhay Children's Hospital. Joining us now is Sally Baker, who is a trauma therapist. Sally, good morning to you. The trauma that community is going through must be on the Richter scale. Yeah, unbelievable.
Yeah, and unimaginable, really. I mean, there are echoes here of Dunblane, but this is so outside of what ordinary people would experience. So when you're in the midst of a tragedy, what we have now is the first early stages of grief, which are around shock and trying to find answers and trying to make sense of it all. But as a mom and a grandma, I mean, this is everyone's absolute worst nightmare, with small children involved as well. Terrible.
Sally, parents, because of course trauma can come in many different shapes and forms, can't it?
Yes.
Not often as extreme as this. But what should parents do in the immediate aftermath of something like this?
Well, the community will close because they need to comfort each other and the shared experience. It's like ripples on a lake. So we're quite removed from this event, perhaps geographically or because we don't know the people involved, but you know, we still feel it. And when the children are at home, so they'll be picking it up on the news, children will be feeling very anxious. So it's really important that mothers and fathers and primary carers go in and reassure their children, this is such a rare occurrence. And they need to be told that they're safe. They're going to be feeling very unsafe. So just reassuring all of our young people that they're safe.
And also, of course, the first responders, the emergency workers, the paramedics, who might have just been normally turning up to maybe somebody, you know, injured in their home or having a health issue. Unprecedented for them in Southport, lovely coastal Merseyside town, to arrive at a scene to see children on their summer holidays who've been dropped off at a dance workshop. And as we've heard, it's looking like a movie scene, almost too surreal to countenance that it could be real. What would it be like for those paramedics?
It's almost not the time for trauma work quite yet, because they need to process as much as they can themselves first and then get external support, because it's so fresh, it's so raw. They'll get flashbacks, they'll have panic attacks themselves perhaps. They'll also disassociate. That's a very common occurrence. The closer to the event, what people witnessed, what people heard and saw, and knowing people involved, the stronger those PTSD trauma responses will be. But this is going to take time, and it can't be rushed. It can't be rushed.
Sorry. I was going to say, without speculating about the perpetrator, does the evidence always suggest that people who do carry out these acts of violence, and this is by no means to excuse such behaviour, have themselves at some point been exposed to some sort of violent trauma themselves?
It's not necessarily that they've been exposed to violent trauma, but clearly whoever perpetrated this young man has extreme mental health issues. This is nothing that a sane person would ever do. So whatever his background, wherever he's from, he has extreme mental health issues that will need to be addressed. We need to find out what motivated him, what made him do this. But this is not the act of a sane person. This person is very, very deeply unwell.
Sally, you mentioned at the beginning...
We don't know why yet.
Yeah, you mentioned at the beginning Dunblane, and I was just looking at Dunblane. Just to remind people, that took place in a little primary school near Stirling in Scotland in '96, when Thomas Hamilton killed 16 pupils and 1 teacher and injured 15 others. And of course, Andy Murray, who's playing in the Olympic Games today, he was one of the little boys who was one of the lucky ones, wasn't he?
He was, and there'll be lots of received guilt about feeling that, oh, I didn't send my child that day, or my child was one of the 16 that the dance teacher managed to save. You know, this whole event is going to echo through the years. We still remember Dunblane. It's still commented about in the press. Anniversaries are still kept. This is going to be another event that marks our country. And it's so unusual for us, thankfully, that this is not going to go away. This is going to ripple out for a long time.
Sally, you're a trauma therapist, so what kind of therapies can you use with people in the fullness of time who've been exposed to trauma, and how successful can you be?
You can be very successful. Trauma's held in the reptilian part of the brain. It's the oldest part of our brain. So it's no good intellectually telling yourself, oh, well, that was then and this is now and I'm okay now. It's stuck in your reptilian brain. So that's where I focus my work. And I use a technique called brainwave recursive therapy, which is a bit of a mouthful, BWRT, that has been trialled in the NHS with frontline workers, as you mentioned about paramedics. So with BWRT, within 3 to 6 sessions, you can target the event and completely kind of erase the emotional attachment to the event. No one forgets what happened, but what you want is to be able to function and to thrive in the face of tragedy and not make it mark your life forevermore.
Can you just tell me a little bit on what that involves? What does that actually involve? Is it a talking therapy with hypnosis?
No. It's not really a talking therapy. It's a process where you ask people to home in. I mean, with CBT, for instance, or even EMDR, with EMDR, which is used for trauma, people have to forensically unpick the experience that they went through. So I often see clients who come to me and say, I've failed at EMDR because I can't do it. I can't go back minute by minute to that event that ruined my childhood or ruined my life or that accident. So with BWRT, you only need to focus on the most demanding, challenging parts of those events for seconds.
Okay.
And then the process takes over, and each round of BWRT takes about 25 minutes. But after about 4 or 5 rounds, the intensity of emotions can go from a 10 down to a 0, and that's the goal. The work's not done till it's down to a 0, and that can be achieved.
Fantastic. Thank you, Sally. Fascinating.
Really
Sally Baker there, trauma therapist. You did regression hypnosis about your adoptive mother, didn't you?
I did.
And I did something called EFT, where my husband got hit by a truck off the road on his bicycle. The moment that that always upset me was getting the phone call. So when the phone rang, I was in a hotel room, and the phone rang at 5:30 in the morning, and I just knew, and I was fine with everything that happened. I coped like people do, but I kept coming back to that moment when the phone rang. So I went and had some EFT, and it really cured it.
It's when your life changed.
Yeah, it took me.
That phone call.
But so I knew that was the moment I had to focus on, and I did this EFT, which is like a tapping therapy. It's called emotional freedom technique, and it's a talking, but it's all a bit, sounds a bit woo-woo, but it worked really, really well, and it just shifted the emotion. Otherwise, you get stuck if you're not careful in those moments.
And you have to hope that at some point in that community, they have someone like Sally Baker to talk to.
They can do good work. Right, don't go anywhere. We're expecting to hear from the Home Secretary any minute now about events in Southport. You're with Britain's Newsroom on GB News.
GB News Breakfast, every day from 6 a.m.
Prince Harry also revealed that he wouldn't bring his wife Meghan Markle back to the UK over safety concerns.
Let's talk to royal correspondent Michael Cole.
Good morning, Stephen. Good morning, Ellie. I mean, they live in California. I'm not sure what the murder rate is there, but that's a more dangerous place than Britain's at any time of the day. And of course, he compromised his own safety when he said in his book, Spare, his autobiography, which was Ghost Britain, that he'd personally killed 25 Taliban when he was serving with the British Army in Afghanistan. Well, that painted a target for life on the back of himself and his family, which was a very unwise thing for him to do. The other thing which struck me, it was that he invoked the name of the late Queen, saying that he'd had several conversations with his grandmother, and she'd been very, very supportive in his battle. He sees himself, and it's a word he's used, as a dragon slayer against the popular press, the tabloid press, and he's continuing with that. Of course, his brother, Prince William, has settled, but also in the programme was Hugh Grant. Now, Hugh Grant also has settled, as indeed did I, when I received an apology from News Group. I believe in a free and unfettered press. Newspapers are having a bad time at the moment, losing circulation, losing advertising. Young people don't read newspapers. And so I felt that the right thing to do was to settle. I didn't want to take punitive action against newspapers.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Mark Dolan tonight is your weekend dose of news, debate and entertainment. This sounds like a wild conspiracy theory. Don't miss My Big Opinion. Mark Meets and My Take at 10. Democracy is a funny old thing. And we don't do boring, not on my watch. I just won't have it. Go and get another glass of that bubbly, you've earned it. That's Mark Dolan tonight, Saturday and Sunday, 9 to 11, only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Patrick Christie's. Every weeknight from 9, I bring you 2 hours of unmissable, explosive debate and headline-grabbing interviews. What impact has that had?
We got death threats and the bomb threat and so on.
As time passes, she could have said storm.
You made my argument for me. My guests and I tackle the issues that really matter with a sharp take on every story.
It went everywhere.
Something practical could be done.
Or I can become something different.
Patrick Christie's tonight from 9 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
10:24, this is Britain's Newsroom with me, Bev Turner and Andrew Pierce. And we are joined by Nigel Nelson and Piers Pottinger. Good morning, gentlemen. Right, what should we start with? Should we start with this scrapping the winter fuel payments for 10 million pensioners?
Yeah.
Nigel, is this a good idea?
The politics of it are madness.
Yeah, it's more the economics of it, though. And I think that the...
10 million pensioners, many of them are just on 200 quid a week. That is not a lot, are losing this fuel allowance.
Yeah, I mean...
You're giving a 22% pay rise to pretty well-off junior doctors.
Bear in mind that the poorest pensioners are protected. So if you are on benefits and pension credit, and the important thing is pensioners who haven't applied for pension credit but are eligible for it should do so now to actually protect this. They'll be okay. The ones on the margins...
Okay, just a moment ago said on this programme 2 million pensioners will have to choose between heating and heating.
I know that. I mean, obviously, Age UK are pretty angry about it. And I mean, pensioners will be angry about it. So I do get that. All I'm saying is that your poorest pensioners won't be affected. There will be a problem on the margins, which is what I imagine that Age UK are worried about. I mean, there was an alternative to it. What you could do is roll in the winter fuel allowance into the pension, and you could tax it. So that would mean that richer pensioners would effectively lose that, but it wouldn't raise the kind of money that Rachel Reeves needed. And by next year, you're talking about 1.7 billion, according to her figures, that she will actually be able to get back.
Yeah, I don't get the politics of it at all, Piers, do you?
Well, no, I mean, Rachel Reeves yesterday, most of what she spouted was absurd as Vic Reeves. I thought it was absolutely preposterous. And also, the money she's...
It was backed up by the OBR.
I mean, don't forget...
the
OBR, yes, we love the OBR, but I'll come back to that. But she did promise during the election of cutting people's energy bills, and instead she's taking money away from people.
Because they were paid £300 a year on our energy.
With Miliband's ludicrous pie-in-the-sky, lunatic energy, it's not even a policy because none of it's funded or costed. None of it adds up. It's all preposterous. It's madness. And incidentally, this 20 billion, given the government spends 1.2 trillion, 20 billion's neither here nor there, really. And also, a large part of that 20 billion comes from these absurd pay rises she's announced on behalf of her union paymasters.
And when Piers says it's not costed, look, we've got GB Energy, which is going to cost about £8.5 billion.
£8.5 billion, so that's costed.
But he did tell us during the election campaign, Piers is right, we were going to get a £300 cut in our energy bill every year. No sign.
I'm not sure they said every year. They talked about by the end of the Parliament you'll be looking at around about £300
every year, and we're not even sure it's going to happen.
Who said every year?
Look at some of the election literature.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there was the odd then shadow minister who made a bit of a mistake about that, was talking about averages and so on, which it's not. It's up to £300 by the end of the Parliament, so in 5 years' time. It's unlikely you'll see immediate cuts. You've got to get GB Energy off the ground, you've got to start building. Well, £8.5 billion, as you pointed out. You've then got to actually build the wind farms. Now, normally a wind farm would take 10 to 15 years to build. Labour say, and I don't know how they're going to do it, but Labour say they can cut that down to 5 years.
But they haven't got the expertise in this country to do all this. They'd have to use foreign workers in order to do this, and foreign technology. At the same time, they're going to stop 200,000 jobs in the North Sea. And also this 8.5 million figure is just plucked out of the air.
In green industry.
But where from? Not in Britain. We don't have the expertise. And the 8.5 billion, this is a number that Miliband plucked out of thin air. I mean, what's that going to achieve? It's not going to sort our energy problems for the foreseeable future. It's madness, insanity, and every single commentator has agreed with me on this, that this Great British Energy policy, I think you'll find, is the death knell of this government. And don't forget, this government was only, it may have a majority in seats, but only 37% of the vote, and only 60% of the country voted.
But
they're not actually supported.
For 5 years. And
maybe.
And so you're absolutely right. This won't happen overnight. You are talking about getting the benefits of this in 5 years' time. It probably will actually show at the next general election, and certainly not before that.
They won't have it done in 5 years. It's nonsense.
The benefits aren't for 5 years, and yet we're taking £200 off pensioners now to help with their fuel bills, and yet the benefits aren't going to come for 5 years. This is going to make pensioners' fuel bills more expensive.
Well,
and what if we have a cold winter?
Well, first of all, there is going to be an increase in the energy cap by the end of the year. In October, you're looking at about another £200 on the energy cap. So, yes, there are problems.
One hand, the other hand.
Yeah.
One hand, the other hand.
But I do think that...
And not a single shred in Rachel Reeves' speech yesterday about creating growth. They throw the word growth and prosperity around, two words, and throw them around all the time, but they haven't done anything to encourage growth.
Well,
And what they're going to do in October is hit this economy even more. Hit investment, hit savers, put up corporation tax, put up capital gains tax. They're going to do the most... And also, wealthy individuals, wealthy investment, people who invest in this country are taking their money out right now and going elsewhere.
But we should be able to start getting growth through GB Energy. The whole point...
That's nonsense.
Well,
Absolutely
if you just take, whether you believe in net zero or not, if you just take that out of the...
Can I just say I don't? I do not. And I want it stopped.
I knew you didn't.
Yes,
yeah.
I don't think that's either.
Just taking that out of the equation, you're talking about creating a whole new industry. At the moment, our offshore wind, for instance, most of it is not owned by the UK, it's owned by Germany and Malaysia. The idea is that Britain will start to own the factors of production and therefore start making a profit from that. Even Jeremy Hunt admitted last year, that if we get this right, there's £1 trillion worth of business for the UK out there, and that comes from green technology.
OK, gentlemen, right, we need to go to the news, but we didn't even get onto the fact that we know for a fact now that the VAT on private schools is going to be in January, so we can discuss that.
And we also want to talk about this bill scrapping free speech.
OK.
Right, here is Sophia Wensler waiting very patiently with the news.
Bev, thank you. Good morning. It's 10:31. I'm Sophia Wensler in the GB Newsroom. Your headlines. A 17-year-old boy remains in custody after yesterday's knife attack in Southport, in which 2 children were killed. 6 other children and 2 adults are in a critical condition after what was described as a ferocious attack at a Taylor Swift-themed dance and yoga workshop. Police say the attack is not being treated as terror-related and they're not looking for any other suspects. A 6-year-old girl who went missing from southeast London yesterday has now been found. Udini went missing in Greenwich late yesterday. Greenwich police say they're very pleased to report she's safe and well and thanked everyone who shared the appeal. 2 Just Stop Oil protesters have been arrested at Heathrow Airport on suspicion of criminal damage. It comes after orange paint was sprayed on passenger information screens and on the floor inside the airport's Terminal 5. Police remain at the scene this morning as a precaution while they deal with any further offences. In Paris, the men's triathlon event was this morning cancelled just hours before it was due to start, due to pollution in the River Seine. A statement from World Triathlon say they're monitoring the water quality and contingency plans are in place in case pollution levels don't improve. The race is now scheduled for tomorrow morning. And today could be the hottest day of the year so far, with temperatures in some areas expected to soar beyond 32 degrees. The Met Office says some places in England and Wales are likely to exceed the criteria defined for a heatwave. But you'd be best to make the most of it. Thunderstorms are predicted to break the heat later in the week. Those are the latest GB News headlines for now. I'm Sophia Wensler. More in half an hour.
For the very latest GB News direct to your smartphone, sign up to News Alerts by scanning the QR code or go to gbnews.com/alerts.
Cheers Britannia Wine Club proudly sponsors the GB News Financial Report.
And here's a quick snapshot of today's markets. The pound will buy you $1.2861 and 1.1872 euros. The price of gold is £1,857 and 87 pence per ounce. And the FTSE 100's at 8,254 points.
Cheers Britannia Wine Club proudly sponsors the GB News Financial Report.
Still to come, if you're sick and tired of shoplifters and petty criminals getting an easy ride, and who isn't, frankly, wait until you hear how police in Norfolk are taking a very different approach. This is Britain's Newsroom on GB News.
Good morning, welcome to your latest GB News weather update brought to you from the Met Office. It's going to be another very hot day, likely hotter today than yesterday. Dry and sunny for most of us, and it will stay warm and humid overnight as well. There's still a weak weather front across northwestern areas, bringing some hazier sunshine to parts of Northern Ireland, Northern England, into parts of Wales through this morning. That will sink southwards slowly through the day into central areas of England, bringing the hazier sunshine here. But elsewhere, long-lived, strong sunshine, and it will feel very warm indeed. As I said, hotter today than yesterday. 32 degrees is possible in the south and east. Could be the hottest day of the year so far. Widely, though, we're in the mid to high 20s across England and Wales. And it is going to be a hotter day for parts of Scotland and Northern Ireland too. Across the far north of Scotland, though, the Northern Isles, we've got a bit of a brisker breeze, a risk of the odd shower here. Dry, though, elsewhere across Scotland. Temperatures still in the 20s this evening. To Northern Ireland as well. A bit more cloud around, particularly across southeastern areas. That hazier sunshine into central areas of England and Wales. But across the south coast, temperatures still in the high 20s this evening. If you are heading to the beach, sea temperatures are around 18 degrees across the south coast at the moment. Now, as we head into Wednesday, it should stay dry overnight. We've still got high pressure dominating our weather. There will be a bit of mist and fog developing here and there, and across the north of Scotland it will still stay fairly fresh overnight, temperatures still dipping down into the single figures. A different story further south, temperatures in the mid to high teens, and the humidity starting to increase overnight tonight. And that's because we've got this threat of thunderstorms coming ever closer from the near continent. That may affect the Olympics through Wednesday and into Thursday. More likely we'll see that thunderstorm risk in the UK through Thursday, but there is a risk through Wednesday afternoon and into the evening. Away from that thunderstorm risk, though, temperatures still in the mid-20s and the high 30s are still possible. Have a great day.
The latest GB News travel.
Good morning, I'm Russell Holding. On the M80 in Stirling, the northbound exit at Junction 9 at Bannockburn is closed for emergency repairs. Trains have been stopped southbound from Gloucester to Bristol Parkway because of a broken down train. In Berkshire, the A329 is partly blocked eastbound at the Jennets Park roundabout in Bracknell, with delays towards there from Junction 10 of the M4. In London on the North Circular, it's down to a single lane westbound just before the Crooked Billet interchange at Walthamstow after an accident, with queues from the A12 at Redbridge, with queues too down the M11 for a couple of miles towards the North Circular. Also in London, the A23 is closed northbound along Purley Way between Purley and Croydon after an accident. On the M3 in Hampshire, there's a lane closed southbound after an accident between junctions 12 and 13 from Eastleigh to Chandler's Ford, with queues from junction 11 south of Winchester. And in Somerset, the A361 is closed each way at Southwick after an accident causing queues. That's the latest.
You can stay up to date throughout the day by visiting our website, gbnews.com.
Welcome back, 10:37. This is Britain's Newsroom on GB News.
Well, Norfolk Constabulary has topped the table for bringing shoplifters to justice, with nearly half of all store thefts solved.
That means it is the best performing force for catching and prosecuting shoplifters, with a charging rate 6 times that of bottom-ranked Metropolitan Police.
So how are they managing it? Well, the Chief Constable there is known as Mr Back to Basics, and we're delighted to say we can talk to him now. He is Paul Sanford. Chief Constable, good morning to you. Congratulations. Shopkeepers, the length and breadth of the country, will be thinking, can you now move away from Norfolk and come to our part of the world, because police forces are not taking it seriously. How have you taken it seriously, and how have you managed to break it? so successfully?
Good morning, Andrew. Good morning, Bev. I think the first thing I'd say is we take all crime seriously. Crime is our priority. We focus on the things that we believe the public wants us to do well. That's answer the phone quickly, get to jobs promptly, and investigate crime well. And that focus on crime, from Chief Constable downwards, is having a positive effect. You've made reference to our successes. We are solving more shoplifting crimes than we have for many years. I want to do more in that regard, but it's about having the right focus, focusing on crime and treating these crimes with the seriousness that they deserve.
It might sound like a stupid question, Paul, but most people are going, well, hang on a minute, don't the police just focus on crime anyway? Is that not what every constabulary is doing?
Yeah, of course we focus on crime, but we've really drilled down into that. We recognise the impact that being a victim of shoplifting has on our high streets. We recognise that there's a call for policing to do more, and through a number of clear tactics, we are starting to have an impact. And I think in time it will have a deterrent effect on the offenders who are plaguing our high streets.
Paul, in a very practical way, what are you doing that my local co-op that has on average about £1,000 a day being nicked from that shop, how are you doing it? Oh. Sorry, Paul, bear with us. We've had a technical glitch there. Sorry, if you could just answer that question. What are you doing on a practical level?
So we get to jobs quickly to ensure that we can gather all of the key evidence, normally CCTV, but commence our investigation swiftly. I think the critical thing, though, thereafter, is when we do arrest an offender, we investigate them for all of their criminality. What we've found too often is that offenders are being investigated on multiple occasions and sometimes by multiple forces. What we seek to do is really focus on the offender's behaviour beyond the one act that we might have arrested them for, and then put the strongest possible case in front of the courts. So in a recent example, we had an offender or a pair of offenders who'd operated over 26 counties stealing from Morrison's supermarkets over a 6-month period. We dealt with all of that offending, and as a consequence of that, the two offenders were imprisoned, and we stopped a crime spree that was affecting the whole country. So our focus is really in getting into the offenders and dealing with everything in one go so that I get the maximum possible sanction.
And Chief Constable, if the shop tells you that £195 worth of stuff has been pinched, do you still investigate? Is there a ceiling by which you do or don't investigate a shoplifting offence?
No, we investigate that. A shoplifter can steal £195 from plenty of shops in a day and come away with a very big profit.
Yeah.
And of course, we recognise that for our high streets, £195 is a significant amount of money, particularly for some of our smaller and independent stores. That could be a week's profit. Crime is crime, and we deal with it.
And when you say, you respond quickly to reports of shoplifting, so you get the police officers there in quick time, as you say, get the information and the evidence needed. But why aren't other forces doing that, Paul?
Well, I'm not going to comment on other forces. They have different policing demands to that which we do. Across UK policing, there are significant efforts to improve our response towards shoplifting. Of course, as police chiefs, we all have a limited number of police officers to deploy to a growing range of demand pressures. But what I'll do is I'll speak about my own county. In our county, we treat crime as a priority. We called it the core part of policing. We get out to jobs quickly, we investigate crime well, and we're determined to bring offenders to justice.
And Chief Constable, do you, dare I ask this, is there the rare species of the Bobby on the beat ever seen in Norfolk? Because you don't see them much where I live.
We do our very utmost to ensure that visibility still takes place.
Because that's a really important part of deterrent, isn't it?
It is an important part of deterrent. But what I say about visibility, the one group of our society that I particularly want to see police officers are our criminals. They are the ones who I direct my officers towards. They're the ones who really need to see visible policing. And sometimes that's by knocking on their door, that's ensuring that we've got criminal behaviour orders in place, banning them from stores, and we follow up and we check on those orders. It's our criminals who I most want to see visible policing. So where I am limited in how much time I can ask our bobbies to spend on the beat, the streets I want them to be walking down are the streets that our criminals are walking down.
I presume also, Paul, you must be mindful that petty crime, let's call it petty, I don't think it is, shoplifting, those wrong-uns are often, it will escalate into something else. And maybe the money that they get from shoplifting, they can buy some drugs and they can sell some drugs, or they carry a knife, or whatever it is. So are you mindful of clamping down on the shoplifting will stop that escalation of crime?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of truth in that. But I don't consider it to be petty crime in the first place. Some of these shoplifters, particularly the shoplifting gangs, steal in significant quantities. I mean, I gave that case example earlier. You know, there's a group that had managed to take over £60,000 from a supermarket chain. That's not petty crime. That's serious criminality that needs a robust policing response, and that's what we endeavour to give.
Can we ask you one final question, Chief Constable? Would you like to hand your notice in Norfolk and Statbury, please, and come and run the Metropolitan Police, which I know you're not going to agree with this, but is a total shambles. We'd love to see you sorting out our streets here in our great capital city.
I would disagree with that. And
I knew you'd say that.
The policing of London is so different to the challenges in Norfolk. And look, I'm going to stand up for my colleagues in London. Across policing, there are police officers who are doing their very, very best to deliver the best possible policing for the communities that they serve. And that's an increasingly difficult role. It's difficult in Norfolk, it's particularly difficult in London. And I think that they do a fine job. What we're trying to do here, though, is provide the policing that other communities in Norfolk want from us. And I think locally we're delivering really good things.
Also, just let me ask you, what's your job satisfaction rate like in Norfolk? I'm going to stick my neck out and say, with a leader like you there, I imagine that there's a lot more job satisfaction when you're actually putting away the baddies than in areas where that isn't happening.
So you certainly join policing to do just that, don't you? That's why I joined 25 years ago.
Chief Constable, we're going to have to let you go because the Home Secretary's just about to speak in Southport. But thank you so much for joining us. This is the Home Secretary in Southport. She is laying a wreath where there are many flowers already. As you know, terrible tragedy in Southport yesterday where a knifeman killed 2 little girls, 6 children are in hospital, in Alderhay Hospital, and 2 adults. So the Home Secretary, Yvette Cooper, is laying a wreath there. I think that is the Chief Constable also of the
Merseyside Police there.
She's laying a wreath too. I'm sure the Home Secretary, Yvette Cooper, will be saying something. Not long in the job is she, Yvette Cooper, and this is the brutal reality of policing and government.
That's right. As we know, there were 25 little girls, I presume there were mainly little girls, I think, in this dance, Taylor Swift-themed dance and yoga workshop. One of the organisers, Leanne Lucas, who's 35, she's fighting for her life at the moment in hospital. This is the latest news we have about this. She has another teacher with her. She did, Heidi Barlow was her name. She's 35. And she, between them, these 2 ladies, Heidi is also in hospital, saved 16 other children. There were 25
incredible bravery, isn't it? Incredible.
Aged between 6 and 11. 9 children were taken to hospital. 6 of them are in a critical condition. 2 of them, of course, tragically lost their lives.
And if you're listening on the radio, the Home Secretary, she's now looking at some of the bouquets. There's dozens and dozens of bouquets with messages to the families, because this is a community in total shock and trauma. She is, and the Chief Constable is there too, and I'm sure she's going to say a few words. And we are getting updates all the time on the condition of the children in hospital, 6 in hospital, and 2 adults, one of whom we know is the 35-year-old yoga teacher who was in a critical condition. It is an extraordinary thing, isn't it? And
Taylor Swift herself has actually paid tribute.
I thought she would.
This morning. I wondered when she might say something. She said they were just little kids at a dance class. She's paid tribute to the Southport stabbing victim. She tells fans she is completely in shock at the loss of life and innocence.
I can remember there was a similar reaction. Remember Ariana Grande after the terrible killings at the concert in Paris, in France, some years ago, and the Home Secretary's just emerging now. I think she's now about to say a few words to the media, in which case we will listen to what she's got to say.
Quiet residential street, actually, and Southport is a lovely little town on the coast in Merseyside. Not far from Liverpool, not far from Manchester even.
It's on Merseyside, isn't it?
Yeah, it is Merseyside, yeah, and...
it's what you call posh Merseyside.
It is, yeah, it is. And actually, the building where the attack took place is a community centre, so they've obviously... From the goodness of their hearts, these young women have put on this holiday activity because parents are at work, children are off school, and actually, as a mum of 2 daughters, when they were that age, I can't think of anything they would have rather done than go to a little Taylor Swift workshop, making bracelets, doing some dancing, listening to Taylor Swift music. Should have been an absolutely blissful day of summer holidays, and instead turns to absolute tragedy. Taylor Swift's message on Instagram, let me just tell you what she wrote. She says, "The horror of yesterday's attack in Southport is washing over me continuously, and I'm just completely in shock. The loss of life and innocence and the horrendous trauma inflicted on everyone who was there, the families and the first responders. These were just little girls at a dance class. I'm at a complete loss for how to ever convey my sympathies to these families," says Taylor Swift.
We'll keep you updated throughout that. The Home Secretary hasn't spoken yet. I suspect she will. She may choose to speak in a different area, perhaps not quite so close to the scene. Now, the High Court has ruled that an emergency ban on puberty blockers imposed by the previous government to stop teenagers being given this medicine was lawful.
That's right. Health Secretary Wes Streeting said that he welcomed the court ruling, saying that children's healthcare must be evidence-led.
We're going to talk now to the human rights campaigner and activist Peter Tatchell. Peter, this was a very high-profile action by the last government. The action has been upheld by the courts and backed by the current government in the form of Wes Streeting. Do you welcome the decision of the court?
Well, the judge said that the decision was lawful. So what the judge was saying was the government had the legal right to make that decision to ban puberty blockers. It was not a judgment about whether puberty blockers were appropriate or not. In fact, the judge said that this should be a clinical decision rather than a court decision about whether puberty blockers were provided to those children who clinicians decide needed them. So it wasn't a judgment against puberty blockers, it was just a judgment that the government had the legal right to introduce the ban.
But we did have the judgment against puberty blockers, Peter, in that landmark report by Harriet Cass, a distinguished child psychologist and paediatrician, who said what was happening to children was wrong, and that puberty blockers should be banned for children, for teenage children. And she was particularly appalled that parents often hadn't even been consulted when kids were being given them.
That is not what Cass said at all. The Cass report said that the provision of puberty blockers should proceed with caution and not be either banned or provided on a generalised basis. She was saying that, in her view, there wasn't enough evidence. But that is untrue. First of all, the Cass report was extraordinary. No trans people, organisations or clinicians and doctors involved in gender issues were on the advisory board. So the advisory board was undertaken without any input from trans people or doctors who deal with trans people. Now, can you imagine if there was a report on black and ethnic minority people with no black and ethnic minority people involved in that report? It's quite outrageous, the Cass report, the way it operated. Dr. Cass herself had no experience or knowledge or background in dealing with these issues. So I do think we have to draw a question mark over that Cass report and recognise that it did raise issues of concern, and that's perfectly valid.
Peter, it said that they should no longer be given to anyone under 18 on safety grounds. That's what she said.
Well, I think she said that should be on the basis that in normal circumstances they should not be given to young people under 18.
And she's the ex-president of the Royal College of Paediatrics. She knows her stuff, Peter.
Yeah. Well, someone can be a part or a member of the Royal College of Paediatrics, but have no knowledge or understanding of gender dysphoria issues. And I want to repeat that she was saying that, yes, there should be no blanket provision, but she wasn't ruling out the possibility of puberty blockers in some circumstances. But she was urging caution, and that's fair enough.
Peter, we're very short in time, but tell us, why should children be allowed to have puberty blockers? What would be the benefits?
Well, we have examples of thousands of young trans people across the world who've been given puberty blockers, and clinicians, not politicians or judges, but clinicians have ruled that they are for the benefit of those young people, that they have enhanced their lives, that they have helped them overcome the stress and anxiety of gender dysphoria. So we should listen.
We've been beaten by the clock, Peter, but good to see you. Human rights campaigner activist Peter Tatchell there. We're going to bring you the latest from Southport in just a moment. Don't go anywhere.
A brighter outlook with Box Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Good morning, welcome to your latest GB News weather update brought to you from the Met Office. It's going to be another very hot day, likely hotter today than yesterday. Dry and sunny for most of us, and it will stay warm and humid overnight as well. There's still a weak weather front across northwestern areas, bringing some hazier sunshine to parts of Northern Ireland, Northern England, into parts of Wales through this morning. That will sink southwards slowly through the day into central areas of England, bringing the hazier sunshine here. But elsewhere, long-lived, strong sunshine, and it will feel very warm indeed. As I said, hotter today than yesterday. 32 degrees is possible in the south and east. Could be the hottest day of the year so far. Widely, though, we're in the mid to high 20s across England and Wales. And it is going to be a hotter day for parts of Scotland and Northern Ireland too. Across the far north of Scotland, the Northern Isles, we've got a bit of a brisker breeze, a risk of the odd shower here. Dry, though, elsewhere across Scotland. Temperatures still in the 20s this evening. To Northern Ireland as well. A bit more cloud around, particularly across southeastern areas. That hazier sunshine into central areas of England and Wales. But across the south coast, temperatures still in the high 20s this evening. If you are heading to the beach, sea temperatures are around 18 degrees across the south coast at the moment. Now, as we head into Wednesday, it should stay dry overnight. We've still got high pressure dominating our weather. There will be a bit of mist and fog developing here and there. And across the north of Scotland, it will still stay fairly fresh overnight. Temperatures still dipping down into the single figures. A different story further south, temperatures in the mid to high teens, and the humidity starting to increase overnight tonight. And that's because we've got this threat of thunderstorms coming ever closer from the near continent. That may affect the Olympics through Wednesday and into Thursday. More likely we'll see that thunderstorm risk in the UK through Thursday, but there is a risk through Wednesday afternoon and into the evening. Away from that thunderstorm risk, though, temperatures still in the mid-20s and the high 30s are still possible. Have a great day.
That warm feeling inside from Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Celebrate a spectacular summer with your chance to win an incredible £30,000 in tax-free cash in our Great British Giveaway. It's the biggest prize of the year so far, and it's totally tax-free. What would you spend that on? Luxury holidays, a new car, or just put it away for a rainy day? Whatever you do with £30,000 in tax-free cash, make sure you don't miss out on a chance to make it yours. For another chance to win £30,000 in tax-free cash, text cash to 63232. Text costs £2 plus one standard network rate message. You can enter online at gbnews.com/win. Entries cost £2, or post your name and number to GB07 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 5 p.m. on the 30th of August. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Welcome to State of the Nation, daily plunge into the stories shaping our country. I'm Jacob Rees-Mogg, and Monday to Thursday we bring you the insights, the facts, the truth about how our country is being governed. Because what happens in Downing Street matters down your street. Tune in to State of the Nation every Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Tune in to Friday Night Live with me, Mark Dolan. GB News royalty with your perfect start to the weekend. Lucky us. Feisty and fearless guests.
Well, I'm a normal person, so ask me.
Honest opinions that raises more questions than a Gary Barlow tax return. And a few surprises along the way. Might be cold in this studio. That is Friday Night Live with me, Mark Dolan. 8 to 9 only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Patrick Christie's. Every weeknight from 9, I bring you 2 hours of unmissable, explosive debate and headline-grabbing interviews. What impact has that had?
We got death threats and the bomb threats on.
As time passes,
She could have saved Storm.
You made my argument for me. My guests and I tackle the issues that really matter with a sharp take on every story.
Went everywhere.
something practical could be done.
Or I can become something different.
Patrick Christie's tonight from 9 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Are the newspapers getting you down?
My wife didn't divorce me that month.
Struggling to separate the wheat from the chaff?
I know that it's a bit of a circus at the best of times.
Well, don't worry, Headliners has got you covered. We'll take the burden of reading the day's news, and if we get depressed, who cares? It's an occupational hazard, frankly. That's Headliners on GB News from 11 p.m. till midnight, and the following morning, 5 till 6 a.m. on GB News, the comedy channel. Nah, just kidding. Britain's news channel.
Good morning, 11 a.m. on Tuesday, the 30th of July, live across the UK. This is Britain's Newsroom with Andrew Pearce and Bev Turner.
Very good morning to you. So, of course, we're reflecting on the Holiday Club horror. Home Secretary Yvette Cooper has paid tribute to victims of this frenzied knife attack at a dance class in Southport yesterday.
Pensions impaired, it's a perfectly legitimate question. The Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, is now having to defend her decision to scrap winter fuel payments for up to 10 million pensioners.
And hate merchant Amgen Chowdhury could face life behind bars. He's sentenced for directing a terrorist organisation later today.
And did you realise it was hot? And if it's hot, you need to put your sun cream on and your sunglasses and drink water. That's the message from the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, because today we're facing our highest temperature this year of 30 degrees. Woohoo! How was my woohoo?
That was a better woohoo.
I just think the Mayor of London is ridiculous.
Yes.
On many levels. But this one is particular. You go on a tube, there's all these stupid messages. You get all these messages tannoyed. You know, the tube is late, as usual, and you're going, if it's hot weather, carry some water.
On
if
the
you're feeling
steps.
faint, every step
Every
you walk
step
on
will
tells
say, like,
you.
watch your step or walk carefully.
It is infantilising this country. Mind your own business, Mr Mayor.
We're living in a
just sort
world.
the traffic out.
It feels like we're living in a world where the children are treated like adults and the adults are treated like children.
Yeah.
It's all back to front.
Did you know you had to put sunblock on if it's a temperature of nearly 100 degrees?
Don't get too hot. gbnews.com/you're safe. First, though, the very latest news with Sophia.
Bev, thank you. Good morning. It's just gone 11 o'clock. Your top story this hour. The Home Secretary has paid tribute to those affected by yesterday's knife attack in Southport, saying she'd do everything to support the community. Yvette Cooper laid flowers at the scene moments ago, where 2 children lost their lives. 6 other children and 2 adults remain in a critical condition after what was described as a ferocious attack at a Taylor Swift-themed dance and yoga workshop. The pop star has also paid tribute this morning, saying she's in shock at the loss of life and horrendous trauma, and they were just little kids. A 17-year-old boy remains in custody on suspicion of murder and attempted murder. One local resident told GB News the whole community is in a state of shock.
It's shocking, absolutely shocking. I was just saying before, I heard the news last night and it did not get to me. It was really upsetting, and it's just one of them things we will never forget. Definitely not in my lifetime and lifetimes after that. I mean, it's in our blood, isn't it? In our history. You know, anything that terrible happens, you know, we all come together. You know, this is just not representative of what Merseyside is like. You know, it's a lovely place.
Now, a 6-year-old girl who went missing from a southeast London estate yesterday has been found. Udini was reported missing from a housing estate in Greenwich late yesterday after she was seen in CCTV footage walking out of her house. Police say they're very pleased to report she's been found safe and well. They thanked everyone who shared the appeal. Jeremy Hunt says he was angered by the Chancellor's speech yesterday, which blamed the Conservatives for a reported £20 billion black hole in public finances. It's after Rachel Reeves accused the previous government of covering up the true state of Britain's economy before announcing a series of cuts aimed at saving £5.5 billion. But the Shadow Chancellor told GB News the new government is shifting the blame.
Perfectly all right to disagree with good Conservative plans to deal with the challenges on public finances. But what you can't do is junk the plans that we had in place and then blame the black hole that you have on the previous Conservative government. And the single most pressing thing, I think, for most GB News listeners is the soaring welfare bill. And welfare reform was junked from the King's speech. So, you know, this is a political choice that the new Labour government has made. They knew they were going to do it all along, and they should have been upfront about that, not trying to pass the blame on to their predecessors.
In other news, the first public hearing in a long-awaited public inquiry into the Omagh bomb will start later. The probe is led by Chairman Lord Turnbull and will examine whether the atrocity could reasonably have been prevented by authorities. The bombing, which was carried out by dissident Republicans in 1998, killed 29 people, including a woman who was pregnant with twins. Today's hearing marks the first time that all of the bereaved families will come together. 2 Just Stop Oil protesters have been arrested at Heathrow Airport on suspicion of criminal damage. It comes after orange paint was sprayed on passenger information screens and on the floor inside the airport's Terminal 5. Police remain at the scene this morning as a precaution while they deal with any further offences. In Paris, the men's triathlon event was cancelled this morning just hours before it was due to start, and that's due to pollution in the River Seine. The race was due to start at 8 o'clock this morning. Swimming training sessions were also cancelled on Sunday and Monday because of the water quality. A statement from World Triathlon said they're monitoring the water quality and contingency plans are in place in case pollution levels don't improve. The race, scheduled for this morning, will now take place tomorrow, following the end of the women's race. And today could be the hottest day of the year so far, with temperatures in some areas expected to soar beyond 32 degrees. The Met Office says some places in England and Wales are likely to exceed the criteria needed to define a heatwave. But you'd be best to make the most of it. Thunderstorms are predicted to break the heat later in the week. Those are the latest GB News headlines for now. I'm Sophia Wensler, more in half an hour.
For the very latest GB News direct to your smartphone, sign up to News Alerts by scanning the QR code or go to gbnews.com/alerts.
Welcome to Britain's Newsroom, live across the UK with me, Bev Turner, and Andrew Pearce.
I was very struck by what Sia was saying in the news bulletin, that the triathlon has been cancelled today at the Olympics because the River Seine is too polluted. I was just looking, as recently as February, the ludicrous figure that is President Macron boldly promised to swim in the Seine because he said it had all been cleaned up because it had been largely, people wouldn't swim in it. He said pollution reduction in the Seine is one of the positive impacts of the Games. We've made extraordinary investments into making the river swimmable again. Asked by journalists whether he'd bathe in it, Macron said, "Me, yes, I'll go in, and I know you'll all be there when I do it." He hasn't been in yet. Perhaps he should go in today. Well, that's what he expects the Olympic athletes
quite. We've actually got a good chance of winning the gold medal, actually, in the men's triathlon.
If the
women go tomorrow.
They don't choke on the pollution.
If they don't get E. coli. And actually, the women's triathlon, I think, is going to go ahead tomorrow before the men. So they'll send the women in, and if they all get out all right, they might let the men do it the next day.
Women first, of course. So and partly, of course, this is because they've had incredibly heavy rain.
Yes.
In France,
yeah, they have.
Which adds to the pollution. I mean, look, I'm not saying our rivers are not a bit of a basket case. They are.
Yeah.
This is difficult for the French president.
Let's just give a shout-out to our GB News medal hopefuls, Alex Yee, Beth Potter, Georgia Taylor-Brown and Kate Walker, because we're good at triathlon in this country, so good luck Team GB.
And also to Team GB, which is doing very, very well. And whatever you... Tom Daley, God, don't you love him?
Oh, I love him.
Another medal.
Honestly, I mean, I've said before, I love the Olympics. My poor other half couldn't care less about sport. So every evening at the moment, I'm watching an hour of swimming while he sits there with his iPad and some headphones on, watching some car programme or something.
I did think...
Widower.
What's the guy who won the mountain biking gold medal? Tom...
Don't know.
Well, it was extraordinary. He was 40 seconds behind.
Yes.
Overhauled the French guy, beat the French guy.
Right on the
gold,
last.
And today is his 25th birthday.
Yeah, right on the last corner.
Right on the last.
Yeah.
Tom Pidcock, that's his name. There he is. What a hero.
Yeah.
What a hero. Even though his team weren't ready for him when his bike punctured. Isn't that what they're there
Nothing
for?
works.
No.
Right, Taylor Swift has broken her silence on this awful knife attack that happened in Southport yesterday.
She's put a message out on social media and she says, the horror of yesterday's attack in Southport is washing over me continuously. I'm completely in shock. These were just little kids at a dance class. Absolutely right, isn't she?
Yeah, she is. And a 17-year-old young man, a boy, has been arrested after 2 children were, of course, killed. 9 others were injured. 6 of them continue to be in a critical condition.
2 adults trying to protect the children are also in a critical condition. We've got the picture there of the 35-year-old dance teacher, Leanne Lucas, who has critical injuries. She went to help the children with the fellow dance teacher, Heidi Barlow, who was also injured.
That's Heidi there we're looking at on the scene. We understand that her condition is not as serious, but, you know, good-hearted, beautiful young women just wanting to help these girls, help the community, help the working parents who dropped off the kids to have a lovely day in the summer holidays. Awful. Let's speak now to Mark White, who is with us. What more can we discuss on this, Mark? Because, of course, there are very strict rules about what we can and can't say about the alleged perpetrator.
Yeah, there's a lot of frustration out there, the fact that we're not naming this 17-year-old. The reason we're not doing that is because it's, again, against the law, pure and simple. We would get into an awful lot of trouble. That's why other broadcasters and newspapers are not naming this person either. And that would be the case, really, before anyone has been charged. Nowadays, there are stricter rules about naming individuals before they've been charged, but particularly in this case, because this person is 17, so under the law, they are a child. Under the age of 18, you're classed as a child, and as unpalatable as that is for anybody to actually contemplate being a case, a 17-year-old has those special considerations and protections.
Was it always like that, Mark? When did that... That's always...
It's always been the case that anyone under the age of 18 is classed as a child, even though...
We used to call them juvenile, didn't we? But
indeed.
That's now got... negative connotations, apparently.
But lots of people contacting us and saying, yes, but they named the 2 boys responsible for the murder of James Bolger and others. Yes, they've done that, and regularly the courts will decide to name people of 17, 16, 15, 14 and younger once they're convicted. So if this goes to court, which we expect it will do, if there is a successful conviction, then at that point, it's not even a consideration. It's very probable that the judge would name the individual involved, as we've seen many times before. But until that point is reached, our hands are tied. We can't name someone without breaking the laws or a child.
And we know there's obviously trauma and grief and shock in this community. There will also, Mark, be real anger.
There is anger.
These are their own children.
And one of the things that's fueling the anger in the wider population is a belief that they are not being told the whole truth by the authorities, that the authorities are somehow suppressing relevant information. This all stems back to a period decades ago with the grooming scandal in Rochdale and other northern towns, where for decades the police, social services and others were accused of covering up the extent of the abuse on young, vulnerable white girls by mainly Pakistani heritage males, and there's been a big scandal ever since, and trust in the authorities has from that point on been gradually eroded, and it's, you know, now reached a point where whatever the police say, you know, there is a great deal of suspicion that they are not being told the whole truth, and some of that truth is being kept back. For instance, the status or the immigration status of the person who has been arrested. We understand that they're from an immigrant family, but they themselves were born in the UK, born in Cardiff. That has been said by the police in terms.
And I think also, Mark, am I right in saying that they don't want any information to be spread around online which might jeopardise a conviction? Like, what might they be worried about in terms of misinformation or...?
Well, information that can be prejudicial to a case is what's uppermost in the minds of the judge at the end of the day, who would have to preside over a trial. If anything is said, if information is shared that any jury member further down the road might have been influenced by, subjected to, they always tell them, look, forget what you read and see in the media, social media, judge this case on the fact. But they're always concerned about the potential for people to be influenced by what they're seeing. And there is misinformation out there, because I saw a post that was shared very widely yesterday that named someone. I don't know if that is this individual or not, but it clearly said that this person was on a terror watch list. I don't know, again, if that's true, but saying that this person had come across the English Channel last year on a small boat. We know that's not true.
Yeah.
The police have said in a statement, categorically, that's not true, as this young man was born in Cardiff.
Yeah, OK.
Really interesting, Mark. Thank you for that. And we'll keep you updated on this throughout the day, and also on the condition of the 6 children and the 2 adults who are still in hospital, some of them with critical injuries. OK, up next, the Chancellor confirms the government will start charging this very controversial VAT on private school fees as soon as January. This is Britain's Newsroom on GB News.
If you want your news to be straight talking...
This is a nightmare for the Conservatives again.
Down to earth.
It's not just Nottingham where this is happening, is it?
And most importantly, honest.
Hard-working, middle-class taxpayers, they'll get their book thrown at them.
Then catch me, Martin Daubney, Monday to Friday, 3 till 6 p.m. on GB News, Britain's news channel.
This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
And this week, it's disabled adventurer Nick Wilson and rock engineering director Elliot Dyson-Barber from the Institution of Engineering and Technology.
Yes, earlier this month, Nick Wilson summited Mount Snowdon unaided. The first time this has been attempted with the help of an engineered electric mobility chair called the Rock Climber.
Tell us what you did, when you did it, and why it's so amazing, because it's the first time this has been done, isn't it?
You feel lazy, you should try being me, going up a mountain and I was just pressing the accelerator. these poor buggers had to go and come up behind me. It still hasn't sunk in properly, you know, and to be the first disabled person to do it during Disability Pride Month is... I couldn't have asked for anything else. But it's all possible because of Rock Engineering. You know, they've been working on this for the past 2 years to create this machine. I wouldn't be here because I was struggling a lot with loneliness and isolation. I was very suicidal, and they literally saved my life with this project.
The whole thing came around by accident, you know, meeting Nick, and he kind of highlighted some issues to us in terms of his accessibility, and he you know, he lives in Toaster, near where we're based, and he came down the high street and sort of said, I can't even get into the shops in the high street.
So, Nick, you just mentioned that the kind of place you were in before doing this, you were lonely, suicidal. Yeah. What was it like when you finally managed to scale Snowdon? Because I've done it on foot, and just being for anyone, being in nature and fresh air.
The one word that I think I've used throughout this is freeing. It is when you're so reliant on drop curves. It's freeing that you're not reliant on a hard-standing path or drop curves, wherever. You can, in rock climb, you can literally go anywhere you want. Yeah. And freeing is the big word, and it's amazing.
The People's Channel.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
It's true. You're not wrong. No one will be cancelled. Lovely.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Every Saturday, 10 till 12, we'll bring you all of the news that you need to know. We'll also remind you that there is so much to smile about.
It's my favourite time of the week. I get to relax, enjoy some light-hearted stories, and let Ellie teach me about fashion too.
That's Saturday Morning Live, every Saturday, 10 till 12.
Only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Just a little bit of breaking news now. A judge has issued an arrest warrant for former glamour model Katie Price. She failed to attend a hearing relating to the bankruptcies that she's facing. More on this later.
Is that what they call topless models now? Former glamour models? I thought she was famous for the size of her bust.
Well, she's kind of... Don't talk about that. I've got a slightly booby dress on today, Andrew Pierce. I apologise to our viewers if I'm putting you off
Katie
your
Price
brunch.
couldn't wear a slightly booby dress.
I didn't realise.
She'd have to wear... I mean, she'd like flipping barrage balloons.
I thought I'd put my yellow dress on because it's a sunny day, and then I saw myself in the monitor and I thought, oh, this is a bit too much for daytime viewing, isn't it? So I do apologise.
I don't think Piers or Nigel Nelson
it's
are
lost on him. Let me tell you, it's lost on Andrew Pierce.
Wasted on me. But our two gentlemen commentators, Piers Plotty and Nigel Nelson, seem very happy.
And two gentlemen to mention it.
Yeah, good, let's keep it that way.
I think Bev always looks amazingly elegant.
Thank you, Piers.
Well
That's
said.
very nicely put. Right, OK. Let's talk about, shall we, this cancel culture law. This is Bridget Phillipson, Piers. What is she taking it upon herself to do?
This is the Education Secretary.
Yes,
She's the Education Secretary, and in November, an Act of Parliament was passed, a Freedom of Speech Act, particularly aimed at universities, colleges and students' associations to protect freedom of speech. And Bridget Phillipson, and it's had the royal consent. It's on the statute book, and the law was due to start in the next day or two. But it does need implementation regulation, which she's declined to give, and has said she's going to repeal it. Now, she said all this outside Parliament. She has taken it upon herself, effectively, to repeal an Act of Parliament without the consent of Parliament. It wasn't in the King's speech. And also, this is basically saying it's fine, let's have all this wokery-pokery back in universities and cancelling speakers.
This is why the government brought it forward.
That's why
so many people were being cancelled.
Absolutely.
People
and
like
now...
J.K. Rowling, people like that.
Incredibly, the Labour Party have decided to repeal a freedom of speech bill. It is absolutely unforgivable. I mean, Bridget Phillipson, who's also responsible for the ludicrous VAT on public schools, which she's now admitted does mean there are going to be more pupils and more pressure on state schools. Of
course there are.
Instead of actually improving education in this country, everything she seems to be doing is damaging it. And more than that, nothing was mentioned in the government about the £250 billion of liability for student loans we have, much of which will probably never be repaid. That's a liability this government isn't even focusing on.
Why have they done this freedom of speech thing?
Well, the whole thing is, first of all, they haven't repealed it.
But she says she's going to.
Well, what she says is she doesn't think the Act itself is fit for purpose.
But Parliament passed it.
It did indeed. So, I mean, on the basis of that, she wants to look at it again and see if that can be improved.
But she stopped it being implemented.
Stopped it being implemented.
Which is, I mean, that is beyond law, beyond Parliament. It's a kind of dictatorship stuff we're getting
well,
here.
She says it's too burdensome. She said the legislature would have imposed a burdensome duty on universities to uphold free speech.
Yeah.
I don't care how burdensome it is, they need to uphold free speech.
Free speech is vital.
But
it's the cornerstone of this country.
Absolutely.
I think all of us around this table can agree free speach is the right thing. People shouldn't be cancelled in universities. Point here is you've got to make this work properly. So one of the concerns, for instance, from the Jewish community was that you might get extreme anti-Semites speaking at universities, which would be a problem for Jewish students. So what you're talking about here is how you put certain safeguards in place. Free speech is not unlimited. Free speech carries with it the duty of responsibility, and if the law doesn't work properly to guarantee that, then it needs to be reviewed.
But she's decided off her own bat
that's what I'm saying.
that the law it isn't fit for purpose when it's been passed through Parliament, it's on the statute book, it's had the royal assent. This business was not mentioned in the King's speech. Actually, neither was taking away the money from pensioners for the heating allowance. I mean, it's what isn't in the King's speech is the most sinister thing about this government already.
It is curious that a Secretary of State can just say, I'm not doing it.
Well,
no debate in Parliament. But she just said it's happening.
And she said it outside Parliament.
Well,
outside Parliament.
What she can do is she can review it and see if this can be improved.
Right.
I mean,
she hasn't reviewed it. She's stopped it.
Well, I mean, she stopped it being implemented at this moment in the same way that the Illegal Migration Act also passed through Parliament, and that's been stopped in its tracks. So there's nothing.
But we knew that was going to happen because they said they were going to block the Rwanda immediately.
They were going to do that.
We knew nothing about the freedom of speech.
No, I mean, this has come out since they've actually been elected.
There's an irony here, Nigel, that the whole thing about freedom of speech wasn't mentioned at any point during a general election campaign for 6 weeks, when we were all talking about they never mentioned it once this was going to happen.
The King's speech came about after they were elected as well, and this was not mentioned in it.
No, but
I think freedom of speech is a fundamental issue.
No, but I agree
and this is,
we're on the same side on
and
freedom of speech, but do you also agree, Piers, that it has to actually be implemented with careful thought?
I do. That's why the law was passed in the first place.
Yes,
and if you listen to Toby Young on this subject, he's very good on it.
Through properly. That there were anomalies in it. That
it was thought through properly.
It was the kind of speakers who might appear at university, whether or not you'd end up with some hate speech as a result of this. All those things weren't taken into consideration, and what Bridget Phillipson is saying is, let's do that now.
They were taken into consideration. They debated it. I mean, this is
and some
crazy.
Of the academics who've been no platform to saying that they're really disturbed by this development.
Yeah, I mean, Kathleen Stock would be the example that she lost her career because of her views on transgender issues, and I think that she was incredibly badly treated. So the principles behind this, I'm agreeing with.
Right.
And as far as I can gather from from the reports, so is Bridget Phillipson. The point really is making this law work properly.
I mean, Bridget Phillipson is only second to Ed Miliband in the disastrousness of her spoutings so far. I mean, she's also the woman during the election who said they were going to reduce Labour would reduce violence against women by 50%. Now, again, pluck a figure from the air. She has not explained how. That wasn't in the King's speech, by the way, and she mentioned this more than once. She went on about it, and we still haven't heard how she, as Education Secretary, is going to reduce violence against women by 50%.
They've confirmed, haven't they, Nigel, that they are going ahead with this flagship bill
in January
to strip private schools of their VAT. Now, I saw to impose VAT on private schools. And I saw a figure the other day saying they're not going to get anything like the money they thought. And I know for a fact grandparents who've raided the bank to pay their grandchildren's school fees for 3 years to avoid the VAT hike.
Yeah, and obviously there will be people who are affected by
and others
this.
who are taking their children out as well.
Yeah, but I mean, the general principle behind it has got to be right on the basis that most parents will stump up that 20% extra, assuming they're charged it. Some schools may use the donations they get to not pass on the fee. But over the last 20 years, school fees have gone up 55%. The same proportion of parents are still sending their children to private schools. That's 7%. So money doesn't seem to be an issue for most people.
Public schools fund their own teachers' pensions, which is not the case in state schools. That's the reason, one of the major reasons that the costs have gone up in private schools, or public schools as we still quite rightly call them. And also, the point is public schools are bastions of educational excellence. funds. And instead, and what Bridget Phillipson is doing is penalising already great, famous internationally, some of our great assets are our public schools.
The argument
She's penalising them out of spite, socialist spite of the worst kind.
State schools also ought to be bastions of excellence.
But you don't achieve that by punishing the children of the families who have either saved or worked really hard or aspiring to private schools.
It's the worst kind of...
6,500 more teachers.
It's the worst kind of socialist...
Which will help the state school sector.
It's such a nonsense figure. Where are they going to find these 6,500 teachers? Nobody wants to do it as a job.
It
takes a few years to train
yes,
them.
it won't happen round the corner. I appreciate
exactly, but in the meantime, you're taking children out of schools who have got a settled life in a school, and sometimes those kids are in those private schools, not because their parents are wealthy, but because they might have learning needs and they need a smaller classroom.
And they'll be protected.
Or they were bullied. No, they'll only be protected if they've got a statement. They'll only be protected if they've got an educational healthcare statement. And a lot of kids are not that challenged.
Well, you've got to have some...
That they have the state already paying their fees. And those kids are only protected because the state already pays their private school fees. What I'm talking about are the kids with dyslexia or a bit of ADHD or a bit of autism. And they can exist in a school.
And should have been statemented on the basis of that.
So that means the government paying more people's... Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, but
you can't pay everybody's school fees. So the children who have statements are the ones who have more extreme disabilities.
Yeah, who are protected.
But there
and
will be
also
those
special
children.
schools would be protected as well. They won't have to pay
Yeah, but the government
20%.
already pay their fees.
But actually,
if you have a child
children of the armed forces and diplomats who had fee assistance in public schools, that has gone. She has cancelled that. And
there are state boarding schools.
It is absolutely outrageous.
There's a tiny number.
We have an education secretary who's anti-education.
Military school in Dover, whereby the kids from the armed forces can go. It's a boarding school, so if they're posted overseas, they can go there. Those boarding fees, although there is no fee for education, those boarding fees are paid for.
By us. And that's OK.
Well, by the taxpayer, yes,
exactly.
of course, because
but what
we're asking our soldiers to go abroad and serve the country.
Totally agree. And in that situation, absolutely, of course, we should be helping those families. But what you're talking about here is, well, if you've got a child with any learning needs at all, go and get them statemented. Once you've got that certificate that says my child can't be in education, the government will then pay that child's private school fees. Do you see what I mean? So, like, the ideology of it is more and more, go to the government, they will pay for
all the parents. All the parents who are paying school fees are also paying taxes towards state education.
Yes,
they are. And it is their choice to do this.
Exactly. It is their choice. So why should the general taxpayer have to subsidise that?
They're not subsidising it.
We're all subsidising
rubbish. That's completely untrue.
Of course
you're now penalising them and taking money off people.
We're subsidising it by allowing them to avoid 20% of VAT. That money has to come from somewhere else,
but
and that will be the general taxpayer.
The parents of children at private schools are subsidising the state sector, because children at private school, they aren't taking.
But they're making that choice for themselves in the same way.
And that's okay, because you know what? I like a country where you have a choice.
I quite like parents to have a choice.
But why should everybody else have to pay for that choice? If you want,
they're not paying for it.
If you want private health, you can have private health. That's fine. Spend the your money as you wish. Everyone should have the right to do that. Other people shouldn't subsidise it. Private health is not subsidised by the general taxpayer.
But they aren't.
Neither is private school education, and to claim it is nonsense. Absolute nonsense.
They are businesses, and if they're not paying VAT, that money has to come from elsewhere.
And they also do some very important work in local community. There are also lots of bursaries for children from poorer backgrounds. That's all going to go, Piers. All going to go, because that'll be the first thing they'll cut, will be the bursaries for the kids.
Well, when you talk about health as well, and private health, something that for a long time I've believed we should be doing is I think it's 400,000 people from abroad come to take advantage of our private health service. Why don't we tax them? And use that money to go into the National Health Service.
Anybody who comes to live here from abroad must pay the NHS surcharge. If
how many do?
Not if they're using private service. They're not living here. I'm not talking about people living here. I'm talking about people who come specifically just for special private medical treatment. And there are hundreds of thousands of them.
Yeah.
If we charge them £10 for each procedure, we would be raising millions for the National Health Service.
We're starting to see, aren't we, what life under a Labour government looks like. And I think this idea of less choice, Nigel Nelson, we will be coming back to this.
And the nanny state.
Right, news headlines now. Sophia Wensler's waiting for us.
Bev, thank you. Good morning. I'm Sophia Wensler in the GB Newsroom. Your headlines. The Home Secretary has paid tribute to those affected by yesterday's knife attack in Southport. Yvette Cooper laid flowers at the scene this morning where 2 children lost their lives. 6 other children and 2 adults remain in a critical condition after what was described as a ferocious attack at a Taylor Swift-themed dance and yoga workshop. The pop star also made a statement this morning saying she's in shock at the loss of life and horrendous trauma, and they were just little kids. A 17-year-old boy remains in custody on suspicion of murder and attempted murder. GB News can reveal that more than 3,000 small boat migrants have crossed the English Channel since Labour came to power. The milestone figure was passed as at around 400 migrants reached British waters since yesterday morning. The figure for the year so far is almost 17,000. 2 Just Stop Oil protesters were arrested at Heathrow Airport this morning after orange paint was splattered in the terminal. 2 suspects were detained on suspicion of criminal damage. Police remain at the scene this morning as a precaution while they deal with any further offences. In Paris, a men's triathlon event was abruptly cancelled this morning due to pollution in the River Seine. A statement from World Triathlon said they're monitoring the water quality and contingency plans are in place in case it doesn't improve. The race is now scheduled for tomorrow morning. And today could be the hottest day of the year so far, with temperatures in some areas expected to soar beyond 32 degrees. The Met Office is forecasting dry and warm conditions with lots of sunshine. The heat is expected to peak in southern England and Wales later today, but you'd be best to make the most of it as thunderstorms are predicted to break the hot spell later in the week. Those are the latest GB News headlines for now. I'm Sophia Wensler, more in half an hour.
For the very latest GB News direct to your smartphone, sign up to News Alerts by scanning the QR code or go to gbnews.com/alerts.
Cheers Britannia Wine Club proudly sponsors the GB News Financial Report.
And here's a quick snapshot of today's markets. The pound will buy you $1.2863 and €1.1872. The price of gold is £1,858 and 28 pence per ounce. And the FTSE 100's at 8,267 points.
Cheers Britannia Wine Club proudly sponsors the GB News Financial Report.
Tom and Emma Webb are here with us to tell us what's in Good Afternoon Britain. What have you got, guys?
Oh, it's a busy show. As usual, 12 till 3 is the time when things happen. There are going to be live events. The sentencing of Anjem Chowdhury being one. He, of course...
Again. It's a very long sentence.
Well, let's hope so, because, of course, he's been before the law before and he gets out and then he starts hate preaching again. That's, of course, the man who celebrated 9/11.
Probably in isolation as well.
Good. So
yes.
he
can't radicalise anyone else.
In other people's minds.
Well, because he was released from his previous sentence as soon as his conditions were over. He immediately offended again if, of course, he will be sentenced.
By many accounts, Muslim gangs pretty much run the prison service, the prison community.
Well, there is a remarkable sense of people going to prison with no religion and coming out radicalised. And I suppose it is something about the way in which prisons are run. Obviously deeply overcrowded. We haven't built any new prisons virtually in the last 10 years or so. The prison building programme has hit roadblock after roadblock. Local communities saying that badgers need to be protected so prisons can't be built, amongst the many excuses that have held up this programme.
Has it all changed now we've got a Labour government?
Well, Let's hope so.
They're saying they are going to encourage building, don't they?
They did.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Let's see if it happens. But speaking of building, Angela Rayner also up in the Commons this afternoon. Today. Big statement on building. And of course, we're going to be in Southport as well. More people heading to the site of that horrific incident all the time.
Rayner, this is a big moment because changing the planning regulations to enable more building on what they now call the grey belt, you and I might call it the green belt, big part of their plans to create growth and jobs.
But of course the question remains, is this the sort of housing that people will want to live in?
That's a big question, and also the devil's in the detail.
Always.
It doesn't sound like this is going to be an overhaul of the system, but just sort of tweaking the system that already exists. Big questions on what actually lies with those targets, with those how those things are built. But yes, that'll be happening in the time as well. Lots more. Besides also...
GBNews exclusive.
The 3,000th illegal migrant has now arrived in Dover since the Labour Party took power. We have exclusive video.
Don't forget they're going to smash the gangs, aren't they?
Right, all that and more with Emma and Tom from midday. But I'm going to go outside now, Andrew Pearce.
Bye. Missing you already. Missing you already.
It's going to be 32 degrees today in some parts of the country. So if Andrew doesn't mind awfully, which he clearly doesn't, I'm going to go outside, and I've been outside before on Britain's Newsroom. Don't go anywhere.
Hello again. Here's your latest GB News weather forecast coming to you from the Met Office. For southern parts of the UK, it is likely to be the hottest day of the year so far. However, further north, it's quite a bit fresher. We have had a cold front pushing through over the last 24 hours or so. That has now decayed and so cleared away. As a result, we're not going to see a huge amount, if any, rain, but it is going to be markedly fresher in the north. A brighter, sunnier picture than it was yesterday. Nonetheless, still some cloud coming and going, and a bit of low cloud perhaps around some Irish Sea coastal parts. But with plenty of sunny skies, especially across England and Wales, temperatures are rising. Highs in the low 30s, 32, possibly 33 Celsius. But like I said, fresher than this further north, high teens, low 20s perhaps. As we go through the end of the day and across parts of Scotland, there may be a bit of showery rain affecting the Northern Isles and perhaps the Outer Hebrides at times too. On the whole, though, it's a dry picture and brighter, sunnier than it was yesterday. Across Northern Ireland, there'll be a bit of cloud coming and going, but there should be some brighter breaks. Meanwhile, across parts of England and Wales, it's a generally fine picture. Lots of sunshine to look forward to as we go through the day, and that sunshine will continue as we go into the evening as well. Overnight, as we go through tonight, we are at risk of seeing a few showers developing across southern parts, and these could start to turn a little bit thundery perhaps. Most places avoiding them, and further north it is going to stay dry with some clear skies. A warm, humid night in the southeast, some places staying above 20 Celsius, noticeably fresher across parts of Scotland, could even get close to a touch of frost in the rural glens of Scotland. As we go through Wednesday then, a bright sunny day for many places. Do watch out for some hefty showers though that could affect some southern parts. Risk of some intense thunderstorms which could cause some localised issues, particularly as we go into the afternoon. Not as hot as today, but nonetheless still seeing temperatures in the low 30s. Bye-bye.
Hi there, I'm Michelle Dewberry and I'm going to take a second to tell you all about my show, Dubes & Co. We start off with the issues of the day. We then bring in both sides of the argument. We get rid of the disrespect. And then you throw me into the mix. And trust me, I'll tell it exactly how it is. And then, of course, the magic ingredient, you at home. We mix it all together and what have we got, in my opinion, the best debate show in town. Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on GB News, Britain's news channel. Good afternoon, Britain.
Your lunchtime update on the stories that matter across the UK.
From breaking news and insightful analysis, inspiring stories and lively debates. You're comparing yourself to a former Prime Minister.
Which is it?
Stay informed, stay updated, stay entertained.
I just don't know how anyone would not want to be there.
Every weekday from midday.
We are Good Afternoon Britain, only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
Hooray!
11:41, this is Britain's News. I'm on GB News with Andrew Pearce and Bev Turner, who is outside. She's going to be talking about the weather. But first, the Home Secretary, Yvette Cooper, has been speaking over the past few minutes. She's in Southport after that shocking knife tragedy. This is what she had to say.
unimaginable what has happened, this devastating and horrific attack. And I think all of our thoughts will be with the families who have been affected, the loved ones who have been lost, and the children who are injured. And it's really important that they get all the support they need. I've been meeting with some of the first responders, the emergency services, the police, fire service and paramedics who were there yesterday and who had to respond with great bravery to make sure that more lives were not lost, and I thank them for the work that they did. There is also a serious criminal investigation underway now, but everyone's thoughts will be with those injured children and just praying for them.
You mentioned the investigation, of course. We heard from Merseyside Police yesterday that it isn't being considered a terror-related incident. How do we know that it's not terror-related?
Well, there is a serious criminal investigation underway because this was a horrific attack. It's important that the police pursue every single avenue, and that is what Merseyside Police are now doing. I support Merseyside Police in that work, but it's immensely important that they need to be able to continue that, and they will provide updates. You'll understand that I'm not going to say anything that would cut across their investigation or prejudice that investigation, as I take that investigation immensely seriously into this truly horrific attack.
We're in a bit of a knife crime epidemic at the moment. You can't really go and listen to the news more than a week without hearing about a knife attack at the moment. What's your government going to do to try and tackle this issue and to prevent attacks like this in our communities?
Well, there would be deep distress right across the country, as well as here in Southport, for this appalling, just truly horrific attack, because it's beyond every parent's worst nightmare. You had what should have been a children's party, having fun in the beginning of the summer holidays, could then turn into something so devastating. There's obviously deep concern about knife attacks across the country, and that's why the Prime Minister has said that is a moral mission to address this. But I think for today, the issue really is about Southport, and the issue is about the families who have been affected in this case, and all of us praying for the injured children and for the little children who have been lost.
I know we're running really tight on time, but I just want to quickly ask.
That's the Home Secretary, Yvette Cooper, speaking in Southport after that terrible knife tragedy. And we echo her sentence. We wish all those children well, and the two adults who are in hospital. Now, we've got this Home and Security Editor, GBNews, Mark White, in studio. You've got a scoop.
Yes, another grim milestone reached in the migrant crisis, with, we can confirm now, more than 3,000 small boat migrants have crossed the English Channel just since Sir Keir Starmer came to power. So in less than a month, 3,200 now we're at. It follows...
Getting on for 1,000 a week. More than 1,000?
Well, it's very significant numbers that are crossing. In fact, just since yesterday, up to 400 migrants have crossed. And what do we put that down to? We put that down to an improvement in the weather, because it's always the same. Whatever the previous government told us about their efforts to stop the number of Channel migrants coming across from France, and how they'd made great inroads the year before. Well, they'd made great inroads in a year that was very unpredictable weather-wise.
And, of course, we saw one migrant was filmed yesterday, thumbs up to the camera, saying, "This is for Rishi Sunak." He would say, of course, if he was here, of course, if the government hadn't cancelled my Rwanda plan, the first plane might, just might, already have taken off to Rwanda with illegal migrants on board.
Well, in truth, the Labour government still has no answer, or at least none that they've revealed with us, about what they can do, what they will do with the many thousands of people who cross the English Channel, or indeed are just illegal overstayers here anyway, who cannot be returned to their home country because that country of origin is deemed to be unsafe. So countries like Iran or Iraq or Syria or Afghanistan, and a multitude of other countries that the lawyers can argue on behalf of the migrants that they can't be returned to. That's why the previous government was looking at Rwanda as a safe third country, and potentially other countries going forward as well. That's why you've got a number of European countries, including Germany, looking now at third countries as a potential to send migrants to. So let's see just how long the Labour government can resist the temptation before they then have to look at a third safe country as well.
All right, that's Mark White with that breaking news, exclusive for GB News. More than 3,000 migrants have come here illegally since Labour got into power. Don't worry, they're going to smash the gangs. Up next, we're going to see where my partner in crime, Bev Turner, is. She's not here, so where is she? This is Britain's Newsroom on GB News.
I'm Christopher Hope. From pop stars to politicians, I'll interview anybody in a pub who's got a political opinion. Join me every Friday on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube or gbnews.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. This is GB News, the People's Channel.
We're proud to be GB News, the People's Channel. And as you know, we always love to hear your views. Now, there's a new way of getting in touch with us at gbnews.com/yoursay. By commenting, you can be part of a live conversation and join our GB News community. You can even talk to me, Bev Turner, or any of the members of the GB News family.
Nana Queer, weekends from 3 p.m.
Now, the last time we spoke, we always talk about the topic of gender and your transition. So talk to me about now, though. What you have done is you've created a comic book about your life and about your transition to tell us things that perhaps the press and media don't talk about.
Yes, so throughout the years, I have always been persuaded to write a book, but I was never ready to disclose so much. And I've been working this beautiful comic book. I brought you a little copy. It's here. You can have a look into it later, where I'm detailing past experiences, growing up in Brazil and then moving to this country, and my struggles, the struggles that I had to go through to become the woman that I'm today. I'm a woman. I'm not a biological woman, but I am a woman. I just cannot have babies because I don't have the female organs, but I'm a woman inside out, therefore I use the female toilet. But what has been going on around, there are a lot of people, they regard themselves as being transgender when they're actually not. They don't have any psychological help, they don't have any medical help. They just wear female clothes and makeup and they call themselves female. And they're the ones using female spaces and take advantage of that. And that is what should stop and be controlled.
But that's the problem, isn't it? So what do you do to stop that? I mean, the suggestion was a third extra space. How would you feel about a third extra space where, you know, this is where if somebody is trans or any of those other things can use rather than using the female toilet?
I don't think that would work, actually, because these people that those people that regard themselves as being females in their minds, they still would use the female toilets.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Join me, Neil Oliver, every Sunday night at 6 p.m. on GB News. And if an hour is not nearly enough for you, go to gbnews.com for special extended episodes online every Friday at 9 p.m, where we can truly get into the nitty-gritty of what's going on. GB News, Britain's news channel.
Well, I don't know where Bev Turner is. We thought we knew where she was, but all will be revealed because England and Wales are set to see temperatures soar above 30 degrees Celsius today. But is the heat here to stay? Well, joining us now is the great journalist on all matters weather, Nathan Rout. Nathan, this is pretty hot, but I just came back from Eastern Europe last week. My God, it went up to 41.6 degrees. Too hot. We're never going to see temperatures like that here, are we?
No, we're unlikely to see that, certainly this afternoon, Andrew. We have seen some temperatures similar to that 2 years ago when we hit 40.3, but I think for today and this afternoon and tomorrow, we're looking more around the low 30s for the southern half of the country and getting a bit cooler, a bit fresher as you go further north. But certainly if you compare it to the rest of the summer so far, it's looking better because, you know, I've been on this show a lot when there's been a heat wave on the way or a snippet of summer on the way. And then within a couple of days, it's gone again. And it does look like this is going to be the story for this one as well. A couple of days of very, very warm weather, very humid weather, very muggy weather. We could break the highest temperature of the year so far, which is 31.8, and that would be today if we do it. But then as we head into the weekend, I am afraid we're getting wetter, windier and more thundery. So make the most of it while you can over the next couple of days.
It's turning into one of the wettest summers, Nathan.
Yeah, it is. It's I've been asked this question a lot. It's turning into pretty much an average summer. Now, there's some quite unusual statistics coming out that said we had the warmest spring on record. If you look at the average temperatures, and last month, June, was, I think, the wettest on record. And this month, depending on what the temperatures come in at the end of the month, there'll be something else. But overall, we've had a pretty average summer, I would say, in terms of temperature and rainfall. That's not taking into account the rainfall we're going to get later in the week with the thunderstorms. But I think what's happened, Andrew, is that over the last few years, we've become so accustomed to seeing much, much higher temperatures and much, much higher temperatures lasting for longer, weeks of 30 degrees C and temperatures in the high 20s. And this year has just seemed a bit of a disappointment. So we're all a bit fed up with it.
It is extraordinary weather, isn't it? Because we all saw, well, I don't know if you could bear to watch the Olympic opening games. As I joked, it's probably still going on, that opening ceremony. It was so tedious. But it was drenched. There was so much rain, and they've had a lot of rain. And today, Nathan, they can't even go in the River Seine to compete in the triathlon because of the pollution. And the French authorities saying that's because of the excessive rainfall they've had in July.
Yes, and also not just that, but the excessive heat that they've had. Now, France and Paris, where the Olympics is going on, part of the Olympics, are going on today, are back into heatwave territory with 35 degrees on the cards for the Games. That's very, very hot for that sort of occasion. And also they are first in the firing line for the thunderstorms that are going to sweep into Europe, which are going to happen tonight. There are warnings in place across Paris tonight for thunderstorms. And it is those thunderstorms which later in the week into Thursday are going to move northwards into the UK, and we are going to get a taste of that. But yes, certainly, as you said, it's been an extraordinary summer of weather in terms of the UK, in that it's been wet and then hot and then wet and then hot, but certainly over Europe, where they have had more heat waves and now these thunderstorms, and it all seems to be, a symptom of our climate, dare I say it, changing before our very eyes.
And we're all very grateful that the Mayor of London has issued some guidance to us all, so we know how to cope in the hot weather, because, of course, none of us would know that you need to perhaps have some water with you, and perhaps even have some sunblock, and perhaps even wear a hat, Nathan. Who'd have thought it?
I'm absolutely astonished, I know. I mean, and this is not even the most severe heat wave we're going to have. We're only really talking about temperatures in the 30s for a couple of days. But yes, there is a UK Health Security Agency heat wave warning in place, and the authorities are warning us all to take care not to frazzle in the sun. I think it's a case of common sense. If we have that anymore, I don't know. Looking around me, Andrew, sometimes I think maybe we have lost an element of that. But a bit of common sense. It's going to be warm over the next couple of days. It's going to be humid over the next couple of days. And if you're going out and if you tend to burn, slap on the sun cream and take some water with you.
Yeah, it's called August.
Called July,
August. Yeah, I mean nearly August, isn't it? So Nathan, just finally, the wet weather that's coming, that is coming from France. Are we going to see those storms across the country?
Right, there is a thunderstorm warning in place tomorrow. That's Wednesday for the south of the country, and then on Thursday it moves really across the whole of England. The thing with thunderstorms is this is a warning area of where they may happen. Thunderstorms are very, very, very difficult to pin down in terms of exactly where they're going to happen, really until hours before they happen. So no, this is not going to happen right across the country, but the warning area is there. And where you do get a thunderstorm, there are warnings for up to 3.5 inches of rain, which is a lot.
That's a lot. All right, Nathan, thank you. That's Nathan. I can now reveal where Bev Turner, my sparring partner, is. Beverly.
Oh, Andrew, it's marvellous out here down at Paddington Basin here in London. The sun is shining, people walking around. Hello, give us a wave. Hopefully not skiving on their lunch break. And all my advice to you today is just go somewhere lovely. Find somewhere like this. This is the Lockhouse bar down here. Somebody has fixed me a nice little drink already, so I am very happy. This is my idea of a wonderful day. I'll be finding some outdoor water this afternoon, maybe not Paddington Basin. I'm probably going to head to one of the Lidos in London this afternoon. So whatever you're doing, enjoy the sunshine. It's a beautiful day.
Certainly is. That's Beverly Turner. That was Britain's Newsroom. That's it from us. We will be back with you, of course, tomorrow at 9:30. Beverly may be back, although she may still. It depends how many of those long drinks she's having. Up next, of course, it's Good Afternoon Britain with Tom and Emily. We'll see you tomorrow. Don't forget, we'll be there with you at 9:30. And if you are out in the sun, wear a hat, put your sunblock on, drink your water.
You really could become the next big Great British Giveaway winner with your chance to win £30,000 in tax-free cash to spend on anything you like. Listen to what some of our previous winners have to say about winning big with us.
On the day that I got the money in the bank account, everything just seemed a lot sunnier.
But I do have something to spend it on.
Just go for it. It's an absolute must.
Thank you, GBNews.
Amazing feeling to win.
For another chance to win £30,000 in tax-free cash, text cash to 63232. Text costs £2 plus one standard network rate message. You can enter online at gbnews.com/win. Entries cost £2 or post your name and number to GB07 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 5 p.m. on the 30th of August. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Welcome to State of the Nation, daily plunge into the stories shaping our country. I'm Jacob Rees-Mogg, and Monday to Thursday we bring you the insights, the facts, the truth about how our country is being governed. Because what happens in Downing Street matters down your street. Tune in to State of the Nation every Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi there, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and I'm going to take a second to tell you all about my show, Jubes & Co. We start off with the issues of the day. We then bring in both sides of the argument. We get rid of the disrespect. And then you throw me into the mix. And trust me, I'll tell it exactly how it is. And then, of course, the magic ingredient, you at home. We mix it all together, and what have we got? In my opinion, the best debate show in town. Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Camilla Tominey, for a frank and honest discussion with those in power that cuts through the spin and gets to the heart of the issues shaping our nation.
You haven't confirmed that you want to stand as leader, but you haven't ruled it out either.
This report basically says that he's not fit to stand trial. Is he indecisive? Incompetent? I deliver the dose of reality Westminster needs. That's the Camilla Tominey Show at 9:30 every Sunday on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Are the newspapers getting you down?
My wife didn't divorce me that month.
Struggling to separate the wheat from the chaff?
I know that it's a bit of a circus at the best of times.
Well, don't worry. Headliners has got you covered. We'll take the burden of reading the day's news, and if we get depressed, who cares? It's an occupational hazard, frankly. That's Headliners on GB News from 11 p.m. till midnight, and the following morning, 5 till 6 a.m. on GB News, the comedy channel. Nah, just kidding. Britain's news channel.
Good afternoon, Britain. It's 12 o'clock on Tuesday, the 30th of July. I'm Tom Harwood.
And I'm Emma Webb.
Southport. As Taylor Swift declares her shock at the mass stabbing, the Home Secretary and others travelled to the site of yesterday's atrocity. We're live on the scene as a quiet community is shaken to its core.
And radical Islamist hate preacher Anjem Choudhury is sentenced today at Woolwich Crown Court. The Islamist preacher, known for his celebration of the 9/11 attacks, was found guilty last week of directing a terror organisation.
And GB News can exclusively reveal that more than 3,000 small boat migrants have illegally crossed the English Channel since Labour came to power. We look at exclusive GB News video of the latest arrivals today in Dover. Amidst it all, 3,000 people coming across in small boats since the general election, since the new government that promised to smash the gangs.
It's absolutely shocking, especially given that they've chosen to scrap the Rwanda plan, saying it won't encourage people to come over. And we've seen footage of a boatload of migrants coming across shouting, "This is for Rishi Sunak."
Yes, that was fascinating. What do you think they meant by that?
Well, I think they mean that they're sort of trying to think of a family-friendly way of putting it. They're sticking it to Rishi Sunak in a way, I think, by saying, "Well, look, we're crossing now. We know we're going to a place where we're going to be welcomed." Because, as we know, even the Home Secretary, Yvette Cooper, has been very outspoken in the refugees welcome shtick.
No, it is interesting. Because there is of course, the government would say that they're going after these gangs, that they're going to be trying to tackle the problem at source. But by not doing anything when they actually arrive in the country, that's sort of, it's almost like a half-pronged approach.
Well, I think the worry as well was that, you know, if you scrap the Rwanda plan and you don't have anything already set in place to replace it, then all you're going to do is incentivise those gangs to come over, which is a point actually that Jeremy Hunt has made, that the Rwanda plan, even in relation to the budget, that was dealing with the amount of taxpayer money that goes on housing these illegal migrants and asylum seekers, is you know, part of that black hole, as it were. And Labour have just scrapped a scheme, and now, of course, we're seeing 3,000 people. That is an enormous number
in just,
of people
what is it,
crossing.
3 weeks? Well, do get in touch with your views. gbnews.com/your say is the way to get involved. We'll get to all of that and more after your headlines with Sophia.
Tom, thank you. Good afternoon from the GB Newsroom. It's just gone 12 o'clock. Your top story this hour. The Home Secretary has paid tribute to those affected by yesterday's knife attack in Southport, saying she'd do everything to support the community. Yvette Cooper laid flowers at the scene moments ago, where 2 children lost their lives. 6 other children and 2 adults remain in a critical condition after what was described as a ferocious attack at a Taylor Swift-themed dance and yoga workshop. The pop star has also paid tribute this morning, saying she's in shock at the loss of life and horrendous trauma, and they were just little kids. A 17-year-old boy remains in custody on suspicion of murder and attempted murder. Yvette Cooper thanked the emergency services for their bravery.
Our thoughts will be with the families who have been affected, the loved ones who have been lost and the children who are injured. I've been meeting with some of the first responders, the emergency services, the police, fire service and paramedics who were there yesterday and who had to respond with great bravery to make sure that more lives were not lost, and I thank them for the work that they did. There is also a serious criminal investigation underway now, but everyone's thoughts will be with those injured children and just praying for them.
Carol Hunt, who was the wife of BBC commentator John Hunt, died from stab wounds, according to Hertfordshire Police. The investigation into the triple murder found that the 2 of their daughters, Hannah and Louise, died from crossbow bolt injuries. Police have still not been able to question a man arrested on suspicion of carrying out the murders. Carl Clifford remains in hospital after he was found in North London with what were thought to be self-inflicted injuries. In a statement, John Hunt thanked those who've sent messages of support to him and his surviving daughter. Now, GB News can reveal that more than 3,000 small boat migrants have crossed the English Channel since Labour came to power. The milestone figure was passed at around 400 migrants reached British waters since yesterday morning. Our analysis revealed that more than 130 small boat migrants have been taken to Dover Harbour so far today. The Border Force vessel Defender arrived at the Kent port shortly before 8 o'clock this morning with the first group of migrants. The figure for the year so far is almost 17,000. In other news, Jeremy Hunt says he was angered by the Chancellor's speech yesterday, which blamed the Conservatives for a reported £20 billion black hole in public finances. It's after Rachel Reeves accused the previous government of covering up the true state of Britain's economy before announcing a series of cuts aimed at saving £5.5 billion. But the Shadow Chancellor told GB News the new government is shifting the blame.
Perfectly all right to disagree with good Conservative plans to deal with the challenges on public finances. But what you can't do is junk the plans that we had in place and then blame the black hole that you have on the previous Conservative government. And the single most pressing thing, I think, for most GB News listeners is the soaring welfare bill. And welfare reform was junked from the King's speech. So, you know, this is a political choice that the new Labour government has made. They knew they were going to do it all along, and they should have been upfront about that, not trying to pass the blame on to their predecessors.
Now, the Omagh bombing inquiry has opened with its chairman, Lord Turnbull, promising it will undertake its task rigorously and fearlessly. The probe will examine whether the atrocity could reasonably have been prevented by authorities. The bombing, which was carried out by dissident Republicans in 1998, killed 29 people, including a woman who was pregnant with twins. Today's hearing marks the first time that all of the bereaved families will come together. 2 Just Stop Oil protesters have been arrested at Heathrow Airport on suspicion of criminal damage. It comes after orange paint was sprayed on passenger information screens and on the floor inside the airport's Terminal 5. Police remain at the scene this morning as a precaution while they deal with any further offences. And some breaking news. A 9-year-old girl has become the 3rd child to die after the Southport stabbings. That's according to Merseyside Police. We will bring you more as we get it. And those are the latest GB News headlines for now. I'm Sophia Wensler, more in half an hour.
For the very latest GB News direct to your smartphone, sign up to News Alerts by scanning the QR code or go to gbnews.com/alerts.
Good afternoon, Britain. It's 8 minutes past 12. Now, as you've just heard, there is breaking news on that situation in Southport. A 9-year-old girl has become the 3rd child to die after those Southport stabbings. That's confirmed now by Merseyside Police.
Home Secretary Yvette Cooper laid flowers at the scene alongside Southport MP Patrick Hurley.
Well, Merseyside Police say that a 17-year-old remains in custody following the ferocious attack.
Let's cross live now to GB News North West of England reporter Sophie Rooper, who is at the scene. Sophie, tell us what's been happening there.
Well, as you say, we've just heard that breaking news in the last few moments from Merseyside Police. They've confirmed that a 3rd child has died as a result of this attack, a 9-year-old girl who died in hospital in the early hours of this morning. In a statement, Merseyside Police said the 9-year-old girl died in hospital in the early hours of this morning. We can confirm that the children who died yesterday were girls aged 6 and 7 years. 8 other children suffered stab wounds sustained during the attack, and 5 of them are in a critical condition. 2 adults are also in a critical condition after being injured during the incident. They go on to say that specialist family liaison officers are now working with the families, and they also say a name has been shared on social media in connection with the suspect who remains in custody. They say this name is incorrect, and we would urge people not to speculate on details of the incident while the investigation is ongoing. They still remain saying that this is not being considered a terror-related incident. So horrific news here from Southport this afternoon that a 3rd child has died as a result of the stabbing here on Hart Street in Southport yesterday. The community has been very fast to respond with messages of condolence and support for the families. All morning people have been coming with flowers, with teddy bears, lighting candles in sympathy and of heartbreak messages for those families who, we now know there are 3 families out there who are grieving for the loss of a child. Incredibly upsetting, but incredibly heartwarming at the same time that at this such a difficult time the community are able to come together and show solidarity. We spoke to one gentleman earlier who spoke to us about Merseyside and how they always come together at difficult times, and this is what he had to tell me.
It's shocking. Absolutely shocking. I was just saying before, I heard the news last night and it did not half get to me. It was really upsetting, and it's just one of them things we will never forget. Definitely not in my lifetime. I mean, it's in our blood, isn't it? In our history. You know, anything that terrible happens, you know, we all come together. You know, this is just not representative of what Merseyside is like. You know, it's a lovely place. I've travelled up here, you know, 17 odd miles and going 17 miles back just to lay flowers, you know, because it's just affected us so much. And
And I think you can really hear the emotion in his voice there as he speaks about the impact that this has had on the local community, but how coming together is in the DNA of the people of Merseyside. Of course, we know that that 17-year-old is still in police custody undergoing questions, but as far as we know, he arrived here yesterday at the Heart Space studio on this street in Southport. He entered the premises and began to attack. People who witnessed the attack, who witnessed afterwards, have described it as something like out of a horror movie. One can only imagine how horrific it was to see it as it was unfolding. But this community is a strong one, and they will continue to come together and offer support and solidarity for those families who have been affected by the most horrific attack that one could possibly imagine.
Sophie, thank you so much for bringing us that report from the scene. Really chilling and moving. We're going to cross now live to GB News reporter Will Hollis, who is at Alderhay Children's Hospital. We're over with Will in just a moment. To recap, Will, we've now heard a 9-year-old girl has died, as well as girls aged 6 and 7. 5 remain in a critical condition in hospital.
Yes, well, Alderhay...
Apologies for the issues with the audio there. Just to recap, that is now 3 children, all girls, all under the age of 10, confirmed dead in this horrific incident. And beyond that, 5 in critical condition in hospital.
It's just horrifying beyond words. I mean, it just defies expression. I can't imagine how those parents must be feeling, and the community. I mean, of course, those children will be known by a lot of people there, people who would have sent their kids to the, or could have even sent their children to that same Taylor Swift dance-along. And just horrifying to think that children on their school holidays being, sent to enjoy themselves in this way. Could be attacked. It's just absolutely horrifying beyond words. And I'm sure that, like many people around the country, I feel quite angry, actually, that this is even possible in modern Britain.
And I think it's also right that we remember there are 2 adults who are also in hospital, 2 adults who, by all accounts, intervened to save as many children, as many little girls as they possibly could.
And one teacher, actually, or former teacher, who was I think the lady who was organising this dance-along, who it seems did everything that she could to defend these children from being attacked, and is also, unfortunately, in hospital.
Now, of course, this all happened at a dance class themed with Taylor Swift music, and the American musician has released her own statement slightly earlier today. She said, "The horror of yesterday's attack in Southport is washing over me continuously, and I'm just completely in shock. The loss of life and innocence and the horrendous trauma inflicted on everyone who was there, the families and first responders. These were just little kids at a dance class. I'm at a complete loss for how to ever convey my sympathies to these families."
Let's discuss this further with GB News Home and Security Editor Mark White. Thank you, Mark. So tell us, what is the latest?
Well, I think the first thing to say about Taylor Swift, of course, is that she finds herself in that horrible position, much like Ariana Grande did in 2017, a world-famous megastar who had fans attending an event in their name.
Little girls.
Yeah, who were attacked in such a murderous way, and it must be absolutely horrific for her to have to try to come to terms with that. As we know, Ariana Grande has said many times since the Manchester Arena bombing just how deeply it affected her. So moving on from that, clearly more information coming through now from the police about the victims of this murderous attack yesterday, the 6- and 7-year-old girls, and now a 9-year-old girl succumbing to her injuries as well. And all the while, that police investigation is continuing apace. And The police are still not saying that they are treating this as a terrorist incident. I haven't heard them rule it out completely, but they say they're not at the moment treating it as a terrorist incident.
But they are being assisted, aren't they, by the counter-terrorism police?
They never mentioned that in their statement, but they were, we know, yesterday being assisted by counter-terrorism officers. That is in the early stages of an event like this, as they are very well placed at delving quickly and deeply into someone's background to try to determine how much of a threat they are. Clearly, the individual is a threat, but what background information there is that may point to some form of radicalisation or others that may be involved. There's no indication yet, clearly from what the police are saying, that they have found that, but we're still relatively early in the investigation, and we don't know in the fullness of time what might be thrown up about the background of this individual. One important point, I think, probably worth exploring that was in the statement. There has been an awful lot of talk on social media in particular, a lot of criticism of the media for not coming out and naming an individual who's been widely named on social media as being the 17-year-old who is in custody. Well, one, it's illegal for any news outlet to name someone who's a child, and as someone under 18, they are classed under the law as a child. The second point to make is the police have very pointedly in their statement said the name that is in social media is wrong.
Would the police be able to give permission for that suspect to be named?
No. No, absolutely. It's out of their control. It's the law that anyone who is under the age of 18 is classed as a child, and they, as unpalatable as this obviously is for so many people, that 17-year-old, under the eyes of the law, is classed as a child under 18 and enjoys that protection of the law. However, that doesn't mean that in the fullness of time, when this comes to court and there's a successful prosecution, if there is, at the end of the day, then a judge will almost inevitably then name, as they've done on many occasions, named 17, 16, 15 and younger who've been involved in horrific events.
Yes, of course, we'll all remember the murderers of Brianna Ghey, who there was some controversy about whether or not they should be named, and after the trial they were named. We knew the details about them, we knew all of that. We all just need to be careful before that trial takes place. None of us would want to do anything to prejudice the outcome of a trial that could be so crucial here.
Yes, and the other thing to point out, not only, according to the police, directly contradicting this name that's been very, very widely shared now on social media and saying that is wrong, but also they went to the lengths yesterday of publishing that this 17-year-old was born in Cardiff, because again with these posts that were coming out yesterday naming this individual, saying that he was on a terror watch list and that he'd come across on a small boat just last year. Well, clearly not true. He was born in Cardiff.
And that was all from one news site that was screenshotted a lot, that appeared to have just been created yesterday. An entirely new news site that no one had ever heard of before. It seems like it was deliberate disinformation put out onto the internet that was then sort of sapped up by very gullible people.
For our viewers, what do we know? What facts that are set in stone do we know about this suspect?
Well, what we can say is that he's 17 years old, as the police have said, that he was born in Cardiff, that his family moved to Southport when he was quite a bit younger. Now, we understand that it is an immigrant family, but that this young man was born in the UK 17 years ago, so didn't cross the channel in a small boat. But you know, there is, within the wider public, there are many people within the wider public who are very distrustful of the authorities, the police, social services and alike. They feel that certain key information that is important sometimes to get out, they feel gets suppressed by the authorities. And that feeds back to the grooming scandal of a decade or more ago in northern towns, where it has been shown that, you know, police, social services and other authorities were at fault in not exploring a lot of these.
We've got some live footage there of a little girl laying flowers in Southport.
It's a scene that, sadly, we've seen repeated on so many occasions over the years at these, and I've lost count of the number of mass tragedies that I've attended over the years, and it's a ritual now that just follows in the hours and days after horrible events like this.
It's important. Not that long.
It's important for the communities, I should say, to be able to come together and show this. But just as important, and this was a point I was trying to make, is to try to be careful with the facts we know, but also reveal all of the facts that we know that we can reveal within the law as well. And I can understand why many people in the wider public are concerned that they don't necessarily get all of the facts presented by the authorities.
It's an important point to make. Mark White, thank you so much for joining us. We will have much more on this developing story after this short break.
Sunday with Michael Portillo from 11, only on GB News.
Karen Stevenson was born in Stoke-on-Trent and read music at Trinity College, Cambridge. She's played cello with many of the world's great orchestras under the batons of some of the most renowned conductors, and she joins me now to discuss her career and the importance of music in education. Tell me about that. What is your role at the Philharmonia?
My role at the Philharmonia is number 2 cello. I've been there for about 15 years. Sometimes I play number 1 cello as well, which is a great opportunity for me. Well,
it's interesting you say that, because I often think what a very difficult life it is to be a professional musician.
I make a living out of it. It is definitely possible. Yeah, we don't really like it when we get into a taxi and someone says, "What's your day job?" Because we work really hard.
I was kind of making the opposite point. Not that you'd also have a day job. I think the perfection that is required for a professional musician is extraordinary. On the whole, we are intolerant of mistakes in classical music.
Yes, we are.
And I just wondered whether you don't become very frustrated with a world in which everything else is imperfect.
You are only as good as your last concert, Michael. That's how it feels. It is a lot of pressure. Sometimes we will say, OK, a pint for every wrong note or something, but depending on the piece of music, that could be quite dangerous.
How many hours a day do you have to practice?
You have to practice much more when you're younger, I think, when you're learning. I think this is really important. And when you're at music college, I'm a busy, I'm travelling, I have a family. I can't practice as much as I used to, so you have to rely on your experience. What I really wanted to say is that there's been a lot of fear-mongering about classical music being in decline and it not being relevant. And I really wanted to say that I don't think that's the case. Our audiences have increased. They're the highest they've been in 10 years.
The People's Channel.
If you want your news to be straight talking...
This is a nightmare for the Conservatives again.
Down to earth.
It's not just Nottingham where this is happening, is it?
And most importantly, honest.
Hard-working, middle-class taxpayers, they'll get their book thrown at them.
Then catch me, Martin Daubney, Monday to Friday, 3 till 6 p.m. on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Neil Oliver, every Sunday night at 6 p.m. on GB News. And if an hour is not nearly enough for you, go to gbnews.com for special extended episodes online every Friday at 9 p.m, where we can truly get into the nitty-gritty of what's going on. GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Christopher Hope. From pop stars to politicians, I'll interview anybody in a pub who's got a political opinion. Join me every Friday on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube or gbnews.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. This is GB News, the People's Channel.
Good afternoon, Britain. It's 26 minutes past 12.
Just to reiterate, a 9-year-old girl has become the 3rd victim to die after the Southport stabbings. These are the live pictures from Southport. You can see there so many people from the local community coming from far and wide to lay flowers to the victims, including, of course, the Home Secretary, Yvette Cooper.
Yes, and what's been particularly touching as we've been watching over the last few minutes is actually the children that have come to lay flowers here, the little girls who've come to lay flowers here. Now, we don't know if they knew any of the victims. Many will be from the local area. But of course, we do know the 3 confirmed dead are a 9-year-old girl, a 7-year-old girl, and a 6-year-old girl.
This must be extremely disturbing for those young children, particularly, of course, those children that these victims will have gone to school with. And we don't know exactly the details of the status of those other victims that are still in critical condition. So it just must be absolutely horrendous for the local community. I think people across the country are feeling it's almost impossible to put into words because sympathy doesn't quite cover it, but I think really the rest of the country is hurting for them.
Oh, undoubtedly, and praying and hoping for the 5 who remain in hospital, the 5 children remaining in hospital in critical condition, but also those 2 adults in critical condition in hospital too. And perhaps because of the obvious horror of what has gone on here, the focus has been rightly on the children, the focus has been on those in such critical condition, those who were taken to the children's hospital. But those 2 adults who so bravely stepped in and tried to limit the scale of the horror that unfolded yesterday morning and afternoon, it's right we spare a thought for those 2 adults in hospital too.
And we do now have a little more information about 2 of the adults who were involved. Not certain whether or not they are the ones who are, as you say there, Tom, in critical condition. One of them is the dance teacher who was giving this class, a former teacher who has been praised for just absolutely loving children and loving teaching children, who obviously stepped in to try and protect them, and also a local business owner who rushed in when he heard the screaming and was stabbed in the leg.
And it's right that we talk about those who responded as we see emergency workers here at the site laying flowers. It looks like the police and perhaps the ambulance service as well there on the street in Southport, who have just laid a bouquet of flowers there at the memorial. Clearly more people will be coming throughout the course of the day here to this site of such tragedy. And
of course we were just speaking to Mark White there, who's saying, you know, losing count of incidents like this. He mentioned the attack on the Ariana Grande concert. Now, of course, Taylor Swift, as Ariana Grande did, has offered her condolences to the families. But it's actually not really that long since we saw another attack in Dublin on some children outside of a primary school there. And I think parents in particular across the country will be feeling really worried about the security and safety of their children, particularly, you know, in an instance like this. And I know I've already said it, but, you know, children who are sent during their school holidays to go and enjoy themselves being attacked in such a vicious way is so deeply, deeply disturbing to the heart of the nation. And of course, we've seen also the King and the Prince and Princess of Wales offering their condolences as well.
Yes, and it's right that while we see people who have been coming to lay flowers all day, we've seen those emergency workers come. A little bit earlier, the Home Secretary, Yvette Cooper, paid a visit to the scene, and this is what she had to say.
All of our thoughts will be with the families who have been affected, the loved ones who have been lost, and the children who are injured. I've been meeting with some of the first responders, the emergency services, the police, fire service and paramedics who were there yesterday and who had to respond with great bravery to make sure that more lives were not lost, and I thank them for the work that they did. There is also a serious criminal investigation underway now, but everyone's thoughts will be with those injured children and just praying for them.
Well, the Home Secretary, Yvette Cooper there, will of course be back at that scene as more flowers are laid, as more tributes are made throughout the course of the afternoon.
And we will keep you updated with any new news coming in.
Well, we'll also have more on the Chancellor's announcement yesterday that winter fuel payments will now be restricted to those on pension credits or other means-tested benefits. We'll be live on Downing Street after this.
Good afternoon. It's 12:31. I'm Sophia Wensler in the GB Newsroom. Your headlines. A 9-year-old girl has become the third child to die after yesterday's knife attack in Southport. 5 other children and 2 adults remain in a critical condition after what was described as a ferocious attack at a Taylor Swift-themed dance and yoga workshop. Home Secretary Yvette Cooper paid tribute to those affected and says the government is on a moral mission to address knife crime across the country. A 17-year-old boy remains in custody on suspicion of murder and attempted murder. Carol Hunt, who was the wife of BBC commentator John Hunt, died from stab wounds. That's according to Hertfordshire Police. The investigation into the triple murder found that 2 of their daughters, Hannah and Louise, died from crossbow bolt injuries. GB News can reveal that more than 3,000 small boat migrants have crossed the English Channel since Labour came to power. It's after around 400 migrants were detected reaching British waters since yesterday morning. The number of arrivals for the year so far is almost 17,000. 2 Just Stop Oil protesters were arrested at Heathrow Airport this morning after orange paint was splattered in a terminal. 2 suspects were detained on suspicion of criminal damage. The airport says it's continuing to operate as normal. And today could be the hottest day of the year so far, with temperatures in some areas expected to soar beyond 32 degrees. The Met Office is forecasting dry and warm conditions with lots of sunshine. They expect the heat to peak in southern England and Wales later today. But you'd be best to make the most of it. Thunderstorms are predicted to break the heat later in the week. Those are the latest GB News headlines for now. I'm Sophia Wensler. More in half an hour.
For the very latest GB News direct to your smartphone, sign up to News Alerts by scanning the QR code or go to gbnews.com/alerts.
Hello again. Here's your latest GB News weather forecast coming to you from the Met Office. For southern parts of the UK, it is likely to be the hottest day of the year so far. However, further north, it's quite a bit fresher. We have had a cold front pushing through over the last 24 hours or so. That has now decayed and so cleared away. As a result, we're not going to see a huge amount, if any, rain, but it is going to be markedly fresher in the north. A brighter, sunnier picture than it was yesterday. Nonetheless, still some cloud coming and going, and a bit of low cloud perhaps around some Irish Sea coastal parts. But with plenty of sunny skies, especially across England and Wales, temperatures are rising. Highs in the low 30s, 32, possibly 33 Celsius. But like I said, fresher than this further north, high teens, low 20s perhaps. As we go through the end of the day and across parts of Scotland, there may be a bit of showery rain affecting the Northern Isles and perhaps the Outer Hebrides at times too. On the whole, though, it's a dry picture and brighter, sunnier than it was yesterday. Across Northern Ireland, there'll be a bit of cloud coming and going, but there should be some brighter breaks. Meanwhile, across parts of England and Wales, it's a generally fine picture. Lots of sunshine to look forward to as we go through the day, and that sunshine will continue as we go into the evening as well. Overnight, as we go through tonight, we are at risk of seeing a few showers developing across southern parts, and these could start to turn a little bit thundery perhaps. Most places avoiding them, and further north it is going to stay dry with some clear skies. A warm, humid night in the southeast, some places staying above 20 Celsius. Noticeably fresher across parts of Scotland, could even get close to a touch of frost in the rural glens of Scotland. As we go through Wednesday then, a bright sunny day for many places. Do watch out for some hefty showers though that could affect some southern parts. Risk of some intense thunderstorms which could cause some localised issues, particularly as we go into the afternoon. Not as hot as today, but nonetheless still seeing temperatures in the low 30s. Bye-bye.
The latest GB News travel.
On the westbound side of the M62, all lanes have reopened following an earlier broken down vehicle from 29 for Lofthouse through to junction 28. It's queuing, however, for the southbound side of the M3, a lane closure to an accident between Eastleigh at 12 through to Chandler's Ford at 13. Delays to 11 for Winchester South, adding 25 minutes to your travels. On the westbound side of the M4, there's a lane closure on the entry slip road to Cheveley and Newbury at 13. That's slow traffic and a partial closure is to a broken down lorry. And the M5, all traffic being temporarily held to an accident between Bridgewater North at 23 to Bridgewater South at junction 24. All cleared though for the southbound side of the M5 at junction 28 following a vehicle needing a tyre changed.
You can stay up to date throughout the day by visiting our website, gbnews.com.
Good afternoon, Britain. It's 36 minutes past 12. Now, around 10 million pensioners are set to lose their winter fuel allowance.
The measure was announced as Chancellor Rachel Reeves accused the Conservatives of leaving a £22 billion black hole in public finances.
But her opposite number, Jeremy Hunt, wants to stop so-called trash talking about the UK economy, blaming Labour for not balancing their own books.
Let's cross now to Adam Cherry, who's on Downing Street for us. Hi, Adam.
Hi, guys. All right.
So tell us, what's the latest?
So it's a pretty ferocious row that's erupting between the Chancellor Rachel Reeves and her predecessor, the now Shadow Chancellor Jeremy Hunt. As you say, the Chancellor yesterday very keen to blame this £22 billion financial black hole on the Conservative government, the previous government. And now the Shadow Chancellor writing a letter to the most senior civil servant, Simon Case, and claiming that that figure is contradicted by figures that were shown to Parliament just last week, what's called the main estimates. Now, as I say, these main estimates are signed off by senior civil servants across the department, so both can't be correct, at least that's according to the Shadow Chancellor. This morning, the Chancellor Rachel Reeves has also called Jeremy Hunt a liar, so no love lost between those two. Now, I think the reason that the government are so keen to lay the blame at the previous administration, the Conservatives, for this is because some of the measures they're taking today, or yesterday rather, are deeply unpopular. As you just mentioned, the winter fuel allowance, it's not the kind of policy that you'd expect a Labour government to enact. In fact, if you look through the history of the tweets that several members of the Cabinet have made over the years, I'm sure more will emerge, but you find the likes of Rachel Reeves, Darren Jones very recently, and even Angela Rayner, criticising any tampering with the winter fuel payments whilst they were in opposition. Now they're making the decisions, and of course they're under heightened scrutiny. So we still have some time to go before the budget itself on the 30th of October, where we'll see some tax rises, but already a deeply contentious set of proposals.
Really fascinating to see exactly what members of the Cabinet said when they were in the Shadow Cabinet versus what they say now. I'm reading here, Darren Jones, just within a year, said the Paymaster General has suggested stripping some older people of the winter fuel payment. I've written to the Chancellor to ask him to urgently clarify whether he's considering this for the autumn statement. These people campaigned in a general election against the outcome that they're now implementing.
Well, that's why they're so keen to push this £22 billion figure. It has to justify it somehow. They have to explain that things have changed since the election when they made those pledges. Whether it's successful or not is another matter, but they have been briefed heavily to make this claim because it's very important to their narrative going forward.
Well, Adam Cherry, thank you so much for that overview live from Downing Street.
Now we're joined by economist and co-founder of Regionally, Justin Stewart. Thank you so much for joining us. So how is this playing with the rest of the Labour Party if this is something they were opposed to when they were in opposition? But surely this is something that many people will be uncomfortable with within the Labour Party.
That's the whole idea, is to make people uncomfortable so you can actually throw distrust at the other side, whichever one it is. This is absolutely normal for any new government coming in. First thing you do is, my heavens, look at this. This does a hole, and by the way, it's not our fault. Look what we've inherited. It goes, almost every single time you see a dramatic change in government. So really what you now did look through is what they're actually cutting. There were some fairly obvious ones. For instance, we're no longer going to subsidise the bypass for Stonehenge. Stonehenge probably never had planning permission in the first place when it went up. That's always one of those things that gets cut. Winter fuel, again, simply all by if you make that taxable, therefore, if you've got old people on their pensions, but they're actually getting reasonable, quite good returns, maybe that old, do they actually need the winter fuel? So how do you stop that? Make it taxable and the money comes back.
Isn't it interesting, though, that throughout the years of so-called austerity in this country, there were still winter fuel payments even to pensioners who are millionaires. There were still free TV licences for people over the age of 65. I mean, it seems that the Labour Party is crossing what had been considered up until this moment sort of a no-go area in terms of policy.
It is, and I think I think they're broadening it out. So because they've narrowed themselves down, I can't touch capital gains or income tax and VAT. So I've got to find other ways. And of course, actually, with other ways, yes, of course, everyone has you grow the economy. That's stating the sodding obvious. But of course, what you then do is look at the expenditures and how if you can't necessarily cut now, you can delay it in the future in some way. But it's the lack of imagination here to actually show that, look, you can be in control of this. We can delay over time, smooth it out overall. But also, and again, the Tories were very bad at this. After the period of austerity is the wrong name for it anyway. Actually, they said they were going to balance the books. And if you looked after that government, they did balance the books without interest payments.
They balanced the current budget.
Actually, and but they didn't tell anybody that. So having actually said it's hard work, what they should have said, yes, it's hard, it's bad, but by the way, tick, we've done it. So where was the goodwill?
How are the Labour Party going to square this with the fact that they are also, going to raise the salaries of junior doctors, as we saw yesterday? That's going to create a kind of gold rush from other public sector workers who also want pay rises. Otherwise, they're going to be subject to strikes that will be sort of holding a gun against their heads. So how are they going to plug this black hole if they are simultaneously taking money away from pensioners and giving it to junior doctors?
Welcome back to the 1960s. Those of us of a certain age may recall, actually, the Labour government found itself in a position where it was almost having to pay everybody out because I was giving them a rise. Give them a rise, otherwise they're going to go on strike. And lo and behold, of course, we actually did have a sort of seasons of strikes in that period. So I'm afraid this is a well-trodden path. They've got to be very careful. For them, they've got to get the bad news out the way as quickly as possible. And with their fingers are crossed, what they hopefully will see an increased level of growth over the next couple of months, which they can't claim as great success, but it will allow them to say there's more income coming in, more tax income. So 3 or 4 years further out, actually, I can look as though I'm balancing the books.
And there are two things there. It's going to be harder to have higher growth if they've cancelled all of these infrastructure projects, if they're cancelling these roads, if they're cancelling the A27 Arundel bypass, if they're cancelling the A303 bypass, they're cancelling the new train line from Euston Station to Old Oak Common, they're cancelling lots of the new hospitals programme, they're cancelling a large chunk of the Restoring Your Railways fund. I mean, if they're not building all of these things, where's the growth coming from?
It really has to go try and change it into a positive. And I love the idea of the train going from Euston to Old Oak Common. It's Wormwood Scrubs, for heaven's sake. Not exactly the great place you want to go to. No, what they've got to be looking at here
Especially not if they release all the prisoners.
Well, exactly. The good thing is they've got a quick getaway on a high-speed train so long as you want to go to Birmingham. But the point with this is they need to be able to make sure that actually there's enough money coming in. So where's the money? There is no shortage of money. I don't mean government money, private money. We have a lot of money in pension funds, but everything is focused through London. One of the key elements is we've got tech companies being spawned, but very effective at doing so, around the tech centres all around the country. So give some encouragement for that, confidence in, and you'll start getting some more income.
Well, Justin Urquhart-Stewart, thank you so much for talking through that. I just want to finish by noting this so-called £22 billion black hole. By my calculations, around half of it comes from extra spending, which is the extra spending on the pay rises.
11 billion is also the predicted cost of housing the asylum seekers. So as we've just seen, 3,000 coming over since Labour have been in power, and that's also something, never mind public sector salaries, that's also something they've created a gold rush for.
Goodness me. Well, Justin, as I say, thank you so much for coming through, talking through, well, I think there might have been some silver linings to what we were discussing there, but a pretty dark cloud for many. Coming up, today could be the hottest day of the year in Britain. But will it last? We'll put that to a weather expert.
GB News Breakfast. Every day from 6 a.m.
Meghan Markle is threatening to support Kamala Harris, and I reckon that would be the kiss of death for her bid as a president.
Well, look, Meghan has a relationship, a friendly relationship with Kamala Harris. I firmly believe that Meghan Markle will endorse Kamala Harris for president. This story is circulating because Newsweek actually took a poll asking how many people would be influenced by a potential endorsement from the Duke and Duchess of Sussex. 40% said they would be influenced. 21 said they would vote for someone Harry and Meghan has suggested. And then 20 said that they would not vote for who Harry and Meghan suggested. I think that Meghan wants to be involved. Meghan wants to be included. This is potentially a very historic election. We really saw Meghan involved, including with Kamala Harris, some voter campaigns in 2020. And I think this is a great way for Meghan Markle to get her foot in the door. Her father, Thomas Markle, has said that she's always had political aspirations. And what better way than to be somehow involved, inserting your name in the headline with a presidential campaign like this?
Do you get the vibes, do you get the sense that she is a political animal?
I don't feel like she has tough enough skin, but I do believe that this is important to her. During that speech for the UN, she talked about writing First Lady Hillary Clinton. We saw her in 2020 work with Stacey Abrams, Hillary Clinton, Kamala Harris, and Michelle Obama to do campaigns for women voting, getting women to the polls.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Hi there, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and I'm going to take a second to tell you all about my show, Dubes & Co. We start off with the issues of the day. We then bring in both sides of the arguments. We get rid of the disrespect, and then you throw me into the mix. And trust me, I'll tell it exactly how it is. And then, of course, the magic ingredient, you at home. We mix it all together, and what have we got? In my opinion, the best debate show in town. Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Mark Dolan tonight is your weekend dose of news, debate and entertainment.
This sounds like a wild conspiracy theory.
Don't miss My Big Opinion. Mark Meets and My Take at 10.
Democracy is a funny old thing.
And we don't do boring, not on my watch. I just won't have it.
Go and get another glass of that bubbly, you've earned it.
That's Mark Dolan tonight, Saturday and Sunday, 9 to 11, only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good afternoon, Britain. At 49 minutes past 12, we have breaking news to bring you.
Anjem Choudhury has been sentenced to a minimum of 26 years. So that is 26 years and 358 days, in prison for leading a prescribed terrorist organisation.
Yes, someone known as Britain's most prolific hate preacher has been sentenced to 26 years and 358 days in prison. The judge said that the public must be aware this is not a sentence of 26 years, it is a life sentence. Those are the words of the judge describing this as a life sentence for Britain's most prolific hate preacher.
And so let's recall that Anjem Choudhury was the leader of the prescribed group, Al-Muhajirun. He was previously in prison for inviting support for Islamic State. And once his conditions ended in 2021, he then offended again. And that is what he is being sentenced for now. So that is, as the judge says, a whole life spent in prison. So he's only, he's 57 years old now. So that would mean that by the time he would be eligible to be out of prison, he would be 83 years old.
It is quite a weighty sentence. Of course, interesting that the judge has described this as a life sentence, although we understand not a whole life order. We will be talking to our man in the court, Charlie Peters, as soon as he leaves that courtroom, to repeat in the last few minutes this sentence has been handed out to Anjem Choudhury, the most prolific hate preacher in Britain, the self-described Islamist who has been found guilty of leading a terror organisation. 26 years and 358 days in prison.
And so significant because Al-Muhajiroun, the group that he notoriously led, has been connected to so many terrorists, Islamist terrorists, people who have gone to join Islamic State. And also Anjem Choudhury, of course, known for being there on the conversion of Michael Adebolajo, who killed the soldier Lee Rigby, and also reportedly present at his marriage. So Anjem Choudhury is connected to a number of notorious Islamists, and his organisation, as I say, connected to so many terrorists throughout the years. In his previous sentence, he only served, I think, around 2 years of that before being let out on conditions. Those expired in 2021, and as I say, he then went on to offend again, and that is what he's receiving this life sentence for.
Well, our national reporter Charlie Peters has the background to this case.
Stand back, sir! Stand back! Stand back! You get hurt!
A shameless and prolific radicaliser, finally silenced. For decades, putting a stop to Anjem Choudhury has been a key objective for British counter-terrorism authorities.
I am arresting you under Section 41 of the...
Now convicted of 3 terror charges, Choudhury is finally behind bars and unable to warp new minds across the world.
It's not only being a member of a terrorism organisation, guilty. It's not only encouraging a terrorist organisation, guilty, but also it's Section 56 of the Terrorism Act, directing a terrorist organisation, guilty on that count also.
USA, you obey! USA, you obey!
Choudhury was found to be the director of terror group Al-Muhajiroun after American and Canadian undercover officers recorded him giving lectures to a US-based group called the Islamic Thinkers Society. His so-called personal assistant, a Canadian called Khalid Hussein, told an undercover officer that the Islamic Thinkers Society was the US branch of Al-Muhajiroun.
Most people don't know I'm part of Al-Muhajiroun or who the Islamic Thinkers Society are anyway, so that's why I don't usually care.
Choudhury had radicalised several terrorists, including the ISIS-supporting knife men who launched 2 separate attacks on London Bridge in 2017 and 2019. He also inspired the killers of Fusilier Lee Rigby, a soldier murdered outside his barracks. But Britain's most notorious Islamist now faces many years behind bars. Charlie Peters, GB News.
Well, our national reporter Charlie Peters has been across this case throughout its time as it has gone on, as we found this guilty verdict, and now the sentencing. We'll be live outside Woolwich Crown Court with our national reporter Charlie Peters getting the details of this sentencing very shortly indeed. That's next after these messages.
A brighter outlook with Box Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello again. Here's your latest GB News weather forecast coming to you from the Met Office. For southern parts of the UK, it is likely to be the hottest day of the year so far. However, further north, it's quite a bit fresher. We have had a cold front pushing through over the last 24 hours or so. That has now decayed and so cleared away. As a result, we're not going to see a huge amount, if any, rain, but it is going to be markedly fresher in the north. A brighter, sunnier picture than it was yesterday. Nonetheless, still some cloud coming and going, and a bit of low cloud perhaps around some Irish Sea coastal parts. But with plenty of sunny skies, especially across England and Wales, temperatures are rising. Highs in the low 30s, 32, possibly 33 Celsius. But like I said, fresher than this further north, high teens, low 20s perhaps. As we go through the end of the day and across parts of Scotland, there may be a bit of showery rain affecting the Northern Isles and perhaps the Outer Hebrides at times too. On the whole, though, it's a dry picture and brighter, sunnier than it was yesterday. Across Northern Ireland, there'll be a bit of cloud coming and going, but there should be some brighter breaks. Meanwhile, across parts of England and Wales, it's a generally fine picture. Lots of sunshine to look forward to as we go through the day, and that sunshine will continue as we go into the evening as well. Overnight, as we go through tonight, we are at risk of seeing a few showers developing across southern parts, and these could start to turn a little bit thundery perhaps. Most places avoiding them, and further north it is going to stay dry with some clear skies. A warm, humid night in the southeast, some places staying above 20 Celsius. Noticeably fresher across parts of Scotland, could even get close to a touch of frost in the rural glens of Scotland. As we go through Wednesday then, a bright sunny day for many places. Do watch out for some hefty showers though that could affect some southern parts. Risk of some intense thunderstorms which could cause some localised issues, particularly as we go into the afternoon. Not as hot as today, but nonetheless still seeing temperatures in the low 30s. Bye-bye.
That warm feeling inside from Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Celebrate a spectacular summer with your chance to win an incredible £30,000 in tax-free cash in our Great British Giveaway. It's the biggest prize of the year so far, and it's totally tax-free. What would you spend that on? Luxury holidays, a new car, or just put it away for a rainy day? Whatever you do with £30,000 in tax-free cash, make sure you don't miss out on a chance to make it yours. For another chance to win £30,000 in tax-free cash, text cash to 63232. Text costs £2 plus one standard network rate message. You can enter online at gbnews.com/win. Entries cost £2, or post your name and number to GB07 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 5 p.m. on the 30th of August. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Martin Daubney, weekdays from 3 p.m.
King Charles has launched his own aftershave, costing, wait for it, an eye-watering £135 for a 100 millilitre bottle, promising buyers that they can smell just like the gardens of his Highgrove country pile. Now, this is something that Meghan Markle would do, surely not the King. Is this a case of King Charles selling out, watering down the brand just like Meghan? Well, join me now to discuss this is the royal broadcaster Helena Chard. Helena, welcome to the show.
Martin,
often on the
hi.
show we've had a pop at Meghan Markle, the Sussexers, for selling out, for flogging strawberry jam, and now the King is flogging Pong. Is this really the right royal thing to do?
Do you know what? So the joy of luxury Highgrove splash, you know, at the end of the day, Highgrove is such a special place, and the Highgrove shop sells amazing things on there. And as we know, the profit actually goes towards charity. So it's the King's Foundation, which was formed in 1986. Profits go towards educational and training, and it's all to do with this sort of sustainable world. But not to forget as well the charitable aspect and the whole ethos of the King's Foundation, and that's so important. This is not just something that's going up on the website and just being sold purely to go into someone's pocket. So I think, you know, all in all, I think everyone should have a look at the Highgrove website and see what's on for sale. I mean, there are lots of really lovely, I think pretty fairly priced products, and even more so, go and see the gardens. You know, as we know, King Charles is a keen environmentalist, and the gardens are fabulous.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Good afternoon, Britain. It's 1 o'clock on Tuesday, the 30th of July. I'm Emma Webb.
And I'm Tom Harwood.
Radical Islamist hate preacher Anjem Chowdhury has been sentenced to life in prison. The preacher, known for his celebration of the 9/11 attacks, was found guilty last week of directing a terror organisation. We're live outside Woolwich Crown Court.
And more tragedy in Southport as a third child dies following the brutal knife attack. Taylor Swift has declared her shock at the mass stabbing, with the Home Secretary adding her voice to those offering condolences. We'll be back live on the scene shortly.
GB News can exclusively reveal that more than 3,000 small boat migrants have illegally crossed the English Channel since Labour came to power. We look at exclusive GB News videos of the latest arrivals today in Dover.
And could today be the final time we see Andy Murray live in action? He takes to the court alongside Dan Evans in what could be the final match of his life at the Paris Olympics. We'll have the latest on the games later this hour. Now, it has been an extraordinary last few minutes. We've heard this minimum sentence for Anjem Chowdhury, the Islamist hate preacher, more than 26 years minimum, a term being described by the judge as a life sentence.
It is fantastic news, I think, frankly, that somebody who's been connected to so many terrorists and a terror organisation that has radicalised so many and led for so many years by Anjem Chowdhury. I think previously he was given a reasonably short sentence for inviting support for Islamic State, served only around 2 years of that before being off of his bail conditions in 2021. That was back in 2016. For him to, I think, for many, to see him actually properly face justice in this way will be somewhat of a relief, and we'll be asking Charlie Peters a little later how he will be housed in prison, because, of course, Ian Akerson, in his report for the government, recommended that people like Anjem Chowdhury be housed in isolation from other prisoners to sort of stay off the spread of radicalisation in prisons.
Well, do send in your thoughts. Post your comments by visiting gbnews.com/your say. As we say, we'll be back live outside Woolwich Crown Court with Charlie Peters after your headlines with Sophia Wensler.
Tom, thank you. Good afternoon. It's just gone 1 o'clock. I'm Sophia Wensler in the GB Newsroom. Notorious hate preacher Anjem Chowdhury has been handed a life sentence after he was convicted of directing a banned terrorist organisation. The 59-year-old was found guilty of running the terror group in a caretaker role after its founder was jailed in Lebanon in 2014. Chowdhury had managed to evade authorities for decades. He was eventually jailed from 2016 until 2018 after being convicted of encouraging support for ISIS while that terror group was spreading across Iraq and Syria. He'll now spend at least 28 years in prison. A 9-year-old girl has become the third child to die after yesterday's knife attack in Southport. 5 other children and 2 adults remain in a critical condition after what was described as a ferocious attack at a Taylor Swift-themed dance and yoga workshop. A 17-year-old boy remains in custody on suspicion of murder and attempted murder. Home Secretary Yvette Cooper paid tribute to those affected and says the government is on a moral mission to address knife crime across the country.
Our thoughts will be with the families who have been affected, the loved ones who have been lost and the children who are injured. I've been meeting with some of the first responders, the emergency services, the police, fire service and paramedics who were there yesterday and who had to respond with great bravery to make sure that more lives were not lost, and I thank them for the work that they did. There is also a serious criminal investigation underway now, but everyone's thoughts will be with those injured children and just praying for them.
Carol Hunt, who was the wife of BBC commentator John Hunt, died from stab wounds. That's according to Hertfordshire Police. The investigation into the triple murder found that 2 of their daughters, Hannah and Louise, died from crossbow bolt injuries. Police have still not been able to question a man arrested on suspicion of carrying out the murders. Kyle Clifford remains in hospital after he was found in North London with what were thought to be self-inflicted injuries. In a statement, John Hunt thanked those who sent messages of support to him and his surviving daughter. GB News can reveal that more than 3,000 small boat migrants have crossed the English Channel since Labour came to power. That's after around 400 migrants were detected reaching British waters since yesterday morning. Our analysis revealed that more than 130 small boat migrants have been taken to Dover Harbour so far today. The Border Force vessel Defender arrived at the Kent port shortly before 8 o'clock this morning. The figure for the year so far is almost 17,000. In other news, Jeremy Hunt says he was angered by the Chancellor's speech yesterday, which blamed the Conservatives for a reported £20 billion black hole in public finances. It's after Rachel Reeves accused the previous government of covering up the true state of Britain's economy before announcing a series of cuts aimed at saving £5.5 billion. But the Shadow Chancellor told GB News the new government is shifting the blame.
Perfectly all right to disagree with good Conservative plans to deal with the challenges on public finances. But what you can't do is junk the plans that we had in place and then blame the black hole that you have on the previous Conservative government. And the single most pressing thing, I think, for most GB News listeners is the soaring welfare bill. And welfare reform was junked from the King's speech. So, you know, this is a political choice that the new Labour government has made. They knew they were going to do it all along, and they should have been upfront about that, not trying to pass the blame on to their predecessors.
Now, 2 Just Stop Oil protesters were arrested at Heathrow Airport this morning. That's after orange paint was splattered in a terminal. 2 suspects were detained on suspicion of criminal damage. The airport says it's continuing to operate normally. And today could be the hottest day of the year so far, with temperatures in some areas expected to soar beyond 32 degrees. The Met Office says some places in England and Wales are likely to exceed the criteria needed to define a heatwave. But you'd better make the most of it, as thunderstorms are predicted to break the heat later in the week. Those are the latest GB News headlines for now. I'm Sophia Wensler, more in half an hour.
For the very latest GB News direct to your smartphone, sign up to News Alerts by scanning the QR code or go to gbnews.com/alerts.
Good afternoon, Britain. It's 8 minutes past 1. Now, the Islamist cleric who directed a banned terrorist organisation from his London home has been jailed for life.
Anjem Choudhury had previously been found guilty of 3 terror charges earlier this month. Let's cross now to our national reporter, Charlie Peters, who's outside Woolwich Crown Court. Charlie, what's the latest?
Well, Anjem Choudhury appeared to sigh as he walked off silently when he was called up by the judge, Mr. Justice Wall, who handed him a life sentence with a minimum term of 28 years here at Woolwich Crown Court. In delivering his sentencing remarks, the judge said that he was a dangerous individual. He said he was intelligent and persuasive while giving evidence in the trial, and that the judge had no doubt that Anjem Choudhury would continue to espouse those views that had acts of terror. In particular, the judge picked out some of those who had encouraged to not only go and travel to Iraq and Syria, but to fight and indeed die for the Islamic State. He picked out in particular one man, Siddhartha Hadar, who was the ISIS executioner after the man known as Jihadi John was killed by a US airstrike at the start of the US-led intervention into the Islamic State and Syria. In delivering his remarks, he also pointed out that he was chilled by what Anjem Choudhury had said in the evidence by the prosecution, in particular his denial of the Holocaust, and also about 9/11, which the judge said was a reflection of how his abhorrent views would be completely rejected by most normal people thinking in Britain. A minimum term of 28 years means that Anjem Choudhury will not be liable for parole until
Charlie, apologies. We have a bit of a problem with your audio there. Charlie, we're going to return to you as soon as we've cleared up that line. 28 years minimum, a life sentence. What does it mean, Emma?
Well, it means that he probably won't be getting out of prison. And hopefully he will be housed, as Ian Akerson recommended, specifically for people like Anjem Choudhury, those who are at risk of radicalising other prisoners. Ian Akerson was the government's prison reviewer. He recommended that prisoners like Anjem Choudhury be segregated from other prisoners so that the radicalisation doesn't spread throughout the prisons, because, of course, radicalisation is a huge problem in British prisons. A number of those who have gone on to commit terror offences have been previously radicalised in jail. So hopefully he will be spending that 28-year sentence until he's in his 80s in some kind of seclusion from other prisoners. But hopefully we'll get a chance to ask Charlie about that a little later.
Yes, let's see if we can get that line back up and running. It's a fantastic and fascinating point that far too often people who have no religion at all, have no particular ideology, who are petty criminals, go into prison, serve a short sentence, are released after just a year or two, but are released as a far worse individual than they were when they went into prison, because they've been mixing with the worst of society and sort of internalising really quite radical ideology.
In fact, it's such a common phenomenon that it's actually been referred to as the crime-terror nexus, that so many of those involved, including in the Paris and Brussels attacks, those huge attacks, if people remember, from actually the last decade now, the end of the last decade, actually around the time when Anjem Choudhury was first sentenced at the height of Islamic State, that a lot of those individuals were petty criminals. They were involved in drug dealing, drug taking. They had previously been in jail. There were two brothers in particular who were very well known for having been radicalised through their, as they claimed, through their dreams while they were in prison, seeing Muhammad coming to them on a white horse and telling them to go and commit these atrocities. So this is a really significant phenomenon, and it's been something that the government has been struggling to deal with for a long time. And so that's exactly why Ian Akerson, in his review, recommends that prisoners like Anjem Choudhury be kept separate from the rest of the prison population, so that those who are not already radical aren't then brought into Islamist extremism while they're sort of a captive audience in prison.
Well, we'll be back with Charlie Peters very shortly indeed. But now let's return to the devastating news that a 9-year-old girl has become the third child to die following that knife attack in Southport yesterday.
Tributes continue to pour in. Home Secretary Yvette Cooper laid flowers at the scene alongside Southport MP Patrick Hurley.
Merseyside police say a 17-year-old remains in custody following the ferocious attack.
Let's cross now live to GB News North West of England reporter Sophie Reaper, who is at the scene. Sophie, what's going on the ground at the moment?
Well, the community here in Southport has been left reeling in the wake of such a horrific attack yesterday. Of course, in the last hour or so, we've heard that there is indeed a third victim who's lost their life as a result of that knife attack here on Hart Street in Southport yesterday. Now, I say the community's been left reeling, but they've also come together remarkably quickly. Throughout the morning, hundreds of bunches of flowers and messages of condolence have been laid here on one side of the police cordon and also further down the road at the other end of the cordon. I just want to read you a few of the messages that were left here. For example, your courage shows the beautiful person we all know you are. Another, words cannot express the tragedy and pain caused, sending hopes and prayers to those fighting. And finally, a very heartfelt drawing of an angel that simply says, "Sweet dreams, we love you." So incredibly heartfelt and heartbreaking messages from the community here in Southport. And as you mentioned, the Home Secretary, Yvette Cooper, became just one of those to lay flowers here at the scene of the crime earlier on this afternoon. She was joined by Merseyside Police Chief Constable Constable Serena Kennedy, as well as the MP for Southport, Patrick Hurley. They laid flowers at the other end of the cordon. Yvette Cooper also commented about the support that's being offered here in the community, and this is what she had to say.
Our thoughts will be with the families who have been affected, the loved ones who have been lost, and the children who are injured. I've been meeting with some of the first responders, the emergency services, the police, fire service and paramedics who were there yesterday and who had to respond with great bravery to make sure that more lives were not lost, and I thank them for the work that they did. There is also a serious criminal investigation underway now, but everyone's thoughts will be with those injured children and just praying for them.
Of course, as she says there, that investigation is still ongoing with a 17-year-old male remaining in custody. So we'll be bringing you all the latest on that and more as we get it throughout the rest of the day.
Thank you so much, Sophie. They're live on the scene. I do have to mention, of course, 2 adults also there in prison.
Hospital.
In hospital.
Too much talking about Anjem Chowdhury.
Too much of the previous story. Two adults as well in hospital, seemingly after heroic interventions trying to save as many children as possible.
And incredibly, as you say, heroic. The business owner who ran in to try and save the children after he heard the screaming, got stabbed in the leg, and also, although we don't know exactly who it is that is in critical condition of those adults that you mentioned there, but the teacher who was teaching the Taylor Swift dance class, who had formerly been a teacher and obviously stepped in to try and protect as many of those children as she could. Incredibly heroic.
Yeah. Well, let's cross now to GB News reporter Will Hollis, who's at Alderhay Children's Hospital in Southport, where some of the victims are still being treated. Will.
Yes, well, Alderhay is a hospital that works specifically with children. It's about 40 minutes away from Southport here in Liverpool, and it's here that that 9-year-old girl lost her fight. 2 other children, we learned that the age of those 2 children that were pronounced dead yesterday, ages 6 and 7. These details as they're coming to us really paint the picture of just how young and vulnerable these children are. We know that 5 children are still in a critical condition. We expect that they're probably being treated here at Alderhay, but we don't know that for certain. And there are still 2 adults as well that are being treated for critical conditions. We know from the press conference that we heard yesterday that somebody came into that Taylor Swift dance party and started attacking people with a knife. A 17-year-old man has been arrested on suspicion of murder and attempted murder, but the response from the emergency services here in Merseyside and the wider region was what the ambulance service described as substantial. We know that 3 different helimed services from not just here in this part of the country, but also from the Midlands and further north as well, were utilised to take children and some of those adults to hospitals here like Alderhay, as well as hospitals across Liverpool and Manchester. There is still a lot of interest in this, particularly from people that are coming in and out of the hospital who are asking what's happening now. Is it true, the last thing that we've just heard? And people are really concerned that this happened in a community close to them, in a place where they feel connected. Liverpool, lots of Liverpudlians will go on holiday in Southport, a place that is known as being an attraction to the seaside in this part of the country. Yvette Cooper, the Home Secretary, said that it is unimaginable what has happened, and her heartfelt condolences go out to the families. Later on today, there's expected to be a vigil in Southport where members of the community will come together to try to make sense of exactly what it is that has happened here and why it has happened. But the police, we know that they're still interviewing that 17-year-old, trying to establish what that motive is. But right now they say that it is not terror-related from what they believe.
Well, Will Hollis, thank you very much for bringing us the very latest there outside Alderhay Children's Hospital in Liverpool.
Coming up, we're back outside Woolwich Crown Court as hate preacher Anjem Chowdhury is sentenced to life. So don't go anywhere.
Sunday with Michael Portillo from 11, only on GB News.
The sunny spell that many have experienced this week makes this the perfect time to seek inspiration for fresh, beautiful food to fit the weather. Hannah Harley-Young from Crazy Sexy Food joins me once again for the latest in our Taste of Britain series. And to go alongside the return of the glorious sunshine, she recommends tequila.
To be honest with you, it's more about my total love of tequila. It is my favourite drink. I have my favourite cocktail ready to be shaped for you in a second, which is obviously the margarita. But I think also I just love this sort of general story of tequila. Tequila, a bit like with champagne, can only be produced in the region of Tequila in Mexico. But I've actually brought for you, interestingly, a brand that is London-based. This was set up by Tom and Jack. They were drinking, I think, in sort of 2018, 2019, somewhere in South London, and realised that tequila could actually be quite enjoyable.
Do you know what it's made of?
It is. It's made from the blue agave plant. Now, 300 million of these plants are harvested every year. It takes between 8 to 12 years to harvest. Their tequila is made to be drank with tonic, which is not your usual accompaniment with tequila. Usually it's lime, it's a margarita. With a Blanco tequila, the idea is that the process is that once it's distilled, that is the end, it's bottled and it's sold. This is the Reposado. I haven't actually opened that, but if you do want to have a smell, you can open it. But the idea behind this is that it's been rested, so it's rested in oak barrels. I actually love people's behaviour behind tequila now. I think back in the day it had a little slightly bad rep that you'd drink cheap shots and maybe make some bad mistakes on a night out, whereas now we're actually starting to appreciate it and respect it.
GB News, the People's Channel.
I'm Christopher Hope. From pop stars to politicians, I'll interview anybody in a pub who's got a political opinion. Join me every Friday on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube or gbnews.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. This is GB News, the People's Channel.
If you want your news to be straight talking,
This is the nightmare for the Conservatives again.
down to earth,
It's not just Nottingham where this is happening, is it?
and most importantly, honest,
Hard-working, middle-class taxpayers, they'll get their book thrown at them.
then catch me, Martin Daubney, Monday to Friday, 3 till 6 p.m. on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
It's true. You're not wrong. No one will be cancelled. Lovely.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Good afternoon, Britain. It's 22 minutes past 1. Now, the Islamist cleric who directed a banned terrorist organisation from his London home has been jailed for life.
Anjem Choudhury had previously been found guilty of 3 terror charges earlier this month.
Let's cross to our national reporter, Charlie Peters, outside Woolwich Crown Court for us. Charlie, you were there in the courtroom. What went down?
Well, in the mitigating proceedings before the judge made his remark, the defending barrister for Anjem Choudhury said that Al-Muhajirun, the group that he's guilty of directing, was a husk of an organisation, nowhere near to its premier heyday when it had so many links to so many terrorists during the height of the noughties after the 7/7 bombings in 2005. But delivering his remarks and his sentencing closing, the judge, Mr. Justice Wall, said that he had no doubt that Anjem Choudhury was a dangerous individual. He said that Anjem Choudhury was certain of the correctness of his views that he described as abhorrent and chilling. He said that in passing down a life sentence with a minimum term of 28 years, that Anjem Choudhury would continue to preach no matter how and when he is afforded the opportunity to do so. He took into account also the most serious aggravating factor, which is that Anjem Choudhury was already a convicted terrorist. He was imprisoned in 2016 for encouraging support for ISIS when he made an oath of allegiance for the organisation. He spent 2 years in prison and then a further 3 years on licence on release. And it was after those licence conditions expired in 2021 that Anjem Choudary returned to preaching, returned to delivering online lectures, this time to a group called the Islamic Thinkers Society. But undercover officers in the United States and Canada helped to establish that ITS was a North American branch of Al-Muhajirun, that group that's been proscribed since 2010. In 2014, Anjem Choudary took over in the caretaker role as the leader. Omar Bakri Mohammed, the ideological spiritual leader who founded the group in 1996, was imprisoned in the Lebanon. While that had been taking place, Anjem Choudary stood up to take over. Well, what happened since 2014 when Anjem Choudary was in charge of that organisation? Well, many of those associated with it went to go and fight for ISIS in Iraq and Syria. The judge pointed out in particular one man who had worked as an executioner for ISIS after the killing of so-called jihadi John Mohammed Imwazi by a US-led drone strike operation. He also went on to describe Anjem Chowdhury's danger to the general public, saying that even though he is open for release when he is 85, that's when his parole will first be considered, he will always have that potential to preach and share what he described as chilling and abhorrent views.
Charlie, what do we know about how Anjem Choudary is going to be housed? Is he going to be segregated from other prisoners so as not to radicalise them?
Well, in his previous time in prison in 2016 to 2018, Anjem Choudary spoke about that quite openly when he was recorded by undercover officers in those encrypted online lectures that was seen by those in the US and Canada. He said that he took it as a medallion that he was considered one of the great radicalisers in Britain. And because of that, because of those risks, he was kept in a separate wing to prevent, in his terms, him being able to do his dawah, that is the spreading of the Islamic faith. And that is what was going on in the Bronx in the US with that group, the Islamic Thinkers Society. They were setting up stalls in New York City to spread their views. They're a very small group, maybe just 5 or 6 active members at a time. But the prosecution was able to establish that that group, the Islamic Thinkers Society in New York, were one and the same with Al-Muhajirun, that group proscribed in Britain since 2010. And because of that link, they were able to prosecute Anjem Choudary as directing the organisation. Many of those followers taking inspiration from Anjem Choudary, the most notorious of Islamist preachers in Britain for the last 2 decades. A senior security official told us after the conviction that disrupting Al-Muhajirun, and in particular Anjem Choudary, has been a key objective of Britain's counter-terrorism authorities for many, many years. They say that this action will aid the security services to further disrupt some of the most menacing Islamist actors in Britain. Because Al-Muhajirun has been linked to so many of those terrorist incidents. We know that in 2017, the London Bridge Borough Market attack, the leader of that attack was associated with Anjem Choudary. The 2019 Fishmongers Hall attack, Usman Khan was a former member of Al-Muhajirun. When Usman Khan was first arrested in 2010, he even had Anjem Chowdhury's personal mobile number on his telephone, which was discovered by counter-terrorism policing. And also in 2013, May of 2013, at a barracks just a 5-minute drive away from the Crown Court where Anjem Choudary was sentenced today, he also knew the killers of Lee Rigby. Michael Adebolajo was a close associate of Anjem Choudary. During the trial here in Woolwich, we heard that Anjem Choudary had in fact officiated at Adebolajo's wedding when he was married. So very clear links between Anjem Choudary and several known violent, dangerous, murderous Islamists in recent years. But now, with that life sentence and a minimum term of 28 years, his time and his opportunity to radicalise those to commit acts of terror is over.
Well, Charlie Peters, thank you very much for bringing us all of that outside Woolwich Crown Court. I think many of us will be hoping we're a little bit safer as a
little bit of good
result
news
of this sentencing. Now, we're going to be sticking with this story in just a moment. We're going to be speaking to a terrorism expert on what this precisely means and, frankly, what the implications of this sentencing could be. Could this be the first domino of many?
Well, you would hope so, and I think, as Charlie said there, you know, this has been a real priority for counter-terrorism strategy to take Anjem Choudhury out of the picture, because al-Muhajiroon was connected to so many terrorists that it is so strategically important that he isn't able to radicalise anyone else. So I think this is a very, very significant step in keeping people safe, but of course it's a very big hill to climb.
Well, coming up, let's talk about other hills. Let's talk about green rolling hills. Because Angela Rayner is unveiling Labour's plans to build 1.5 million houses. How will it affect your local community? More on that after this.
Hello again. Here's your latest GB News weather forecast coming to you from the Met Office. For southern parts of the UK, it is likely to be the hottest day of the year so far. However, further north, it's quite a bit fresher. We have had a cold front pushing through over the last 24 hours or so. That has now decayed and so cleared away. As a result, we're not going to see a huge amount, if any, rain, but it is going to be markedly fresher in the north. A brighter, sunnier picture than it was yesterday. Nonetheless, still some cloud coming and going, and a bit of low cloud perhaps around some Irish Sea coastal parts. But with plenty of sunny skies, especially across England and Wales, temperatures are rising. Highs in the low 30s, 32, possibly 33 Celsius. But like I said, fresher than this further north, high teens, low 20s perhaps. As we go through the end of the day and across parts of Scotland, there may be a bit of showery rain affecting the Northern Isles and perhaps the Outer Hebrides at times too. On the whole, though, it's a dry picture and brighter, sunnier than it was yesterday. Across Northern Ireland, there'll be a bit of cloud coming and going, but there should be some brighter breaks. Meanwhile, across parts of England and Wales, it's a generally fine picture. Lots of sunshine to look forward to as we go through the day, and that sunshine will continue as we go into the evening as well. Overnight, as we go through tonight, we are at risk of seeing a few showers developing across southern parts, and these could start to turn a little bit thundery perhaps. Most places avoiding them, and further north it is going to stay dry with some clear skies. A warm, humid night in the southeast, some places staying above 20 Celsius. Noticeably fresher across parts of Scotland, could even get close to a touch of frost in the rural glens of Scotland. As we go through Wednesday then, a bright sunny day for many places. Do watch out for some hefty showers though that could affect some southern parts. Risk of some intense thunderstorms which could cause some localised issues, particularly as we go into the afternoon. Not as hot as today, but nonetheless still seeing temperatures in the low 30s. Bye-bye.
The latest GB News travel.
I'm John Vincent. Long delays on the M5 in Somerset. It's been closed in both directions for a serious accident between junction 23 Bridgewater North and 24 Bridgewater South. So we're also seeing congestion on routes through Bridgewater, including the A38, as traffic heads away from that closure. Queues on the M3 southbound in Hampshire due to an earlier accident between junction 12 Eastleigh and 13 Chandler's Ford. Queues on the M25 clockwise in Essex. That's due to an accident just before junction 27, the M11 interchange. And nearby we've got slow traffic on the M25 in both directions in the roadworks between junction 26 Waltham Abbey and 25 Enfield. And queues on the M25 in Surrey in the roadworks around junction 10, the Wisley interchange, also slow for the A3, not helped by a broken down vehicle on the clockwise stretch of the M25. And that's the latest traffic and travel news.
You can stay up to date throughout the day by visiting our website gbnews.com.
Good afternoon, Britain. It's 33 minutes past 1.
Two female boxers who previously failed a gender eligibility test have been cleared to compete at the Paris 2024 Olympics.
Well, Algeria's Iman Khalif was disqualified by the International Boxing Association over high testosterone levels. And Taiwan's Lin Yu Ting failed a biochemical test for gender eligibility.
Both are deemed to pose an unfair advantage among other athletes. But should they be banned from this year's tournament?
Well, joining us now is the author of Fair Play for Women, Fiona McAnina. Fiona, thank you so much for joining us. Firstly, there's a lot of confusion in the reporting around this. Obviously, there have been some cases in the past where women born as women have naturally high testosterone levels, and sometimes there have been cases where it's transgender women. Do we know which it is in this case?
It's never about naturally high testosterone levels in women.
when they talk about females with these high testosterone levels, they're really talking about males with disorders of sex development. And in some cases, rarely happens in developed countries, but in some cases, babies born with these disorders are wrongly labeled as female, and then they grow up and go through male puberty, and everyone then knows they're male. They have, I don't know these two individuals in particular, but this is well documented now, for example, with Castor Semenya, that they have internal testes, they produce testosterone, they go through puberty, they have all those advantages. And frankly, the prospect of these people boxing against women, if they are male, is terrifying. And we should be very concerned. And the IOC should be very concerned, but seemingly they are not.
Fiona, I've got some statistics here that say that men have a 90% increased bicep strength and 162% greater punch power, meaning that the average man's punch has 2.6 times the force of one delivered by a woman. Are the Olympic Committee putting women's lives at risk?
I think there can be no doubt they're putting women's lives at risk. But bear in mind that this is their stated policy. They have said that there should be no presumed advantage for trans-identifying males, what they call transgender women, or for people with differences of sex development, which is what we believe applies here. What that means is they are saying that if you're male, but you say that you're a woman, that's what they think is important. And in most other sports, this is not allowed, certainly in the biggest Olympic sports. But what's happened in boxing is that it was always sex-based. It's one of the few that never got this wrong because of the safety issues. But the International Boxing Association has been de-recognized by the IOC for other reasons to do with corruption. And so these are the IOC's own rules now being played out in boxing.
That's a fascinating distinction. It's also interesting to note that because this is... it's a very difficult line, is it not, when there are people who might be registered as intersex, and it's such a tiny, small proportion of people that exist on the Earth. But it seems like that might be what's at play here, is it not?
There are people registered, everyone's registered either male or female, but yes, you are right that there is a tiny number of people who are wrongly registered as female at birth. And as I've explained, when they go through puberty, that becomes extremely apparent. Now, those people are overrepresented in sport. Because, of course, if you're registered female and you have all the advantages of male puberty, you are going to outperform a lot of other women. So really, a small number of males are causing unsafe play and indeed unfairness, too, across lots of other sports. And it's very stark in boxing because of the safety issue. It is dangerous. And it's nothing to do with size or weight, by the way, because if you match male and female for weight, as happens in boxing and weightlifting and judo and so on, the male still has that gigantic advantage that Emma has described. So this is a problem not just in boxing, but it's suddenly becoming very apparent now that this is not safe.
How can they justify this difference from the policy of the International Boxing Association when it's so clear that this actually poses a serious safety issue for women? Because, of course, there are all sorts of issues when it comes to biological men participating in women's sports. But it seems so obvious that in a sport like boxing, that women could actually die as a result of this decision. And surely they are aware that they may be held accountable if that happens, if they've actively chosen to differ from the International Boxing Association's policy on this.
Well, you would think so, but you see, when your policy is driven by ideology rather than science, this is where you end up, because the IOC made that statement in 2021 saying no presumed advantage on the basis of trans identity or differences of sex development. So now they're stuck with following that through. If you say that trans women are women, then this is where you end up. These boxers, as we understand it, do not have trans identities, but they have disorders of sex development. They have male bodies. So, but the impact for women competing against them is the same, and it is indeed dangerous. But I would say, you know, we shouldn't have to wait until it's seriously dangerous like this. We've known that it's unfair. In the Tokyo Olympics, we had a male weightlifter in the women's competition, and everyone knew that was unfair, and still nothing was done. So weightlifting internationally has finally changed its rules, and now they don't allow males in women's competitions. But it took the Tokyo Olympics to make that change. But this one is all really on the IOC. This is their choice. It's their policy.
Now, we don't know whether these individuals actually even knew that they were intersex or had a difference in biological sex development as they were growing up. It seems that there is a lot of uncertainty around this case. But what we do know is that with intersex people, they might also be at risk themselves if they were put in the male category. I mean, what should happen here? Perhaps a third category?
Look, everyone is either male or female, and you're quite right. They may not have known. They have been subject to tests in the past. It seems pretty clear now. It's not complicated to work out if someone's male or female. There are lots of simple ways of doing that now. Most people never get to the Olympics. So quite honestly, if they're not good enough to box in the men's category, they shouldn't be there. There's no right for people to get access to sport in order to perform. But there is an expectation that women and girls will have equal opportunity in sport, and that has to mean not having to compete against anyone male. That's what's simple about this.
OK, well, Fiona McAnina, thank you so much for talking us through that really fascinating story there.
Now, Deputy Prime Minister Angela Rayner has unveiled an overhaul of the planning system to make way for 1.5 million homes over this Parliament.
But she's also been accusing the former Conservative government of failing to meet the needs of the British people. Let's have a listen.
There are simply not enough homes. Those on the benches opposite knew this, but what did they do for 14 years? As my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, said yesterday, they ducked the difficult decisions, they put party before country. They pulled the wool over people's eyes by crowing about getting 1 million new homes in this last Parliament. But they failed to get anywhere near their target of 300,000 homes a year. And in a bid to appease their anti-housing backbenchers, they made housing targets only advisable. They knew that this would tank housing supply, but they still did it. And as I stand here today, I can now reveal the result, that the number of new homes is now likely to drop below 200,000 this year. Unforgivable.
Well, joining us now is the chair of Create Streets, Nicholas Boys-Smith. Nicholas, I want to get immediately into one of the details of this announcement, and it's creating a little bit of controversy. The word beauty that was in the National Planning Policy Framework appears to now have been dropped by this government, striking references to beauty after sources inside the local government department said it was too ambiguous.
When I came on my little headphones here, the new NPPF hadn't currently been hadn't been printed or published, so I haven't seen the new text yet. My understanding is that some of them have, but many of them haven't. I guess partly let's wait and see on that. What Angela Rayner did say, which I thought was very interesting, and I would strongly agree with, was that decisions about how we build homes and where they are precisely should be up to local people. That seems to me the right trade-off. So very clear top-down targets. I think she's absolutely right to put those back in. But then bottom up, allow local communities, neighbourhoods, planning authorities to decide precisely what it is and what they want their new places and new insertions into existing places to look like and to feel like.
Of course, it's no good if the Labour Party build loads of homes that people don't actually want to live in because they're not physically appealing or beautiful enough, and not the sorts of places where people want to raise a family and settle down. So how confident are you that Labour's policy on this isn't going to sacrifice building beautifully in order to meet those targets? How confident are you that they will align with those recommendations of the Building Beautiful Commission?
Building better, building beautiful. All those B's. So I'm a glass half full sort of guy, and I'm reasonably confident. So, at the Labour Party conference last year, Keir Starmer, then the Leader of the Opposition, talked very clearly about building beautiful new towns and cities. There were very clear statements, I think, in the Labour manifesto about creating, I forget the word they used, but they certainly talked about good design. I think exemplary was the word they used. And then obviously they released, working with Create Streets, some principles for what new towns should look like, how they should be beautiful, walkable, street tree lined, etc. So they, a clear statement, a series of statements in opposition, and certainly the principles of let people decide bottom up. What it is and where it is, though the numbers top down will be just that, I think is the right way to do it. And it's certainly the approach I've been recommending for many years. So I remain confident and hopeful until I hear otherwise.
That's very interesting. So the policy from this government is each local authority will be told you have to allow X number of homes being built, but you can decide where those homes are within your local authority, and how they're designed.
But Tom here hates NIMBYs. So does this mean that people will frustrate the process, or does it make it more likely the process will succeed because people actually have a say in where things are built and how they're built?
Well, it also gets to the nature of the planning system, and Tom and I have talked about this before. Our current system is very weird. It's a bit of an outlier in international terms, and it's very, very discretionary. And most of the decision-making takes place at the end of the process on a case-by-case basis. That is a NIMBY's charter. What I think it's fair to say the previous government, I hope this current government, I believe so, are trying to do is create more certainty in the local plan, so that more of the decision-making takes place then systemically, which should be locally democratic. I think that's what I heard from Secretary of State today. And then if you're within the carapace of that, anything that fits within that, you can get through in a less risky fashion, and that's absolutely
the sort
crucial.
of holy grail of this is not that people spend lots of time and money shouting at each other, a final plan is presented and then it's all disapproved. The holy grail is that people work towards a plan together that then says if you build here like this, it will be approved.
And interesting, there are already mechanisms. So yes, so the quick answer to the question is yes, that is the Holy Grail. Holy Grail has just been discovered. No, but there are already mechanisms, and there certainly could be many more, to do that. And we're beginning to see examples up and down the country where a town council or a parish council is starting to think, how can we bring into the local plan pre-permission or very, very de-risk development? It's something we're struggling to do, trying to do, but I think that will happen more and more. If I don't think you're allowed to have two holy grails, but were there to be another holy grail, definitely making our metaphors go wrong here, it would be that we as a society, as a culture, you might almost say, fall back in love with the future and with the concept that new development, new places, new buildings, new insertions in streets won't just provide some of those desperately needed new homes, but will also make existing places better and yes, more beautiful, more well-designed, more elegant, or whatever word you wish to use.
Well, I know that your social enterprise does so much work in designing very, very attractive looking buildings. Let's hope that you have something to do with what happens over the next 4 or 5 years. Nicholas Boyce-Smith, thank you so much for joining us and talking through an interesting announcement in Parliament today.
Now, Andy Murray could be facing his final ever match today as he prepares for his doubles match at the Paris Olympics. More on that shortly.
GB News Breakfast, every day from 6 a.m.
Now, we've got a story and a half to tell you and bring you now. Our very own GB News political correspondent, who we love very much, Catherine Foster, joins us in the studio, and she's smiling, but she wasn't smiling for the past few days.
2 of her sons, Matthew and Andrew, were reported missing in Bali.
I got a text from a friend saying, can you give us a call, a bit worried about them. Then spoke to a girl they'd befriended who was in Sweden, but they'd met on their travels. And she told me that they'd gone up the mountain. By the time I found out, they'd been missing for 30 hours. They'd gone up the mountain on the Tuesday night, British time. This was the Thursday morning, without a guide. And they'd told her it was really hard. And she told them to turn back, but they hadn't. And they'd sent screenshots from this app with this trail that they were following on the app, screenshots of the app in case there was a problem, and a Snapchat of a Matthew avatar at the top. And she said, I know they made it to the top because I could see that his phone had nearly died. But the trail had actually closed many years ago. So the app, we will need to make sure that that gets taken off the app. But, you know, technology saved them in the end because it was the screenshots and it was the messages that they'd sent, but they should never have been without a guide.
But what were you doing during those 30 hours that Mum couldn't, when the phone died and Mum couldn't get in touch? Where were you? What were you up to?
Well, we were trying to figure out the best course of action because it started to pour with rain. The amount of rain created a river, like a stream.
Yeah.
We were like, oh,
yeah,
let's follow the stream downhill, and then the sun set, and we just had to like sleep in the bushes in the jungle.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Join me, Camilla Tominey, for a frank and honest discussion with those in power that cuts through the spin and gets to the heart of the issues shaping our nation.
You haven't confirmed that you want to stand as leader, but you haven't ruled it out either.
This report basically says that he's not fit to stand trial. Is he indecisive? Incompetent?
I deliver the dose of reality Westminster needs. That's the Camilla Tominey Show at 9:30 every Sunday on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Are the newspapers getting you down?
My wife didn't divorce me that month.
Struggling to separate the wheat from the chaff?
I know that it's a bit of a circus at the best of times.
Well, don't worry. Headliners has got you covered. We'll take the burden of reading the day's news, and if we get depressed, who cares? It's an occupational hazard, frankly. That's Headliners on GB News from 11 p.m. till midnight, and the following morning, 5 till 6 a.m. on GB News, the comedy channel. Nah, just kidding. Britain's news channel.
Good afternoon, Britain. It's 9 minutes to 2. Now, Andy Murray could be facing his final ever match today as he and Dan Evans take to the court in round 2 of the doubles at the Paris Olympics.
The second time gold medalist scraped through the first round at Roland Garros, but anything but a win today will see his career come to a poignant end.
For more on this and the rest of the huge Olympic talking points is the sports broadcaster Chris Scudder. Chris, this could be the last time we see Andy Murray in a professional match.
It could be, but it's not going to be. They're going to get through today. Incredible effort in that first round match when it all looked to the wheels seemed to be falling off with his partner Dan Evans in that match against the Japanese pair, the experienced Kei Nishikori. But, you know, in all of his career, I'm sure if you asked Andy Murray, have you ever saved 5 match points consecutively to win? I bet he would say no, and not many players could say that in the whole world. An incredible comeback. They were 9-4 down. It was all over, and they suddenly won 7 points in a row out of nowhere. And you can see the pictures there. They went mad, and so did the neutrals in the crowd. Fantastic achievement. And now they're playing a Belgian pair, Gilles and Vliegen. Modest pair, but you know, doubles is a bit different to singles, where teamwork is everything. And of course, Murray with Dan Evans, they haven't done it before. So, but that would have given them a massive amount of encouragement the other day. And I'm sure when they play later on today, it's going to be a terrific atmosphere. And if they can win, they'll be through to the quarterfinals. So I think they will.
If you were a betting man, would you say that you think he's going to win?
Yeah, definitely. I just think that momentum, and there's something about Andy Murray's career, isn't there? He's done it so many times when he's defied the odds and come through, and that was a ridiculous comeback the other day when it just looked to be over. And I think the neutrals, I know there's been a bit of tension, a bit of competitiveness between the French and the British in this Olympics to finish higher in the medals table. I think the neutrals will be on Andy's side tonight. Fantastic player. And I should mention, by the way, in the singles, we've lost a of players today. Jack Draper, who's the British #1 at the moment, has just lost to the American Taylor Fritz in 3 sets, who's ranked higher than him in the world. He won the first set, did Jack Draper, but lost the next 2. Apparently it was so hot that he just took everything out of him. I hope it's not going to be the same for when Andy's on later on.
Well, Andy Murray, of course, is from Scotland. Is the heat going to be a disadvantage?
Listen, I'm sure he's played in all kinds of pressure cookers during here, but he's 37 now, don't forget. I mean, he's such a patriot, really, when it comes to tennis. When you remember when he led pretty much single-handedly Britain to the Davis Cup title. They hadn't done it for nearly 80 years back in 2015. And this might be an omen. They beat Belgium in the final that day. They're playing some Belgians this afternoon. So Andy, who's already got 3 Olympic medals, will be not wanting to finish it today. No way.
Well, Chris, let's hope we clinch that gold. Thank you so much for joining us, Chris Scudder there, sports broadcaster. Now stay with us. We're going to keep you updated on the aftermath of yesterday's shocking stabbing attack.
A brighter outlook with Box Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello again. Here's your latest GB News weather forecast coming to you from the Met Office. For southern parts of the UK, it is likely to be the hottest day of the year so far. However, further north, it's quite a bit fresher. We have had a cold front pushing through over the last 24 hours or so. That has now decayed and so cleared away. As a result, we're not going to see a huge amount, if any, rain, but it is going to be markedly fresher in the north. A brighter, sunnier picture than it was yesterday. Nonetheless, still some cloud coming and going, and a bit of low cloud perhaps around some Irish Sea coastal parts. But with plenty of sunny skies, especially across England and Wales, temperatures are rising. Highs in the low 30s, 32, possibly 33 Celsius. But like I said, fresher than this further north, high teens, low 20s perhaps. As we go through the end of the day and across parts of Scotland, there may be a bit of showery rain affecting the Northern Isles and perhaps the Outer Hebrides at times too. On the whole, though, it's a dry picture and brighter, sunnier than it was yesterday. Across Northern Ireland, there'll be a bit of cloud coming and going, but there should be some brighter breaks. Meanwhile, across parts of England and Wales, it's a generally fine picture. Lots of sunshine to look forward to as we go through the day, and that sunshine will continue as we go into the evening as well. Overnight, as we go through tonight, we are at risk of seeing a few showers developing across southern parts, and these could start to turn a little bit thundery perhaps. Most places avoiding them, and further north it is going to stay dry with some clear skies. A warm, humid night in the southeast, some places staying above 20 Celsius. Noticeably fresher across parts of Scotland, could even get close to a touch of frost in the rural glens of Scotland. As we go through Wednesday then, a bright sunny day for many places. Do watch out for some hefty showers though that could affect some southern parts. Risk of some intense thunderstorms which could cause some localised issues, particularly as we go into the afternoon. Not as hot as today, but nonetheless still seeing temperatures in the low 30s. Bye-bye.
That warm feeling inside from Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
You really could become the next big Great British Giveaway winner with your chance to win £30,000 in tax-free cash to spend on anything you like. Listen to what some of our previous winners have to say about winning big with us.
On the day that I got the money in the bank account, everything just seemed a lot sunnier.
But I do have something to spend it on.
Just go for it. It's an absolute must.
Thank you, GB News.
Amazing feeling to win.
For another chance to win £30,000 in tax-free cash, text cash to 63232. Text costs £2 plus one standard network rate message. You can enter online at gbnews.com/win. Entries cost £2 or post your name and number to GB07 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 5 p.m. on the 30th of August. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Mark Dolan tonight is your weekend dose of news, debate and entertainment.
This sounds like a wild conspiracy theory.
Don't miss My Big Opinion, Mark Meets and My Take at 10.
Democracy is a funny old thing.
And we don't do boring, not on my watch. I just won't have it.
Go and get another glass of that bubbly, you've earned it.
That's Mark Dolan tonight, Saturday and Sunday, 9 to 11, only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi there, I'm Michelle Dewberry and I'm going to take a second to tell you all about my show, Dubes & Co. We start off with the issues of the day. We then bring in both sides of the arguments. We get rid of the disrespect. And then you throw me into the mix. And trust me, I'll tell it exactly how it is. And then, of course, the magic ingredient, you at home. We mix it all together and what have we got, in my opinion, the best debate show in town. Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Are the newspapers getting you down?
My wife didn't divorce me that month.
Struggling to separate the wheat from the chaff?
I know that it's a bit of a circus at the best of times.
Well, don't worry, Headliners has got you covered. We'll take the burden of reading the day's news, and if we get depressed, who cares? It's an occupational hazard, frankly. That's Headliners on GB News from 11 p.m. till midnight, and the following morning, 5 till 6 a.m. on GB News, the comedy channel. Nah, just kidding. Britain's news channel.
Welcome to State of the Nation, daily plunge into the stories shaping our country. I'm Jacob Rees-Mogg, and Monday to Thursday we bring you the insights, the facts, the truth about how our country is being governed. Because what happens in Downing Street matters down your street. Tune in to State of the Nation every Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good afternoon, Britain. It's 2 o'clock on Tuesday, the 30th of July. I'm Emma Webb.
And I'm Tom Harwood.
More tragedy in Southport as a third child dies following the brutal knife attack. Taylor Swift has declared her shock at the mass stabbing, with the Home Secretary adding her voice to those offering condolences. We'll be live on the scene shortly.
Radical Islamist hate preacher Anjem Choudhury has been sentenced to life in prison. The preacher, known for his celebration of the 9/11 attacks and association with many terrorists, was found guilty last week of directing a terror organisation. We're live outside Woolwich Crown Court.
And we're on course for the hottest day of the year, with temperatures expecting to soar to over 32 degrees. That's so hot. But it might be short-lived, with thunderstorms incoming. When will summer officially begin? We'll put it to an expert.
Now, it's just been a little over an hour since the sentencing of Anjem Choudhury, the radical Islamist hate preacher, perhaps the most notorious hate preacher in Britain.
He's probably the most famous Islamist preacher since someone like Abu Hamza back in the 1990s, 2000s. So really significant for him to be jailed for such a long amount of time, which in any hope will prevent him at least from radicalising people in the public, and hopefully also from radicalising his fellow prisoners in jail if he's segregated as he was during his previous sentence.
Well, our man Charlie Peters has been at the court. He's outside the court for us. We'll be joining him in just a moment to repeat 28 years minimum as part of Anjem Choudhury's life sentence.
He will be in his 80s by the time his sentence is over.
Well, get in touch with your thoughts on that story and indeed all the ones that we cover in our final hour. gbnews.com/your say is the way to get involved. That's after your headlines with Sophia Wensler.
Tom, thank you. Good afternoon. It's 2 minutes past 2. I'm Sophia Wensler in the GB Newsroom. A 9-year-old girl has become the third child to die after yesterday's knife attack in Southport. 5 other children and 2 adults remain in a critical condition after what was described as a ferocious attack at a Taylor Swift-themed dance and yoga workshop. A 17-year-old boy remains in custody on suspicion of murder and attempted murder. Home Secretary Yvette Cooper paid tribute to those affected and says the government is on a moral mission to address knife crime across the country.
Our thoughts will be with the families who have been affected, the loved ones who have been lost and the children who are injured. I've been meeting with some of the first responders, the emergency services, the police, fire service and paramedics who were there yesterday and who had to respond with great bravery to make sure that more lives were not lost, and I thank them for the work that they did. There is also a serious criminal investigation underway now, but everyone's thoughts will be with those injured children and just praying for them.
Notorious hate preacher Anjem Choudhury has been handed a life sentence after he was convicted of directing a banned terrorist organisation. The 59-year-old was found guilty of running the terror group in a caretaker role after its founder was jailed in Lebanon in 2014. He'll now spend at least 28 years in prison. Now, Carol Hunt, who was the wife of BBC commentator John Hunt, died from stab wounds, according to Hertfordshire Police. The investigation into the triple murder found that two of their daughters, Hannah and Louise, died from crossbow bolt injuries. Police have still not been able to question a man arrested on suspicion of carrying out the murders. Kyle Clifford remains in hospital after he was found in North London with what were thought to be self-inflicted injuries. In a statement, John Hunt thanked those who've sent messages of support to him and his surviving daughter. In other news, GB News can reveal that more than 3,000 small boat migrants have crossed the English Channel since Labour came to power. The milestone figure was passed as around 400 migrants reached British waters since yesterday morning. Our analysis revealed that more than 130 small boat migrants have been taken to Dover Harbour so far today. The Border Force vessel Defender arrived at the Kent port shortly before 8 o'clock this morning with the first group of migrants. The figure for the year so far is almost 17,000. Jeremy Hunt says he was angered by the Chancellor's speech yesterday, which blamed the Conservatives for a reported £20 billion black hole in public finances. It's after Rachel Reeves accused the previous government of covering up the true state of Britain's economy as she outlined a series of spending cuts. The Shadow Chancellor told GB News the new government is shifting the blame.
Perfectly all right to disagree with good Conservative plans to deal with the challenges on public finances. But what you can't do is junk the plans that we had in place and then blame the black hole that you have on the previous Conservative government. And the single most pressing thing, I think, for most GB News listeners is the soaring welfare bill. And welfare reform was junked from the King's speech. So, you know, this is a political choice that the new Labour government has made. They knew they were going to do it all along, and they should have been upfront about that, not trying to pass the blame on to their predecessors.
Now, two Just Stop Oil protesters have been arrested at Heathrow Airport on suspicion of criminal damage. It comes after orange paint was sprayed on passenger information screens and on the floor inside the airport's Terminal 5. Police remain at the scene as a precaution while they deal with any further offences. Today could be the hottest day of the year so far, with temperatures in some areas expected to soar beyond 32 degrees. Forecasters expect the heat to peak in southern England and Wales later today. But you better make the most of it, as thunderstorms are predicted to break the hot spell later in the week. And if you've ever dreamed of hosting the Oscars, now might be your chance after two big names turned down the offer. The talk show host Jimmy Kimmel and comedian John Mulaney have both been asked, but it seems it's a job nobody wants, with both stars turning down the plum position. Hosting the Academy Awards is widely seen as a prestigious platform, but it also demands months of preparation and often attracts harsh criticism. Producers are now resuming their search for a new face ahead of next year's 97th Awards. Those are the latest GB News headlines for now. I'm Sophia Wensler, more in half an hour.
For the very latest GB News direct to your smartphone, sign up to News Alerts by scanning the QR code or go to gbnews.com/alerts.
Good afternoon, Britain. It's 7 minutes past 2.
The 9-year-old girl killed in yesterday's knife attack has been named as Alice Agua. She has become the third child to die after the Southport stabbings, Merseyside police have confirmed.
Well, this tragic news comes as tributes continue to flood in. The Home Secretary, Yvette Cooper, laid flowers at the scene alongside Southport MP Patrick Hurley a little earlier today.
Merseyside police say a 17-year-old boy remains in custody following the ferocious attack.
Well, let's cross live now to GB News reporters Sophie Reaper, who's at the scene, and Will Hollis, who is at one of the hospitals a little nearby. Let's start with Sophie. Sophie Reaper, this news, this naming, Alice Agua.
Yes, Tom, absolutely. That's in the last few moments. We've heard that 9-year-old little girl, who we heard a short while ago had been announced as the third child to lose their life in this attack here in Southport yesterday. Now, we understand that it's the Portuguese government who've confirmed that Alice was a Portuguese national, her parents originally from Madeira, as well, that she was set to turn 10 in October of this year. So incredibly sad news there to put a face and a name to that 9-year-old who's lost her life. We've also heard from the police this afternoon that the other 2 children who lost their lives were a 6 and a 7-year-old girl. They, of course, were attending a Taylor Swift dance and yoga class here, just about 100 metres behind me on Hart Street in Southport. Now, there's been a steady stream of members of the local community coming here all throughout the morning and throughout the afternoon to lay flowers and tributes to those 3 little girls who sadly lost their lives. There's cuddly toys, there were candles that were lit, and now I would say at least 100 bunches of flowers. There's also a poem that I'd just like to read out that was left there. It's entitled Hope. It says, "The sun in all its wonder brings light to every path, yet in its former glory embraces every heart. Each day we take for granted the joy of what has passed, but today our pain of sadness has left a shadow cast. And through this devastation with tears can barely cope, our love to be ongoing, we cling to future hope." And I think that is a message that will be resonated throughout the entirety of Southport. Incredibly devastating news in the last hour or so that there are 3 young girls that lost their lives yesterday here in Southport. But I think people here will also cling to that sense of hope as they continue to try to support those families who will, of course, now be in grieving.
Sophie Reaper, thank you so much, and thank you too for sharing that moving poem left there by some of those grieving families who've been visiting.
Absolutely heartbreaking. We've got Will Hollis now with us at Alderhay Children's Hospital. Will, tell us more about what's been going on where you are and what the atmosphere is like there on the ground.
Yes, well, Alderhay is about 40 minutes away from Southport. This is in Liverpool, just outside of the city centre, and it was here that many of those young children, most of whom it's understood to be girls from that Taylor Swift dance class, were brought here, some of them brought by Helimed services from the Merseyside as well as the wider Liverpool and Manchester region. We know from what we've heard that now 3 children have been confirmed to have died, but 5 children are in a critical condition. The trust that runs Alderhay haven't been able to confirm to us exactly how many children are critical inside of this hospital. We know that other hospitals around the region are being used as well, but we know that from what eyewitnesses say that certainly some of those children were brought here yesterday. It was the North West Ambulance Service who said that there had been a substantial response to the attack that happened yesterday when a man walked into that Taylor Swift dance class and, as the police say, started attacking attacking children and the adults who were there. We've heard from Yvette Cooper, who says that what has happened is unimaginable. It's unimaginable for the leaders of the country, but it's also unimaginable for the people here in Liverpool and around the region and country. And now, from what we've seen, this outpouring of grief on social media, as well as the star, who Taylor Swift, who the children were listening to, puts on her Instagram her thoughts, her condolences, and brings what is a big story for the UK to a much bigger audience, as the people here living in Liverpool and the wider region, Southport, try to make sense of what has happened in their community, but a much wider community try to make sense as well as to what has happened. We know still that the police, Merseyside police, are interviewing that 17-year-old male to try to figure out what the motive was. He's been arrested on suspicion of murder and attempted murder. We are waiting for some sort of a statement from the trust behind us that runs Alder Hey, and when we get that, we'll be bringing it to you.
Well, Will Hollis, thank you so much, and indeed to Sophie Reaper before as well. Thank you for keeping across this story for us as it continues to develop.
Alice Agua, don't never ever forget her name. So now on to other news. Islamist cleric Anjem Choudhury, who directed the banned terrorist organisation from his home in London, that was Al-Muhajirun, has been jailed for life. Anjem Choudhury had previously been found guilty of 3 terror charges earlier this month. Charlie Peters reports on the background to get to the case.
Stand back, sir! Stand back! Stand back! You get hurt!
A shameless and prolific radicaliser, finally silenced. For decades, putting a stop to Anjem Choudhury has been a key objective for British counter-terrorism authorities.
I am arresting you under Section 41 of the...
Now convicted of 3 terror charges, Choudhury is finally behind bars and unable to warp new minds across the world.
It's not only being a member of a terrorism organisation, guilty. It's not only encouraging a terrorist organisation, guilty, but also it's Section 56 of the Terrorism Act, directing a terrorist organisation, guilty on that count also.
USA, you obey! USA, you obey!
Choudhury was found to be the director of terror group Al-Muhajirun after American and Canadian undercover officers recorded him giving lectures to a US-based group called the Islamic Thinkers Society. His so-called personal assistant, a Canadian called Khalid Hussein, told an undercover officer that the Islamic Thinkers Society was the US branch of Al-Muhajirun.
Most people don't know I'm part of Al-Muhajirun or who the Islamic Thinkers Society are anyway, so that's why I don't usually care.
Choudhury had radicalised several terrorists, including the ISIS-supporting knife men who launched 2 separate attacks on London Bridge in 2017 and 2019. He also inspired the killers of Fusilier Lee Rigby, a soldier murdered outside his barracks. But Britain's most notorious Islamist now faces many years behind bars. Charlie Peters, GB News.
Now to tell us just how many years behind bars that Anjem Choudhury, I beg your pardon, Anjem Choudhury will be serving, Charlie Peters joins us from outside Woolwich Crown Court. Charlie.
Well, it's a life sentence with a minimum of 28 years. And Anjem Choudhury is just the second person since 2008 to be convicted under Section 56 of the Terrorism Act, which is for directing a terrorist organisation. In this case, Al-Muhajirun. That most serious of terrorism charges is so rare because capturing the ringleader, the radicaliser, the leader of a terror group is so difficult for counter-terrorism authorities. All too often, they get the foot soldiers, those who carry out those horrific acts on the streets of Britain and abroad, but it's rare that they can pin down with the intelligence and the networks and all the disruption they need to pick off the head of an organisation. But that's what's been achieved here today at Woolwich Crown Court with Anjem Choudhury facing that life sentence, where Mr. Justice Wall, the judge here, said that he had no doubt that Anjem Choudhury was convinced of the rightness of his warped and twisted mindset. He said that unless Anjem Choudhury faced a significant sentence, he would continue to preach and warp new minds. But with that life sentence, where Anjem Choudhury is unlikely to face parole until he is at least 85 years old, his freedom to radicalise new minds, as he has done for so many years, has been strictly limited.
Charlie Peters, thank you very much indeed. We're going to cross now to counter-national security and counter-terrorism expert Anthony Glees. Anthony, what are the implications of this sentencing?
Well, I think there are many implications. As far as the United Kingdom is concerned, it's very good news. As far as the world is concerned, Anjem Choudhury had global reach and has an absolutely terrible track record. But there's another implication, as you said in the lead-in to this. He's finally been put behind bars for 28 years at least, but possibly life. It's finally, I mean, Anjem Choudhury, a product of the British higher education system, I should say, at Southampton University. He studied law. Before that, he was a medical student at Barts in London, has been a danger for such a long time. It is remarkable, really, that it has taken this long to put him where he needs to be. So that's an implication. And finally, it doesn't really solve the problem, I'm afraid, because Choudhury understood that if you want somebody to be an extremist, the younger you get them, the more likely you are to keep them. So he will have radicalized countless thousands of people throughout the world as students and use them to be his foot soldiers, even as he langers in jail. In my view, he is too dangerous ever to be released. In my view, he should never have been released to conduct his latest machinations. He's a clever man, an educated man, and has used the camouflage of free speech to incite others to kill for his crazy project, which is to make the world a Sharia republic.
We've known for such a long time that Anjem Choudhury was leading the group al-Muhajirun, that so many Islamist terrorists were connected to al-Muhajirun. And as you say, he's been quite clever at making sure that he stays on the right side of the line of the law. So why is it that it's taken so long for him to receive this sentence? Of course, he was previously sentenced for support of Islamic State. But why is it that only then he received such a short sentence and it's taken this long for him to properly see justice for the significant impact he's had against the security of the country that he was calling home?
Well, it's a very good question. I don't believe he ever regarded the United Kingdom as his home. He regarded the United Kingdom as a useful idiot to help him do what he wanted to do. Indeed, the name al-Muhajirun means the immigrants. And they saw themselves basically as citizens of this world Islamic Republic. But they played the law. And that's because Choudhury understood how to play the law. Why the law did not understand this and get their hands around his neck earlier, that remains to be seen. He changed the name of his organization, I think it was 50 times. Yeah, 50 times. And why is that important? Because the organizations are prescribed by name. If you look at the government website, as I was just doing a few minutes ago, I still couldn't find al-Muhajirun as a prescribed